Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of action here at the MSI Valorant Invitational. Joining me once again here on the broadcast is going to be Stokes as we prepare to cover the last three matches in our playoff bracket. Stokes, how you feeling today, my man?
Man, I'm excited. It's a Sunday, John. I got a lot of sleep. I'm ready for another long day of Valorant action, and we got a pretty good match to start us off.
Let's go ahead and get the bracket up on screen and see which matches still remain. If you caught the tail end of yesterday's show, you'll be well aware of this, but just in case. We've got TLP versus Cowretta up on deck first, a rematch from the start of yesterday, in fact, to start things off here in our lower bracket semifinals. Following that, we'll see the winner of that match take on Third Impact in the lower bracket finals after Third Impact dropped the upper bracket finals to ZMB yesterday. Then finally, we will have our grand finals between Zero Marksman Black and the winner of the game versus Third Impact and the winner of TLP versus Cowretta. You can see all those matches in front of you now once again, just in case you need a quick refresher. I know there was a lot of info. We might have overwhelmed you, so here it is in a much cleaner format.
Yeah, along with the times, guys, and those should be relatively set in stone. Just depends on how quickly these other games are going to get finished, obviously. But as you can see, we'll be starting the day with Cowretta versus TLP. Trade Like Pros, a series that we already got to see one time before, and that was actually yesterday, and it turned out to be a pretty good series.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters one more time and see who's going to be stepping up to the plate once again for these two teams today. It is going to be the same rosters as yesterday here. We've got Cowretta stepping up with Aqua, Mar, Yoshi, Sacred, and Chansey. Meanwhile, TLP are bringing Tillo, Redo, Controls, Kawa, and of course, Papa Smurf, who brought the big performance to the table yesterday.
Yeah, Papa Smurf, a scary, scary player to go against. But for Cowretta's side, they don't have a lot of slouches over here either. It was a solid team effort yesterday, but the players stand out to me the most, Sacred, especially when he got on the duelist role after playing KJ for their first map. He looked so solid in that role and really had a heavy impact up against TLP, so be looking out for him on the field today.
We'll go ahead and move right along here, folks. Take a look at the maps for this series. We got a curveball thrown at us for this one here, and you'll see it in just a second. First time in this event, we're going to see Breeze get played out, and the choice was made to go to it by Cowretta. Split and Ascent are going to be choices coming in for the TLP side of things. Cowretta picked for Breeze, though, adding a curveball into this one, as Cowretta wants to try and control the situation yet again to push them forward into those lower bracket finals.
Well, Split, as you said, going to be a pretty interesting one, but Breeze, the curveball coming in for that second map. But the thing about Split, especially with Ascent being in here as well, these are two maps that we saw yesterday. And yes, the map pool is going to be small, but I mean, these aren't exactly the greatest maps, especially from what we saw on Split. That was actually the map where we saw Yoshi finally come online with not even playing a duelist, actually, from what we'd seen earlier in the day. It actually started getting things done with Sage, of all agents. So we'll see if we can have some pretty interesting play on here again, or if TLP have something in store for us.
This, along with the power that we saw out of players like Aqua as well, coming later into that series, is going to make the folks on Cowretta a much stronger presence here today. Meanwhile, over on the TLP side of things, need to see some improvement there. Save for what we were getting out of Papa Smurf, the performances that we were getting out of those individuals were mixed at best throughout the maps there, and mainly relied, especially in the earlier maps, on Papa Smurf to get the job done, especially in any sort of clutch situation. Papa Smurf actually had quite a bit of success in that department, winning out multiple clutches and carrying the team through quite a few rounds in the process. But as we can see from our stats yesterday, if you managed to catch any of those, he did taper off as we got into the later maps, such as on Split, for instance, where he only left himself about third overall, but still fairly close to the rest of his team. So need to see an overall improvement on that today, especially considering we're going to be going to a different map. And as Stokes said, we're going to be starting out on Split, where a lot of the members of Cowretta seem to come in with a lot of confidence, and eventually by the end of the map, a dominating stance to control it.
Yeah, well, on top of that, I mean, here's the big question mark, John, that we got to talk about finally. We've reached the center map, and I guess we can discuss it a little bit. You know, with both of these teams coming in, they don't have much history here on Breeze, and this is going to present kind of a big question mark overall. There's no other real way to slice it. What are they going to do on this map? Breeze does not play like a single other map inside of Valorant. It's just out on its own little island doing its own thing, and you have to provide a different playstyle walking in here. We're more than likely going to see some hardcore Viper gameplay. How are you feeling coming into this?
It's going to be a very much a wait and see thing for me, to be honest with you, because like you said, the stylistic choices made on Breeze are much different compared to anything we get out of Split or even Ascent, looking at how that's going to compare. So considering we haven't seen Breeze played yet by either of these two teams, it's very tough to guess how exactly things are going to play out for either one of them. Once again, though, I'm hoping once more that the folks over on Caloretta are going to be well prepared for it, considering that they've made the choice to go over towards it. So more than likely keeping that one in their back pocket, keeping that one prepared in the event they needed to bring it out, which I think they feel they need to do so here against TLP. My questions are more going to be raised towards the TLP side of things, since once again, they're the ones who have been thrust into this map and could potentially be thrown into it completely unprepared. We'll test that theory, though, when we get on to that second map, which is going to be coming up in a little bit. For right now, we're focusing on Split, and it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to get into the Agent Select now. So let's take a look and see if anything's going to change up in major departure from what we had on yesterday's picks.
Well, that's the lucky thing. We had this map yesterday, so we know exactly what we're in store for, all except for the Agent Select, which could throw us a curveball. So let's see what we will be starting off with. TLP will be locking Redo back in on the sky, hoping to see more from him today. And Tillo, happy that we get to see this Astra again. This is actually Tillo's best game inside the entirety of the series. At 20 and 18, had an ACS of 240 as well, but that's not even the best part. The best part being the first bloods as well as plants, the impact early as well as the swing through there on the support style play. 4 plants to his name as well as 2 opening bloods. Be looking at Tillo to have some serious effect here.
So no Jet going to come out from either side. It's important to note this. We actually missed it in our pregame segment. Apologies for that. Controls has swapped in for Zombie. So there is going to be a slight change up for TLP coming into it as they'll swap out their duelist for this matchup today. And obviously it's going to be a pretty big stylistic change as Zombie played on this map yesterday, the Jet for them. So this is going to change over towards a Raze. Obviously it will align with what we have over on Caloretta since Sager will be picking up the same role, but still it's going to lead into a different style for TLP coming into this matchup compared to their play yesterday. Let's see how it will pan out as the teams have now locked in those selections and are loading in. So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. The first map of our first best of 3 for today. Who will move forward to challenge Third Impact in the lower bracket? Well, we're certainly going to find out over the next hour or so here as these two teams will duke it out over up to 3 maps, starting out here on Split, moving over to Breeze, and then if we need to, going to Ascent to settle things.
Well, I guess the big question now for TLP, does Controls have what it takes to push this team over the edge? Zombie, he did a pretty decent job yesterday, but a lot of the openings just simply did not go in his favor, and if Controls can have any better control of that overall, then we could see a big change up in the way that this game goes, but obviously it still has to be played out, and it's not the fact that Caloretta is any slouch either. Remember, we have Sacred back in that duelist role like we saw him yesterday, and on this map, him and Yoshi popped off, both having over 20 frags. Yoshi with 28, in fact. Right around the corner from the pistol round now, folks, as Caloretta will be setting things up on defense, and TLP will be starting on offense.
All right, well, let's get into it. Here we go. Our very first map getting started now. We are going to see some aggression coming out, mainly just into Garage, but that's only the Viper to line up smokes from the looks of things. Not going to see any actual push forward just as of yet. However, we are also going to see some aggression from the defenders out from A, so they will quickly realize that there is no pressure in that department. However, he leaves their B site exposed, so as we can see, Papa Smurf has already worked his way, and he's not alone either. 2 additional members, at least, of Caloretta's play are going to move into here without too much of an issue. And that's going to go down onto the ground here. Nebula will block off the rotate from defenders spawn and leave a pretty strong position here for the folks on TLP as they take the site.
Pulling them in.
Full retake from them. Halted this very early here, and it's already starting to work out. Sacred will take down 1, make it 2, count is 3, and this is what we were talking about with the entry ability of Sacred. You get him off of these support roles, and he just does so much. Has an extra paint shell after he gets the 2 frags, and why not throw another? It'll take down Powa. That'll be the first round here for Caloretta off the back of his efforts. Very well done. The defenders take that one.
Good start from Caloretta there, and a great rebound, specifically from Sacred to move back in and reignite that retake when the odds were looking so tough. With TLP having all of that site control so early on after their plant. Here it is one more time for Sacred. He's absolutely ripping his way through that after he re-entries in through Garage there. Even getting the 4th kill against Power at the end of it with those nice paint shells going down. Some beautiful work from him, specifically the rest of the team doing great work as well to get back on the site with relatively quick pace and not letting TLP mess around too much. That's going to throw them onto the Sheriff round fairly quickly. We'll see those investments made by 3 players on TLP. 2 of them are going to full save for the first gun round coming up after this, however. Tilla will be sitting back watching out for Ramen, but Aqua in the meanwhile is already doing great work to shut down the majority of this push that you guys probably saw building up towards A. Sacred now dealing with the only B lurker here, holding presence for TLP. Now with Aqua's 3rd kill, there won't be 1 member left to hold any presence across the map for TLP. It won't last too long either as Papa Smurf goes down, and it's a quick flawless on the board for Caloretta.
Such an easy anti-eco here for Colorado, especially the opener there from Aqua. And you can tell he was inside the lab last night as well, John. Already changed the crosshair up from what he had yesterday. So making sure he's hitting those shots today, keeping the small square, and it's working out for him so far. Easy spray down to start him off. Right through on to redo. Press the last guy, and yeah, chance he'll get a blow in there. Why not? Make sure you spread that money around. Sacred also tagging up yet another inside of that one. That's 5-0 for him on the round count right now. And they'll be able to stack the money high, but coming into this round, obviously TLP will have the gun advantage. They'll have rifles for the very first time here. So let's see how Colorado tries to work their way around this.
Colorado still taking their time here. More than anything at this point, waiting to see what TLP wants to do. As Controls does get the free top mid area for himself. We'll take out the ice wall as well. It's blocking the way from Mail over towards Heaven. The barrier orb gone. No longer a concern here. Redo can also keep Overwatch on that, as it is obviously a slight double-edged sword. They've got to watch for these pushes from Colorado now, though Colorado probably could have jumped up on top of the barrier anyway. So keeping watch on that. Sacred, meanwhile, just makes a wild push with the showstopper, supported by the team Sky. Works out, though, to kill Papa Smurf. He's going to go down. And that's an early advantage once again on the board for our defenders here.
Control's getting so deep here. He'll take down Chansey, and that's Tower. Only in favor of the offenders, but Aqua still stuck inside of A. Has an opportunity here as he'll be inside of L, but Controls will work those plans as well. He'll go down, and we'll have full site control here as Colorado will be forced into the retake. See everyone push to the back of site, having to work around screens. This has been Nebula to off as well, but that'll go down as soon as I say that. Main show to clear out healer box here, lower side of Heaven. Powell, though, he's got a strong position here just at the bottom of the ramp. Some nice shots coming back onto them now, though, as Mar will be the lone soldier to try and get this done. So 1 versus 2, and still has plenty of options. A couple of seconds till the next guiding light, but he's going to move forward now. Gets one, can't get the second, as Redo will be able to pick up the first round here for TLP. Colorado with a chance, but just simply can't be done.
Close one there for Mars. He nearly gets the double kill despite being blinded out there, but thankfully the flashes ring true. And our attackers finally are yielded a first round in their favor on the first gun round as well, so not taking too long to get that going for themselves. That setup right there is ideally how things should have played out back on the pistol round when they attacked B, but you'll notice this time there's no insertion in through the flank to absolutely take the attention away from the majority of the members of TLP and allow for the actual main re-entry effort to go through. So this time TLP keeps their attention where it needs to be and is able to shut down the play a lot more efficiently. Even though it comes down to a 1v1, TLP was still in control of that situation the entire time. Colorado going to maintain the control once again, though, however, as Yoshi's got the op in hand now on the rebuy and is already using it to take down Controls here. Papa Smurf also suffering from some pressure at the bottom of Mail. Going to have to cross because of the paint shells, but it's too much damage in the open there. Sacred will finish things off.
Colorado has got to be so satisfied with how this game has started off thus far. Really taking it to TLP. I mean, even inside of that last round, dealing some serious damage to the overall economy and making it to where the buy-in for this next round was just not going to equate out to what they necessarily needed to try and fight up against Colorado on their buy. Now they're stuck here and have to try and push forward. Trying to work things in through Mail, have a Nebula to be able to assist in a certain way, but Mar, he won't have any assistance, actually. Fancy here, still have one up top to work the rafters, but since the initial ult comes out here, the neural theft will be used, and they'll actually get a good read on these Colorado members. Powell to play the cutoff as well. He'll be able to pick up one as they're caught lacking, trying to rotate away. A obviously being the main area that the offenders want to work now, but they'll have to go through Aqua, and he has been dynamite today thus far. He'll take down Redo. Won't be able to get the second as Powell gets yet another, still playing spoils over on the opposite site, and he's been able to thwart all of Colorado's rotation.
Tillo getting that spike down with just a couple seconds in excess here. Bit of a bummer for Yoshi, but it's exactly what he expected. He'll move in here. He does expect a player in vents, or at least is trying to position himself to counter it out. The Nebula is not going to make him feel safer as well. Goes in. Great read here from Yoshi. Catches Power dead to rights as he moves up. Tillo's already low as well. So this is a very winnable fight. He just has to be able to figure out where Tillo's decided to play this from. He'll look the right way, but Tillo will still get the initiation off, and with that, he'll win the round. Attackers tie things up now at 2-2 as TLP looks to take the lead away.
Perfectly done there from Tillo. And I mean, Powa has got to be the MVP for this round for TLP. The way that he played the B side of the map and constantly kept these agents locked out of rotation. I mean, they could not get away from him no matter which avenue they tried to go through. And well, that's the equalizer you want, especially on a round like that. TLP, not the greatest in the economy, especially up against Calretta and what they were able to muster. So now Calretta have to go back down on the bye. They'll have Sheriffs and some light shields this time around, but this is definitely looking like a TLP round to start.
Start off well for them here with that control going all the way up to middle, but Pow and Mar gonna trade blows over on the A site in the meanwhile. That's irrelevant from the actual hit at the end of the day. Control's able to sneak himself forward. Sacred did trade one out, but he's dead now as well. Too much control going the way of TLP. For the most part, only leaving the off-site players alive now, and that's truly confirmed with the elimination of Chansey. They do have no problem putting the spike down on the ground. As far as this last player on Calretta is concerned, well, they're at low HP as well, so there's not much play potential to really come out here for Mar. He's going to try to make it happen anyway since he's on a Bulldog buy. Not much to save here. Let's see if he can creep up to the site. Get at least one of these headshots off to do some economical damage, and if not, it's not the end of the world. TLP, though, will ultimately take this round at 3-2.
Nice shots here from TLP and being just dominant on that B site. So far, they've been very decisive about what they're wanting to do when working as a team. This is looking so very solid, especially from what we saw yesterday. It seems like they have a better opener time and time again as of right now in comparison to how things were going, especially up against Calretta's defense. But obviously that round going to stand in stark comparison to what we had been seeing, just given the overall gun value coming up from Calretta, only having pistols that time around. But this time is going to be a lot different. Yoshi's going to have the op on deck, be going for a little bit of a glass cannon build, but still has that light shield to assist him, so not too much to worry about. Calretta being very forward on the B site right now, and could honestly be a big issue for them, is since they are so deep over here, the rotations can now work out in their favor, trying to get back towards A. And now the controls has found one. This is going to blow this site wide open. Already have the rotation coming in from the stage, but they've been boxed out. I have to try and play this around the screens area, especially with the Seekers coming in. This is looking like a free area for TLP.
Controls suddenly changing his mind, though, as they work their way through vents here, as Papa Smurf already has top mid covered. They're going to fall in on A instead, since they have that good amount of heaven control to work off of. Controls, though, with no kills to work for. It's going to be scary as they move themselves forward, and that hesitation will cost them. Sacred leverages it into a double. I believe that's going to be spiked down on the ground as well here. Excuse me, misses all that. Either way, Sacred will continue to push forward, tries to work the showstopper. He's gonna oh my goodness! Sacred hops himself up with the blast packet headshot against Tower. It'll be traded out, of course, by Papa Smurf, who quickly catches the exchange. That's a great shot from Papa Smurf as well, but still excellently done here. Calretta still maintain the advantage, and in fact, I'll correct myself again. They do actually have the spike down over here top ramp. Yoshi shuts down the play from Papa Smurf and Vents, and Tillo is now the only one standing, and it won't stay that way for very long. Chansey closes it down, and that's a 3-3 scoreline now as Calretta bring it back.
It's most definitely a round that TLP is going to want back. They're able to get control of the heaven area, but immediately after they are able to get this kill right here, you assume that if the execute's going to swing through immediately, but instead they're patient and they start looking in through ropes, trying to see what's going on in mid. There's really nothing going on, but then they double back. All that does is allow time for the defenders to reinforce themselves in the backside of the A site. They start getting control of screens and start trying to work their way back into the heaven area, and it works out for them. A huge play comes in from Sacred, and then that's all she wrote. Oh my, Smurf, he just smacks Mar straight out of garage. He does the same to Sacred. That'll be a gun upgrade for him, and the line down will be able to smoke things off here, and this is the Papa Smurf that we're hoping to see inside of these first 6 rounds.
Yeah, TLP taking control, more specifically Papa Smurf taking all the control for himself here. Members of TLP pretty much have any execute they want at this point with a 5v3 advantage here. Not to mention 4 ultimates to play off of at any point here, should the need arise for any one of them. You get the Cosmic Divide, the Viper's Pit, the Showstopper, and the Neural Theft, all available right now to TLP. But I want to be honest, I doubt any of them are going to get used to. There's not really a point. They already have every single bit of control they could ask for in this round. Fairly sure the A site is fully theirs, and indeed it is. The plant should be going down any second. For those last 2 players, I wouldn't be completely surprised if we saw a save call get made. Although at least the Astra is looking to get into position to try to make some type of play. Chansey, that is, of course. Tillo, already hearing that off of the sound cue, is going to make the call, and someone else will be in position from TLP near the A site to stop that.
Yeah, it's going to be fairly straightforward. They've got 2 here. Chansey, though, with an opportunity. Oh, no, you can see the guiding light out in the hands of the sky here. It'll blind one. It'll go hunting, but here's the issue now. Chansey, unaware of this ropes player, and that should be a freebie. Yeah, Tello will be able to clean that up. And Yoshi, he'll be able to at least hold on to the op, and that's the biggest thing here for Caloretta. They still have something here inside of round 7 to be happy about. A silver lining here inside of this round. Yoshi could possibly be able to pick up one when this goes off. Yes, be able to muster a singular kill. Controls also just simply walking in here, and Yoshi will be able to tag these up constantly. Nobody else wanting to try and commit to that, and yeah, that's going to be 0 buy here for Sacred, and as well as I believe Chansey. You know, Chansey will be able to muster something here, but actually all of it. You know, they get the shield as well as the heavy, or they get the shield as well as the phantom rather. But either way, Sacred and Mar are going to be worse for wear going into this one.
Strange for Chansey to not have the capability to rebuy when there was clearly a save called there for the members of Caloretta, and he threw himself at his opponents and lost that gun. So good thing that he does have the arsenal where, fortunately, the large majority of his teammates are not going to be able to carry that forward into this run. We are going to see a very early defensive killjoy come out here. Papa Smurf is going to counter it, however, with the Viper's Pit to take early control of A, and you can see the spread on it. That is going to give them a clean path out onto the A site, so certainly allows them to do what they need to do. But keep in mind, of course, if you're paying attention to the minimap, this is all a bait to allow controls into the B site through heaven, and it's working out beautifully for TLP. Redo picks up the second pick inside of the garage, and they are out on site. Aqua, though, waiting in a very exposed angle here towards the defender spawn, but not accounting for the potential heaven presence already being under the control of TLP. So Powit trades that out just as quickly as the kill is found, and Caloretta are once again left with only 2 players standing. Still have the op in check, of course, here for Yoshi, but not really much that he can do with it here now in the 2v4. Papa Smurf going to push forward. That will get caught by Sacred, actually, so that's a gun upgrade going over into his pocket. What do they do with it now, though? Not going to make the attempt. They're both still going to back away. Call for a save here and let TLP get their 5th round.
Now, this is starting to look like quite a few of the splits that we ended up seeing yesterday. And the biggest thing with splits that happen this way is that defense is usually king on this map. So when you start losing a lot of these defensive rounds and you can't buy back in properly and you have a couple of, you know, spare guns and stuff like that, the offenders are going to continue to be able to bowl you over. And the more and more that they get, especially on these sides when you're starting off, they're eventually going to get on the favorable side, and that's the exact opposite of what you want. This is what we saw from Caloretta yesterday, actually, where they had a very successful defense that took it to TLP, and TLP's defenses just weren't coming together in the way that they wanted to. But the biggest change today so far has been the addition of controls and what he's been able to do. We haven't really seen a lot of openings from Zombie, especially when it came to this map. We saw some really solid rounds from him, but so far controls has been there time and time again throughout the majority of rounds, whereas we didn't really see that out of Zombies. So a positive thing coming through in the lights of that, as well as Powa. Powa not having the greatest day today, and he started off extremely strong so far for TLP, but you can never forget about Papa Smurf either. He's going to be our first blood here inside of this one, as he'll take down the initial Caloretta member.
Things start well once again for TLP, but it may not stay that way as Sacred moves into Garage, drops Redo as well as the Spike as well, which is going to be a very big find for Caloretta. They'll try their best to defend this actively. They now move the Sky inside of Garage entirely. Tillo will be able to exchange that, but there's going to be some delay before the Spike gets picked up, though, because that paint shell left in the face of Tillo actually brings him fairly low, down to 35 HP. TLP not too keen on this B execute anymore, and for good reason. Papa Smurf has already waltzed his way into A, perfectly scot-free, and has all the control the team might need to play this out. So the rotate will head in that direction quite quickly. Papa Smurf also has the cutoff for everyone else on Caloretta that's going to try to move in from the B side, including this one. It's too easy against Chansey. He gets caught in the astral plane, takes him down, and that's going to be, once again, still an open A site for TLP to plant on here in just a few seconds.
Yeah, wrong time to put the hood up, unluckily enough for him. So Caloretta, they have to go for this retake now, but just remember, Papa Smurf, so incredibly deep right now out here at screen. He'll continue to work with Sacred, not even aware. Yoshi be holding the long angle, but that's not supporting Sacred as he tries to retake Heaven. It's going to be all down to Yoshi, and honest to God, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to save this op again. He's done this time and time again. He'll be able to ult here and pick back up Sacred, but Sacred actually indeed does have a Phantom. I was worried there he wouldn't have a gun, but actually does indeed have one. He'll start off strong. He'll take down Powell, which will let Yoshi switch out the op. He'll be able to hide that away on these now makeshift defenders, as the offenders have indeed planted the spike. Yoshi in for the retake now. He does have one target quite low here. It'll be Tillo working the back end of the site, controls on the opposite end of the plant box currently. See if he can possibly get this done. Bringing out from ramps, and controls will catch him off guard. Great post plant here from the offenders, playing it down on the timer, really making them sweat when it came down to it. I mean, look at Sacred thus far, having a heck of a game, but still, Yoshi wants to call this timeout and see what they can possibly change as the offenders have hit that 6 mark.
Yeah, very good time for this one to come in from Colorado. Things have clearly taken a turn for the worse over the last 3 rounds at a minimum. A little bit further reaching back from that as well here. The main issue, once again, is they consistently are losing that opening fight, always leaving them one player behind and one defender weaker on the large majority of these sites. Need to find a way to curtail that, whether it's going to be to double down on the aggression and support the players that are doing the aggressive pushes here to make sure they're not going to be traded out so easily, or to pull it off entirely and try to play more passively on the site. We'll see the solution from Cawaretta over the next 20 seconds here, although it probably won't come into full fruition until the next rounds. As you can see on your screen, it's going to be, for the most part, just an eco coming into this one from them.
Yeah, not too much they're necessarily going to be able to do inside of this round, especially up against the firepower that TLP. But so far, guys, it's been a TLP stomping round, and they've been taking it to Cawaretta in more ways than one. I mean, yeah, the frag potential's been there, but you can say the same, for the defenders, especially for Sacred, what he's been able to do in this half so far. But TLP's simply winning in the brain game right now. They're more forward with what they're doing, and the defenders have been caught on the back foot time and time again. And you have to remember, a lot of what Sacred's been able to do and get done has all happened inside of retakes where TLP are getting the spike down, and that's the biggest issue. They're just being more objective oriented, and Colorado are not able to prevent this from happening right now. So they'll be powering through mail once again, but they obviously know the economy of TLP, so this is going to be fast moving. Controls especially moving quite quickly. He's looking for a second go here. He knows that Aqua's up top, and he'll get it, be able to dip back through the Cosmic Divide. Upgrade the pistol, or rather switch it out, as he'll get more ammo inside of that secondary. Chance will be poised on the other side of this. He hop back through and actually get caught off guard as Power will go through the Cosmic Divide up top, and that's going to be an easy kill for him. It's down to 2 more Cawaretta defenders. Currently stuck inside of heaven. Make it 1, make it 0. Power with a triple kill on that round. It's going to be a 7-3 lead for the offense.
Fortunate run there for Chansey, as he thought he had the read on a situation. Tries to pre-fire it, ends up just chunking a wall for a hot 0 damage. And will get himself dropped there. But like we were talking about before that round even got started, that was another kill coming out from the folks over on Calretta. So we weren't really expecting anything crazy to come from them on that round. At the same time, though, once again, they've usually been putting up some pretty decent fights on the inside of these eco rounds, and that time, you don't really see much of it at all. Just controls and Power running things over as they steamroll their way past all of the defensive.
Last player standing.
Power play right there to get it done. So into the next round we go. Cawaretta is going to be fully armed this time, I do believe. So let's see if that will make any true difference. And hopefully we start to see some of the changes from that pause come into effect. It's a good start, at least at the beginning of the round. Controls will try to get aggressive up on A ramp and get caught by Sacred.
I like the call so far. Trying to be more forward with what they want to do on this defense. Force TLP to respect them. The default play right now is not working out for them, but they've also been doing a lot of this, giving up mid, playing more towards their sights. This has given space to TLP, specifically Papa Smurf at this point, as he's worked his way up ropes. I believe he has an opportunity here to catch some off guard. He'll be able to take down Yoshi, but Sacred with the refrag, as he's been unleashed inside of this round. That'll be his second one. Soon to be looking for the third, and TLP have been locked outside of A. Gotten ramps control here. As you can see, Cypher still playing around that area, but the spike no longer even existing on this side of the map. The Sky taking it back the other way. That'll be Redo heading towards Tillo, who's currently working on B, but they've actually sliced this entire site up, and that's going to go down on the top of Tillo's head, as well as some rounds. He'll be taken out, and Cawaretta lead in the man advantage, and really anything that matters when it comes to an FPS like this. Spatial control, everything going their way. They need something serious to swing it back in their favor.
One enemy remaining.
Creeping up here. Will lose one of the remaining 2, and the second one is dropped just seconds later. Aqua finishes things off here as Cawaretta finally rebound after a solid 4 or 5 rounds straight there. 4, in fact, to be exact. As now Caloretta are going to look to try and at least make this palatable. What would be a 5-7 if they can take control over this final round. Good adjustments from the pause.
One
The
enemy
passive held back play seems to be working out well for them, and we'll see if that's going to continue now. Moving into a second round, as obviously TLP is not going to be too heavily injured by the loss there. They still come into this last one here with a full arsenal.
Yeah, Caloretta, no matter which way you ended up breaking it down, have to end up fighting through TLP. Could have been a flawless round, and they still would have had the money in the pocket to be able to get as many weapons as they did. End up sliding an op there as well, so we could see a pretty decisive finish, at least to the first body going down here. Get rid of the dog and speed, quick pick, and controls of all people. Be the one with the op on this. A beautiful peek from ramp, and he'll take down Sacred, most impactful player thus far on the defense. You can see as they realize that they're going to be quick work onto the A site. Controls with yet another one. This one coming through paint shells. Now looking for the Viper inside of the smoke. Rather, anyone to be occupying Smurf smoke. But it's Smurf to actually strike first. He'll take down Mar, as he'll be occupying the Viper's pit for even longer. And Smurf will be adding on to his kill tally. It's all down to the lone member of Caloretta, Chansey, to try and get something going here. But I highly doubt too much happens. Nothing will come of it. Power to deliver the killing blow to this half, as TLP will split it at 8-4.
So TLP bounce it back one final time, a quick adjustment and a quick follow-up onto the A site to allow for them to very quickly leverage that control over another round. And you can see how it starts there. Sacred and eventually Yoshi getting caught out in the open, going down as a result of that, and the numbers continue to deteriorate there. We've seen many times throughout this half already. TLP putting the right foot forward off their attack, but will the defense be just as strong now? An 8-4. They've got quite a bit of an advantage to lean on here if things don't start out amazingly, but not too much, as Caloretta can still quickly bounce back with 4 rounds going into their favor. Caloretta, though, needs to find the immediate reignition here, or we could be looking at a very quick victory for TLP. They look to rocket themselves up to 13 rounds. Let's see who's going to come out on top, though. As the half is getting started, TLP look maybe even get aggressive against this. At least this is right up in the face. This execute. He's going to catch Sacred, trying to go up ramp. The paint shells goes right in between the execute as well. So, well, yes, 2 of them will get over towards ramp. They're not going to be able to move forward here. We can see as well, Redo continuing to hold the line as more players from TLP rotate into assist with this as well. The entire execute has been stopped, and it's down to a 2v4 just mere seconds into the round here on the pistol. Caloretta trying to brute force their way here. Weren't expecting an immediate reaction and now have to face the consequences.
I mean, what an insane read from TLP, and it works out, John. They stuff them on the A site. Not a single opportunity given to Caloretta. Did a 50-50 shot there as to which site Caloretta goes to, and they choose correctly. Caloretta simply tried to fly in off their blast packs and everything else, but just right into the open arms of Control. So they'll be able to get the first one, and backed up by Redo here as well perfectly. Either way you slice it, beautiful round from the defense, and it's going to get them on the right foot here. And so we'll be starting things off. Obviously, the second round more than likely going their way as well. They'll have the Spectres walking into this one. Caloretta obviously not going to be too happy about this. 2 Sheriff buys, as well as keeping everyone else on Classics. Not even a little bit of cash to try and get them on the board for the second one.
Sacred continuing to hold his own position here. Oh man, once again, the aggression from TLP is just too much to deal with. Redo moving forward, controls as well, sneaking 1 frag in there with the paint shells. It's over already. Mar's not going to be able to pull off the 1v5. I'll just say it. If it happens, I will gladly eat my words. But let's wait here and see, as TLP actually have not locked down on Mar's position just as of yet. The first challenger is going to encroach upon him in just a second, though, over towards Mail. He might not even actually notice it, as it's the hard corner in Mail, as he tries to push himself up to the top of it here. Don't expect it. Gets the angle, but Tillo will still win it. It's a flawless hold from TLP as they get out, move into double-digit territory.
I mean, this is just looking like a completely different TLP from what we saw from yesterday. And really, John, it's mostly from what we're seeing with the team playing off of Controls' efforts, as well as what Redo has been able to create with the guiding lights inside of this game. This is something you and I both highlighted yesterday, is a Redo, although he wasn't able to get crazy, amount of frags yesterday, he was still finding really good, play inside of those guiding lights and creating a lot of opportunities for his team to find these frags. And now, especially with, what we're seeing from Controls, it just seems so impossible for Caloretta to have these solid openings. They've had it a handful of times here, but this is a huge difference from what we saw from Split yesterday.
Sacred continuing to wait out for a potential opportunity to move in with the rest of his team. That's going to be the holdup, though, for him, as the rest of his team still trying to maintain positions over here inside of mid and eventually get into an executable spot from mid to move to male here. Powa, switch over to his POV. He's just going to be patiently waiting on the A site. Not a whole lot of pressure building up against him, although we do have the Killjoy from Calaretta built up in that position also, but that's just a watch for lurks from the defenders more than anything, as he will eventually regroup this main bulk of players. It's either going to move in through vents or obviously work their way up towards male. Just waiting for that decision to be called. The spike is in position to go towards B, but like I said, we've got openings all over the place here for Calaretta, so I don't think have even made the call just as of yet. Sacred also starting to creep his way out onto the site. They're hoping that either Sacred or Aqua can get something to ignite this forward, but ultimately, it's looking like they're going to fall in on Heaven here to try to take that B control. Already being read by TLP as well, as they're going to move their Raze into position to counter that. Tilo also seemingly having the correct read on this lurk from Aqua. Aqua with some good timing. Might still be able to sneak past it. Very, very tense round, and they're going to leave this down to the final few seconds before they even start moving in. Aqua, yes, will get that kill against Tilo, but Controls immediately changes it with less than 15 seconds left now. Calaretta are trying to force the execute onto the B site with very mixed results here. Not even going to be able to get them their plan opportunity potentially, and there you go. Time is up. Mar can't get it done, even though he brings it to a 1v2. The timer expires, and the indecision from Calaretta is going to cost them as TLP move up to 11, and Mar goes down after the timer.
I mean, what else can you possibly say? Calaretta had everything there to try and execute on the B site, but it's just mistimed, and they're able to... It's just so rough, man. It's so unfortunate. They try and flood out of B main here, but immediately headed off by Papa Smurf. Outside of that, you know, there's really not much more that they can do. After Papa Smurf's able to get those 2 big kills, you really don't have any space to work with more. I mean, you're able to outlast the bodies, obviously, because you have more than they do, just by proxy of how that round was played. But, I mean, still, I mean, what are you supposed to do, especially when Mar's able to exist on site? It's just very poor play from Calaretta right now. They really can't get too much done with these guiding lights. We're just not really seeing enough out of... you know, Mar, what they're able to do with him on this side and trying to get out some of these deeper players. So for TLP, I mean, you got to be happy with what you've been able to do thus far, because you've been looking unstoppable up against Calaretta here. This is a huge, huge difference. I cannot overstate it enough from what we saw yesterday. Speaking of Mar, he's able to get something done here, but Controls, he's killing everybody through utility. He doesn't even need guns to achieve what he's doing right now. He'll be able to take out Yoshi as well, as it all goes down to Sacred, the top frag from Calaretta. He has plenty of time, but doesn't currently have the spike, and they're hunting as well.
Sacred will find out Controls, so at least keep some hope alive here from Calaretta in the final minute of this round. Going to have more aggression coming out against him soon from behind him, however. Needs to try and catch it, and now might be time for him to get slated out if he's not careful here. Work his way back up.
30 seconds
into
left.
the A site. The waiting arms, potentially another member of this squad, and there you go. Powa sitting in the wings here, catches Sacred out, shuts him down, and secures the 12th round for TLP. Only one more needed for them. For their folks on the other side of the table, though, on Calaretta, they now need 8 consecutively. They have not been able to pull off yet. Outside of this game, or I think any series for that matter.
Well, you've definitely got to feel for Calaretta right now, because everyone except Sacred is just constantly feeling the wrath of Controls. And outside of Controls, you still have to deal with Papa Smurf as well as Powa, who've all had their own individual plays that have just really pushed this game to the edge, at least for Calaretta's sake. They haven't been able to produce all that much outside of what Sacred's doing, and really he's just been able to get the frags that the rest of his teammates haven't been able to find. And he's going to do it yet again here, but he's immediately traded out by Powa, and now we're presenting with the lower half of Calaretta. What will they be able to do? Well, they take down Controls, and that's actually going to be a very solid start. She was trying to showstopper out of Male, and well, they found some space over here as well. This will be backed up by the Seekers. Deal with one more on-site. He's here as well. Beautiful shot here from Chansey as he'll finally come online. But what a time to do it. Currently 4-12, and TLP will be in the clutch here, as the B side will be Calaretta's for the taking.
Time gets down, and Calaretta inches closer to survival here. The first step of 8 needed to get them into OT and a chance to still win this map. TLP, though, Not necessarily giving up from the looks of things on this play here. Still going to make an attempt to get back into the site. Ultimately, they do have a lurk working against them from mid-vents, coming out from, I think that's going to be Aqua trying to mount towards that. There we go. Yep, Aqua walking up. He's going to get caught by Papa Smurf. Great situational awareness, as always, here from the Viper on TLP. Cuts down the first player in the site. Unfortunately, the same. That situational awareness cannot be said for Tilo, as he misses out the player at the top corner rafters. We will see the Sage shut it down, and a 5th round go on the board for Caloretta.
Well, a long time coming, but they're finally able to get it done, and very fortunate that they shut down the controls flying through that nebula inside of mid. That could have been a decisive moment right there. Luckily enough, Chansey also stepping up to the plate in a huge way in that round for the offense. Triple kill for him, but we need a lot more than that. Only 6 kills on the board right now. Had 3 prior to that. So now Caloretta, 7 more times they have to go through this exact same thing. Pull these rounds away from TLP. I'll have some things to work through here. As you can see, TLP still with plenty of utility on deck to try and deal with this Caloretta offense, especially leaning over towards this A site. Stars down, and also Powa and AR at range here. Able to tag some people in through that cage, but doesn't get too much damage dealt here. Caloretta not exactly showing face just yet. They've been able to move across, and yes, this has indeed pulled a few members of TLP this way. It's also procced the Seekers as well, so they'll be forced to back up just a little bit, but now they've popped their lockdown, and this is going to lock out most of the A site as well as Heaven. They'll box them out, but Salah's going to stick around. He'll trade himself out here. Chance he'll be able to get the gun upgraded, and as you said, unfortunately, Sacred blowing himself sky high as well, and all of it's going to be for naught. It's all down to Mar, and well, he's got to reload, John, and we know what that means. Well, it's not going to mean his death immediately. He'll actually get a magazine in. No one's going to flood him up until later. He'll go down, and Caloretta only with 5 rounds on a map that they were able to win against TLP yesterday.
Great performance from TLP, though. Once again, learning quite a bit from their fray against this team yesterday. And as we've seen, coming in with a great performance. And you can see this here from the scoreboard, too. Not necessarily like topping it out to a huge degree. Yes, they were the dominant team, but look at the scoreboard. That only makes sense at 13-5 there. The real key thing is what they've learned, how they've adapted the strategy, and more importantly, just how well it is working here against Caloretta, as they could seemingly do nothing there to stop a lot of the efforts coming out from the folks on TLP.
Yeah, honestly, it's a big difference from what we saw from yesterday. I mean, just looking at the scoreboard from TLP for this map, you want to know who the biggest fragger was yesterday for this map, John? It was Tillo. And Tillo was still playing Astra. The biggest difference for this roster right now has got to be controls. He looks insane inside of these moments. Perfect openers. He had 6 first bloods inside of that game as well. Whereas just on this map alone yesterday, Zombie, the Jet from yesterday's matchup, excuse me, he didn't have any of these openings or plants, and in fact, he only had an ACS of a 182 in comparison to what Controls was able to do today. So they found the fragging power, and this is being backed up from the rest of the roster as well, especially Power stepping up in a big way. So I'm happy that TLP has been able to do this, but this next map coming up, this is going to throw a wrench into a lot of plans. So I'm super excited for this one.
That's the curveball from Caloretta coming up next as we'll head into their pick, moving over to Breeze for our second map, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us, and when we come back, we'll have this battle continue to see who's moving forward to take on Third Impact in the lower bracket finals. And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational.
Well, it's
Yes?
a little rough, John. Hold on one second. There we go. All right.
What?
The hair was a
Oh,
little.
oh,
hair was
okay,
a little
sorry.
rough right there for a second. All right, we're
Didn't
good. Now we can start. Now you're allowed.
Didn't mean to interrupt your grooming
Thank you.
session.
Thank
Anyway,
you.
let's get back into the discussion of this matchup here. As TLP give us a bit of a surprise there on map number 1. It is their map pick, obviously, but based on the results we saw yesterday, I think there was an expectation that Cal Reddit was going to come out at least with a competitive score line on that one if we saw TLP win. But we don't even get that. TLP dominate at 13-5, and now we get ready to go over here over to Breeze, which is Cal Retta's pick, a potential curveball, but could be a potential death knell as well if TLP is ready for that challenge.
Yeah, the bell could be sound here. So it'll be our second map, folks. Breeze. I've been talking about for most of this analysis and everything. This is going to be the curveball. There's really no other way to put it. Breeze, a map that you never get to see too often inside of competitive Valorant, and one that you and I will be casting for the very first time. So definitely excited to do that as well. But after what we had just seen on Split, personally, I am definitely leaning in the favor of TLP, especially after what Controls was able to do at an ACS of 313, which isn't insane in and of itself. Like, it's pretty up there, but I mean, just what he was able to do inside of the opening of these rounds, he just had so much influence. It really pushed them over the edge for that game, and I think he can do it yet again here on Breeze.
Now, I will say, once again, going into this matchup, the consistency of some of those players, like Controls, is going to be a bit of a question as we move into it, because there was some problems like that, specifically for the person who is now, or for the person who eventually would now be replaced by Controls, which was going to be Zombie yesterday. Very hit or miss results on a map-to-map basis, so hopefully that issue isn't going to pop up here for Controls. If it doesn't, there's a very, very strong core being built up here now on the TLP side, and the two power players here between Controls, as well as what we got at a Papa Smurf in that map, that more than likely is going to be enough to fulfill every sort of fragging capability they need going inside of this. However, if that falters away, once again, we are going to need to see someone else on the team step up to do so. More importantly, we need to see what the agent setups look like, because we have not seen either of these teams play this map on stream. This is the first time we've actually got this map on stream the entire tournament. So let's see how the potential agent selects are going to change up now.
Okay, so Breeze, as we were talking about in the pregame, it's a very, very unique map, folks. And the reason that it's so very unique is, number one, it's quite large and in charge, and it's very open in the way that it's built. The A site's a little bit more claustrophobic than the B site, but there's a couple of things that stand true. Number one, you're going to want a good Viper. She's almost a necessity when it comes to this map, mainly because of her toxic screen. You really want to break up a lot of lines of sight, and who better to do it than a woman that carries a massive screen all the time? So they're going to be going with that on both sides. Papa Smurf obviously will be playing that for TLP. Also have it over on the other end, but it's pretty expected as to what we've seen from both of these agent selects. We're going to be getting the Jets in. I believe we also had a Cypher working its way in there, but we'll be able to talk about it more once we get in, folks. And luckily enough, it starts now. Breeze is our second map, as we'll be jumping right into it.
Let's load into it, ladies and gentlemen, and see what these two teams have to offer us. This is one that the teams have been very, very timid to even step foot on. It's pretty much instantly been banned out in most of our series and left out of the pool if not. So let's see now if both Calretta and TLP are going to be ready for the challenge. Calretta's pick, TLP currently in the lead of the series at 1-0. They're also going to get the defensive start here. So let's see if that will yield them an advantage. They'll be prioritizing the A site heavily here for their defense in the first couple of rounds, stacking 3 players onto it, leaving one in middle, and then putting, once again, just one more, played by Tillo, over on B.
You can already see a little bit of a different opinion forming here for Breeze. Calretta starting on offense could have influenced this choice as well. They'll be doubling down on their duelists. Yoshi, which we saw yesterday playing a lot of that jet, he'll be here, but Sacred as well. Moving away from the previous duelist and the likes of Raze. We did assume that she would go by the wayside here. No, picking up the Reyna instead, that duelist combo we usually end up seeing. As for TLP, they won't have that. Their jet will get lit up early here, but they will also end up bringing in that Cypher that we were talking about before instead. And speaking of which, Altilla's going to lose his life. It'll be Chansey to start us off for the offense as they'll take control of the B site. It's been all Chansey thus far. The spike, though, still way back inside of spawn. And actually, TLP not moving forward. They know that that's not the spike, but they don't have anybody in this area. Looks like they want to try and play B for a retake.
Everyone's eventually going to funnel in through B main here and take the control for themselves. Powa should be able to hear at least some of this working its way in, but if not, actually, as he's rotated pretty far away, that plant's going to go down scot-free. Cowred is going to have the time they need to set up post-plant, which is very important on this open site as well, especially on pistol. You can see quite a few of these guys getting chipped off on their way back to a good cover spot. Was Redo, and the rest of the team tries to swing in. It seems they've taken a bit too much time to get in positions to do so here. Sacred already lining up one long angle here to take these guys out. Powa trying to throw in the shock darts that he has available here to do some damage to the backline, but it's just not working. Yoshi and Sacred clean up 2 additional players here. Powa's going to be the last to fall as Sacred gets his own personal third on the round, and Caloretta take control of the pistol with a slow lead up to start things, but once they get that access to B, it's pretty easy going for them from that point.
Yeah, and really what I want to talk about is the access and how unbelievably easy it was. It was basically like a touchpad on your front door. You just tap it, walk right in. That was really it. I mean, Tillo giving up the bag really on that B side. He starts to push forward, but there really wasn't any decision made yet by Caloretta as to how they wanted to do things on their side of things. So just really overstepping in that sense, but it's nothing that TLP can't fix later. Remember, this is still very early beginnings, folks. Although this round probably going to be very difficult for them, and it'll more than likely go Caloretta's way. They're going to have guns soon enough.
Continuing his sneak forward further up the map here, but Papa Smurf is ready for the challenge to come out of the caves once again. He'll take out the first player to challenge that. He's going to open up the doorway here to try to make their way forward. Mar as well will be able to trade out onto Papa Smurf, opening a path forward for Caloretta over onto the A site, with the rest of the team able to take the control they need closer in the mid-doors area. As Chansey to move his way back over here, challenges the rope retake from Redo and takes him out. It's a good position. May very well secure the victory from Caloretta as Aqua and the rest of the on-site players are managing that relatively as well. Mar with one more shutdown, gonna leave only the Sova alive. Powa now stuck in a 1v4. He's gotta be careful because he knows Chansey is somewhere around this hallway area, but able to cipher him out so easily. So Chansey's eventually just gonna be able to take Powa down due to the pure raw gun advantage in that situation more than anything. Caloretta will establish a 2-0 lead.
And finally, here's where the rubber hits the road. This is a round that we always try and wait for, honestly, when it comes to Valorant competitive. I mean, the pistol round decides quite a bit. It decides who gets the 2-round advantage, but this round here coming up is where everyone has guns and things get a heck of a lot more fun, especially if you're a TLP member right now, because you're the one that ends up getting them. All except for Papa Smurf. Unluckily enough, he has to actually buy in for his utility instead, so he'll be forced onto a sheriff here, at least for this round. Rededicating his utility early here to A main, but nothing really going down there just yet. Still holding off a couple of people as Sacred will take down controls in mid. Pushing things forward here, not too far though. Is TLP still playing things pretty close to the chest. Aqua getting taken, well, at least taking some heat here inside of A main. Not gonna be able to land his shots though, as Yoshi will be the first kind to do that. Papa Smurf to fall as things have gotten somewhat awkward here around the A site. Just shots not being able to land, but now Redo, how has he done this? He's gotten in behind them, simply waiting to see what he can get done. And oh my, he handles the situation so well. The trigger discipline works into his favor. He stops the plant, wipes the Sova off the map, and now gives the defense an opportunity to win this. Power tagging on as well, but oh, it was ill-advised to get the arrows out there. Had to commit to the gun instead, and he's left Redo inside of a 1 versus 2 with spike control.
Flank from Redo is excellent, but without the rest of the team holding on the site, it's all going to not matter at the end of the day here. Sacred with another multi-kill, 4 inside of this round for himself, nearly gets the ace this time as TLP fall to pieces inside of their first full investment there. And Caloretta continue to give us a strong performance here. TLP going to have to invest into it once again, but once more, as you might expect at this point, just going to be sheriffs and a single marshal for Papa Smurf. Caloretta very much in the driver's seat. It's not going to be stopping anytime soon by the looks of things.
The most surprising thing so far for these eco rounds is that we're not seeing more marshals. You know, it is Breeze, very long angles, and the sheriff's pretty great and all that, but if you hit a headshot with the marshal at range, it still kills people. So, it can be a better option to look into if you guys are interested in that for some of those longer ranges. But if you can't hit your shots with that scope, the sheriff, never a bad option. Always up there in the secondaries. Yoshi should be able to get one. Sacred with another. Everything going down currently inside of Elbow, and all it's going to lead to is more TLP death. Everyone getting healed here. Controls will have the cutoff inside of mid with the sheriff, and he won't be able to land shots initially. They know where he is, and this is more likely going to work its way out pretty easy in favor of the offense, and it will. Sacred will take down Controls. A guiding light out here. It's only one lone member, and Ridu's getting pegged up to the walls. He tries to escape, but Aqua, he'll just let it sing, and it'll catch Ridu in the back of the head. It's 4 rounds now for Calretta.
An easy time so far here for Calretta, especially on the anti-eco rounds where they're shutting down TLP without too much of an issue. When someone's able to sneak in from the back line, as we've seen a couple of times from Ryu there. Even that not making much of a difference to the overall outcome of the round. Calretta still in control of the large majority of these situations. Full investment on the table here, at least for TLP once again. So they've got that heated arsenal to try and win out a round finally here and stop this lead from growing too far too quickly against their favor here. As Calretta running away with it right now at 4-0, but TLP finally going to have a chance to stop this. Controls has the operator to play off of as well. Won't get baited by Yoshi here on the initial hop out from Caves, but that's going to act more as a distraction so they can hit him with the Owl Drone. Redo probably not going to be spotted there by the Trailblazer unless they were able to get that sound cue info a couple seconds before it faded away. Redo, though, still going to push out to try and take the fight down the main hallway, but Sacred going unspotted that entire time. Works out perfectly to sneak in against Redo, get the kill himself. Now Controls is going to try to get aggressive here against the push. Will sneak forward. That's the spike going down as well. Chansey dropped from the op. Papa Smurf picking up another one deeper in the site, but he'll be exchanged by Mar. A missed shot from Controls might mean his death, and indeed it will, as Aqua takes him down. And leaves only 2 defenders standing for TLP.
Spike planted.
Go quiet as the spike will get planted. Recon dart out to try and suss out some more information on site. It'll tag up Aqua, which leads Powa right into his own shock bolts here. And deal some damage to his doppelganger, but won't happen. Tello, though, with solid positioning to actually oversee the site, but he's given up everything early here. All information goes the way of Mar, and he'll be able to capitalize on both kills as they line up almost perfectly for him, playing at the ramps to mid doors. And TLP just not able to get around or really kills on deck just yet. The highest amount of frags collected by a single member, 2 currently. That's 3 separate people at 2 and 5. This is just not looking like their map.
They have no chance, it seems, on the opening engagements. And while they are trading out inside of the actual spike of sites here, such as we're seeing right now, ultimately it's not making much of a big difference when it comes down to the overall outcome of the round. Is just like I said at the beginning of the last round, Calretta is still in control of the most important position, still usually has a player count advantage by 1 doors, at least even in that powerful position. They're really being pushed out of it. Bit of a change up this time as Calretta is going to swing themselves over onto the B site. Same as before, though. Not too much of an issue. The one player that does contest it is immediately run over because of an overwhelming force going up against them. And the retake now needs to come in for the remaining members of TLP. Sacred gets self-blinded a little bit, but that's okay. Yoshi's got the cover. Takes down Redo. He's going to allow Sacred to move over. Man, Yoshi's taking all of Sacred's kills, it seems, as he can only get 1 for himself at the end of the round. Powa goes down, and that'll be Sacred's only pickup this time.
So we had a couple of speed runs yesterday. This is starting to build up to a very similar thing here, as TLP simply cannot win on gun rounds, win on pistol rounds, or win really any round right now. It's just looking very lackluster from their defensive end. And this is mostly due to what Calretta are able to do inside of these openers. They're very harsh executes, and TLP simply cannot fight back. The crosses really aren't set up. We've had some pretty interesting plays come out, but all of it's been for naught. Controls is actually going to invest into an op again, so hoping to see some more from that, but that's the only kill that we've seen from him inside of this game was the singular round where he dashes into A main, and past that, not much happens. TLP now gets some insight here into Tube. That's really about it. Yoshi will be manning this for a little while longer, but obviously with the spike down, Calretta trying to get TLP to sweat this time around. This isn't going to be as harsh of an execute. Playing default, respecting TLP just a bit more. They know that they have guns, but Sacred, he's already made quite the move as Controls is pushed forward inside of mid, and I actually have the read on this. Instead, though, I actually have an exchange here. The Sova will go down for TLP, but Calretta losing a member of their own. Papa Smurf with a heck of a play, and finally TLP seemingly coming online. Controls will add to the tally as well. Aqua to go down and make it 2 for him. Chansey defaults her as it's only Yoshi remaining. Controls able to avoid that as well as, well, he's got the lineup and he's got the frag as well. Controls able to bring it back for TLP, and finally a round goes their way, but not before Calretta can guarantee the split half.
Controls taking, ironically enough, some of that control away from the members of Calretta here as they finally get a good on the board for themselves. And is Controls. They have to thank the most for that, exercising that great amount of pressure against Calretta, finally on the opening engagement, and more importantly, successfully putting that pressure onto them to reduce the numbers from Calretta. This is where they've dominated in every single round up until the 7th that we just played out there in the previous. So Calretta finally having a little bit of trouble being sent their way. Let's see how they look to counter it themselves. They are going to split the pressure, working its way mainly through pillar mid, as well as once again into Caves Hall. Yoshi take up position at the edge of it. Be ready to move on to the A site now. A player on the inside of the pyramids, though, can stop the initial push, but Yoshi tries to get out in the open. That only gives a cleaner shot to Controls, though, who trades him back out, allowing for TLP to still maintain overall control over the site. Could be changing up over the next few moments here as Aqua finds another frag for himself, and that takes down Controls to not only even us up at a 3v3, but remove the op presence over here from the mid hall from Defenders.
Defeated.
Oh, and speaking of removing things, Redo will be wiped off the face of the earth from Aqua.
Last
Picked up
player
that op and
standing.
now making
Spike
so
down.
much out of it, but Power with 3, he ends it so quickly. Calretta, they have an opportunity to get onto A, but they misplaced their judgment. Power simply lurking at the lower end of the pyramids. He
Last
stands
player
up and he
standing.
finds
Spike
3
down
from
A.
his spot. All coming down onto Chansey as well, and he simply can't land the shots as Power is able to adjust, and TLP come to life inside of these last 2 rounds.
Huge moves from Power right there, and as you said, TLP finally getting their footing onto the ground in a great way here as well. Calretta even seemingly bringing that round back under their control after they eliminated out the Power player here. Still not enough to win the round as Power brings himself back into the site and ultimately controls the situation for himself instead. Giving TLP a second. That's what we're talking about there. Gonna see the cave get challenged, which is really straightforward here at this point. This is how Calretta has been proceeding for the large majority of this. They are going to bring out the Viper's Pit as well on the edge of the site. Sacred, just before the Plume gets in his way, catches Redo, trying to go for an early rotate deeper into the site. Now a clean plant opportunity going down. Well, not going to be entirely clean. A snake bite does go down and limit some of our attackers' potential for a few seconds. But thankfully, the Viper's Pit is covering them, and Sacred is covering everybody here as he's ripping his way through the lineup yet again, bringing it all down to just Controls once more, who will also fall here. And 1 round, or 2 rounds, I guess you could say, after we finally see TLP getting themselves on the board, Calretta immediately take back that control for themselves.
And hey, it's just like we were talking about in some of the pregame, man. For Calretta, Sacred and Yoshi are those fraggers. We've seen some other people step up. We've seen Chansey have some really good games, but Chansey's kind of been on the back burner for a while now, more of a supporting role, and Sacred and Yoshi have stepped up to the plate in a serious way, especially Sacred this time around, as everybody can see. Don't really need to tell you guys that one. You have eyeballs. 16-4-2 for him currently. Aqua is still going to be rocking the op for the offense as well, as he'll continue to try and bowl over TLP and continue to try and abuse this lead. Control's trying to step up with the Marshall. He'll tag up 1, but the second kill will be able to actually hit. That kill secured. Pushing through here with Redo. Has a Cloudburst to be able to knock off a couple of these angles, and Control's now searching for this gun, but I don't believe he was able to find it, unfortunately, enough for him. Trying to switch things out, but it was even deeper down the ramp. I don't even think that the Cloudburst were going to be able to get that, but literally blew that guy straight out of his own pants and ended up blowing that gun all the way across the field instead. But either way, they'll be happy with the initial frags that they've been able to get. Calretta now leaning towards B site here.
Papa Smurf spots the challenge coming in from Calretta. Flash out against Papa Smurf, but it won't matter. He's able to tap his way to a kill against Mar. Yoshi will now exchange it. That should be a plant, at least, going into the hands of Calretta. But what else beyond that they're going to be able to leverage for themselves is very much up in the air here. As you can see, this is going to be in a very exposed site position. They won't have a whole lot of cover to play from. They're going to be forced into getting aggressive here when the need arises for it. We can already see everyone from TLP rotating in. Yoshi catching the first of these players. See how much further they can go. One more kill, and they're back on their footing here. And that's a good start. Yoshi and Aqua both finding picks yet again. Calretta bringing this back from the brink as Power, now the only one that's left. He's already at low HP. Scanned out by the Aldro Dart as well, and Yoshi cleans it up with a 4th kill. Beautiful work from Calretta.
Once again, Calretta impressing on this offensive half. Yoshi currently 12-2. Incredible stuff from him. But I like the idea that we had from TLP here. Let's not oversight that. They try to push out mid, get early aggression. So looking for that counter after they get that initial frag would have seriously helped out Control's chances, but it didn't seem to matter too much at the end of the day. They're not able to get that on board, and luckily enough for them, that means they have to buy back in. Papa Smurf obviously has to try and keep that utility up rather than the gun, so he'll be on Spectre this time around, but they seriously need these next two. Otherwise, Caloretta, they're making this look a lot like what TLP did on Split. Yoshi will be pushing forward. Tello with the first kill. Fortunately enough, it'll be on to Sacred. Can he get the second though? No, Yoshi with the adjustment. He'll take him out. And the Blade Swarm's popped as well. He's looking for more. He's looking for blood. He's got one more shot, and he can't land it. TLP, I don't know what they've done, how they've been able to find this stroke of luck, but they've achieved it. It's all down to Aqua. He's got an op, and he's trying to push forward. Can't land his shots, trying to oversee this spike right now. He'll have to switch to the back end of Cave, but it'll be defused before he's able to get there. It's a team ace as the defusal will go down, and Power will be able to take him out as well, but actually not going to grab the op there, strangely enough. Instead, well, actually, no. Did one of them end up grabbing it? There's two of those now. I didn't see him motion there, but either way, they already had two ops on deck, and I just didn't see it.
They might have already had two under their control at that point. They've been floating that idea a couple of times earlier on in the half. It'll get close attention to the weapons at the start of every round, so I'm not entirely sure if that was carried forward. It is going to be here, though, now, so they will take that into this final round with them. And once again, Caloretta will still have a full arsenal themselves with a still 5-round lead in their favor. The economy has been kind to them this half, so they've been able to leverage through the losses they've sustained. Really pull by this entire time. For the TLP that have really been struggling to make anything happen themselves. The Viper's pick goes down on B. That's pretty irrelevant from the actual action. Caloretta are barnstorming out onto the A site once again and are being pretty successful with it. Aqua getting one with the Hunter's Fury, and Sacred outright fragging from that deep corner he always goes to.
The stomping ground's taken over yet again for Caloretta, and that'll be a confirmed spike down, and practically a confirmed round at this point. It's literally only one lone soul. It's Papa Smurf, as he'll be able to at least give himself away for Sacred, but that's going to be a round going the way of Caloretta. 9-3 on Caloretta's offensive half. They're looking dominable at this point on this map. I don't really know what you do from the defensive side here to try and stop them, especially given the fact that, well, they simply had more utility walking into this one. I mean, plenty of stuns here for Caloretta to abuse. TLP, they're worse for wear in that department. They doubled down on the defensive site utility, trying to pick up the Cypher to try and hold back a couple of these plant attempts, but they were just losing bodies way too early inside of those rounds to try and do anything when it came to, you know, staving off a plant attempt in that fashion. So now for Caloretta, they're on the defensive end. They've got things set up. They'll be playing two players here towards the tube space, or towards tunnel rather, over towards the B site. Tube will actually be Papa Smurf as he immediately parades the entire thing, moves forward, hits the button, and this is looking like they've simply wrapped themselves around the A site.
A fine death.
Already finding an opening frag to allow them in as well, but the double doors leading to mid. Out from the A site there. Also have a challenge from Caloretta. However, they have to rotate away. There's far too much presence coming in from TLP for them to successfully challenge. Not to mention, of course, that could happen. Oh, great shot from Controls on the follow-up as well. Right after the shock dart takes out one of the two sitting there. The second goes down. Sacred will be able to exchange elsewhere on the map as he begins to work his way in from the caves to start a flank. Chansey also going to try to hop back into this engagement as well, but Chansey very quickly lining himself up to get overwhelmed, but never mind. Holds his own here with Sacred finding another pick. Sacred can just hop onto the spike here, and there we go. Sacred cleans it all up. That's going to be his 4th kill on this pistol. Absolutely shutting down everyone from TLP there, as they try to set themselves up in a fairly haphazardly put together post plant that they never really expected anybody to come back in from caves, and that's where, again, our Reyna on Caloretta shuts it all down.
Never expecting the sneaky Reyna off rip.
Sacred is absolutely crazy right now. 23-7. Though.
That's
already
what I'm
interrupt, but I want to point that out.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I mean, it's like what I was talking about with you before the game. I mean, if we see Sacred step up, especially on this duelist role, he's pretty hard to stop. And we were expecting Control to be a little bit more inside of this map, I think, and it just really hasn't happened. They haven't had a way to try and shut him down, and Sacred's getting away with quite a bit. I mean, just inside of that round, he just simply proved why you buy up into sheriffs for certain agents. And Reyna's definitely one of those agents. If you're getting aggressive, you want to have that in your hand, at least for that pistol. But now it's looking like TLP have came to their senses. It's going to be 2 kills early here as well as a spike plant, but don't count them out of it just yet. Still some powerful people at B here for Colorado. Although Papa Smurf, he'll take down
One
Yoshi.
enemy
He's
remaining.
looking for more.
TLP quickly rebounding here in the second of the half. Sacred, though, going to try and make up the difference. We'll see. This is a bit of a far cry even for him at this point, although he's certainly making his best effort about it. Judge found on the ground. I believe he found the Marshall in his current position, too, but there we go. Tillo going to outwin him as he finds him over at the top of mid in the nest, taking him down, setting up finally a fourth round there for TLP.
Well, now I'm sorry, because the knife really caught me off guard there. I didn't know it was like a full arch all the way around. That's actually pretty sick. But either way, Smurf and the remainder of TLP finally able to get some things done against this Colorado defense, although it was a buy-in for them. Did get some upgrades here, and now this is going to end up, splitting this round in a couple of different ways here, at least for the buys. Obviously, Sacred, with the amount of kills that he was able to muster across these last 2 rounds, he'll be able to get a Vandal. That's some serious influence for what goes on forward. But oh no, he gets taken out early. The Trailblazer actually tags him up, and Powa will be able to secure the kill. Papa Smurf has already moved up their tube as well, and he's taken down Aqua. This has blown the A site wide open. No longer is Colorado allowed to exist in this space.
Tillo able to start things off on the site there with his first pickup. Yoshi, despite the elimination of his teammate there, still going to be fighting things out. So will Mar. Mar not going to be able to put up much of a fight, unfortunately. Yoshi does manage to scavenge himself a Bulldog to play with here, so maybe going to be a save, but yeah, no, not really worth saving that type of a gun, so we'll just run into the site once again. Try and make a play. Does bring one of the members of TLP quite low with a headshot, but that's not enough to get the kill. He's quickly taken down by Papa Smurf. TLP fighting back here now after losing the pistol, rebounding on the second round, and seemingly taking control at this point. They go up 5-10.
I'm absolutely loving this play here from Papa Smurf, and I'm really surprised that we haven't had someone placed here as a blocker for this initial take of A, because it's been the exact same thing time and time again. Yeah, Papa Smurf push immediately up tube, get to the door position, play his smoke for the doors on the opposite side of this area, and then just simply hold that space, because it makes playing the backside of the pyramids almost impossible if he does gather control of that. It looks like he's going for it yet again here, and we're going to have very similar results. Chansey will go down early, have a snake bite out here, but oh no, look at this. Aqua, he adjusts away from the inside of tube. He goes outside to try and deal with it on the staircase, and he'll lose his life as well. Caloretta do not have an answer for this play.
One enemy
Tillo
remaining.
fighting Mar for free as well, completely removed any comeback potential in this situation from Colorado. Yoshi can't put up the fight either. The snowball going the other direction here now as TLP takes yet another round, and Colorado forced to go on to an eco one more time after this as well. The gun round does not pan out in their favor. They're back onto the Sheriff buy. This is looking like a very easy run for the comeback here at this point for TLP, but we have to wait and see if they can complete it. Still need 3 more rounds, I believe. Sorry, 4 more rounds to get the job done and tie us up at 10-10.
I'll be really honest, I don't understand the fact of Aqua being scared in this position. I mean, you're Sova. You have recon at your disposal. You have an owl drone. You have these things to be able to affect Papa Smurf through that smoke and have some semblance of control over that space where you can actually fight him or have your teammates help you in a certain way. But that's not being done. I mean, now they'll be able to get the lead pick. Aqua will make an adjustment here. We'll see Papa Smurf going for, once again, very similar plays. Door will be opened, and obviously this is going to be a telltale sign of what's going on here. Smurf only looking for something, but doesn't exactly know what just yet. He has that snake bite out and ready. Seemingly aware of Yoshi's position here as the offense as well. Smurf will be shut out once again here on the door. A guiding light in, and it'll blind Smurf, though they're well aware that he's still pushing up here. Not gonna want to open that door just yet. So continue to try and play this out. Now we'll get another frag, and beautiful move here from Smurf. He'll be able to take down one on the other end, but this has been such an awkward round thus far. You can see Aqua constantly closing the door on the other side. He's just occupying the button. He is going to get marked from this, and that's going to be an easy kill for Powa. That's going to blow the round wide open finally. As well, chance to be able to get one, make it two. There's no way he gets away with this. He's going to also be able to create space. Tillo, no! Tillo, yes! It's a right click for him. He'll take out Chansey. I thought he had the opportunity, but Tillo simply runs at him to shut it down in TLP. They keep their hopes alive.
I don't even blame Chansey for trying to use the Viper's Pit in that situation. That was so close to being an incredible clutch. That, let's be real, he had no business making it that close in the first place here. Once again, TLP giving us a clinic on the execute here. No problem at all getting themselves onto the site. Save for, killing... Let me get this. Save for killing Aqua by the door and the slowdown that happened as a result of that, which that was just more of a funny thing than really anything significant in my opinion. For the most part, TLP do not have an issue getting onto the site there. They take their time. They are careful not to over-aggress because of that issue at the door. What am I talking about? We got another execute going on here. Control's moving his way in. Quickly takes down Chansey. Aqua trades that out, but he'll be overwhelmed by a guiding light, and Rito will only be able to translate one. Sacred's back in this fight now. He trades out for two here. Mar trying to shut it all down, and he'll do it as he also gets two, and Calretta finally get an 11th round.
And that's what we needed to see from Calretta. The delivery on that round. Swinging straight through A, knew what TLP's idea was. They have not gone to B the entire time, but I mean, still, that shot from Controls was absolutely absurd. Redo able to back it up as well, but finally seeing Sacred come in convincing fashion on the A site, and in perfect time as well. We've seen him get some very big frags here, but it's usually past the point of no return for Calretta. This time around, a big difference. TLP, though, they're not slowing down in the slightest. In fact, they're going back to what was working, and it's Papa Smurf pushing up too. Yoshi's here now, though. He's going to be playing very, very forward. Taking a lot of tick damage, and the op will work out. Papa Smurf shut down finally in this position, and this is more than likely the A site not given away.
I know
It's
exactly.
actually going to be a complete change-up for the looks of things for TLP as they no longer had confidence in their A execute. We do see the neural theft coming out there as well, I believe, from the TLP side of things, so giving out the intel as to what the B site setup looks like specifically here. They know that only Mar is defending it. Mar is called for assistance from Yoshi and eventually Aqua, but that's going to be a good 5 to 10 seconds away here, and you can see TLP are already on the site. Controls is in position, looking to try and isolate out Mar, but Mar is playing this smart. He's not overexposing. He's buying the time for the rotates, and the cavalry is here. Yoshi taking out the first bit of them, but Powa immediately trading on to Mar. Controls as well takes out one of these rotators as Aqua is going to fall next. Everyone here ready to fight in the site. TLP needs to be the one to move out here in the next 30 seconds. They're fairly close to the plant, but they still have Yoshi on the back of the site, causing problems and preventing them from putting the spike down on the ground. They're going to force it regardless, as they think they have the angle from behind the pillar, and they're correct about that. It goes down. Hunter's Fury going to bust out here as well, try to figure out where the Viper's position is. They do get the one shot, now two off, and Controls will shut it all down as Yoshi is finally forced out of position and into his grave.
Controls with this op right now is just insane. I mean, simply saw the elbow of Yoshi. I'm pretty sure they saw the same amount of hitbox as each other and still able to find that frag. What a kill here. Yoshi creates a decent amount of space here initially, but when it comes down to this last bit, he's not able to do much. And the biggest thing here for both of these squads, the reason we reached that moment is nobody really has smokes to affect anything. I mean, yeah, Yoshi can try and throw out some, cloud bursts, same as Controls to try and create some space here, but those cloud bursts don't last very long. They're very flash in the pan kind of thing to try and create some semblance of something, but just don't last long enough to really assist your team in crossing those angles and trying to get a spike down. But either way, quickly getting into the next round, and TLP are making it look easy so far. Papa Smurf back inside a tube. He'll be able to get two off of it as well, and the A site blown wide open once again, but where's the spike at? It's all the way in the back. Powell's got to get a hold of that, and we'll rush that back into A to have a pretty easy plan.
Sacred gonna try to do something here. What that thing is still yet to be seen, and unfortunately probably won't be much, as Papa Smurf just has the winning angle to shut this down and give TLP a flawless round. The attacks so strong for both teams, but the defense is showing their weaknesses to the truest extent. We're getting very close to that comeback. Only 3 rounds separate TLP from a tie game at 11-11 now.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much more to say outside of that. I mean, it's been a constant A hit here for TLP. Calretta seriously haven't had an answer time and time again for Papa Smurf. His play isn't exactly the craziest thing here. You know, we've only really seen one harsh counter to this, and it was Yoshi stepping up with the op. But now you can see they put 2 people in this area. The jig is up, but Papa Smurf, he's not going here this time around. No. And that's because he's got the Viper's Pit. So he's going to use that right now to create even more space on A for them to work around. If anybody steps inside, it's more than likely their demise. But no, Sacred finds the gap. Smurf, he's paying attention so strictly so to the front of the smoke that he's not worried about Sacred. But Tillo, luckily enough, has the refrag. So the A site still had an opportunity here for the offenders to get something done, but as Powell loses his
Spike
spike,
down
I mean,
A.
this is looking like it's gone fully south, and that Caloretta will finally be able to reach map point here. Controls still powering forward. He's got an opportunity. Oh no, right through the
Last player
legs. I mean,
standing.
if there was a time to jump and check something, it had to be in that moment. He's got a singular bullet left, but Mars got a couple more in the mag. He'll put one through the head of Controls, and Caloretta finally found
Match
that point.
Aqua's got a guardian angel looking out for him or something, man. That timing on that jump was so unfortunate, and it was not to react to the operator. There's no way that he caught that and jumped and caught it. That was purely just coincidence in that situation. We can see it.
Wow.
Oh, I'm
Last
so
player
upset for
standing.
Controls right now, as he should have had that kill dead to rights, but just a random jump ruins his chances, and Caloretta go up to 12.
Yeah, go hug your mom, kiss your dog. I don't know, man. Go rub the lucky rabbit's
Like
foot.
if that was, if that's in a
got
ranked
your
game,
trail.
I'm like closing the client after that one. Like that's a tilter.
Like, hey guys, I'm sorry. I don't care if the game's over. I'm done
Like,
right now.
oh no.
Oh, Controls! He was feeling himself there. Not even up round, but it's ill-advised. Sacred with 2, and
Last
yeah,
player
folks, we're gonna be
standing.
going to a map 3.
Flawless.
Power, it doesn't even matter. Aqua with a triple
Defenders
kill. It's all
win.
him in the kill feed. It's all Caloretta here on Breeze. A beautiful map choice from them, and a beautiful map overall. It's 13-9 as we'll be headed to Ascent later on.
Dominance coming in from Colorado, of course, inside of the first half is what sets them up to push through this map with relative ease at 13-9. Yes, we see the struggles in the second half as they get onto the defensive side and you have to take quite a few rounds, I believe like 5 or 6 of them, in fact, to really get their feet on the ground, figure out what TLP was throwing at them, and find out some counter to it. But thankfully, due to the lead that they had built up earlier in the matchup, they only needed 4 rounds, if I'm remembering correctly, at the outset of the half, to be able to actually get up to 13. So made it a fairly easy task for themselves once those corrections were made to still win this map in their favor, sending us, as Stokes was mentioning there, to our third and final map, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to invite you to stick with us here as we go to another short break, give the players a second to do what they need to do, and then when we come back, we'll be jumping right into that third map between these two teams to once again see who will move on into the lower bracket finals against Third Impact. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational. We're getting ready to head into our third and final map now of our first match of the day, the lower bracket semifinals, which, interestingly enough, is just a rematch of the first match we had yesterday. So getting into the discussion here, we're going back to Ascent for our final map. Stoke, let's go ahead and get those maps up on the screen so people can review the previous two real quickly. As we see TLP taking the first map, 13-5. Breeze obviously going the way KOW, as they had such a hefty lead off the first half, so they take that one 13-9. And now we go back to Ascent, which was a fairly brutal map the last time we played it yesterday. Isn't that right, Stokes?
Yeah, absolutely. Ascent did end up going in the favor of TLP, but it wasn't in convincing fashion. It was 13-11, and Papa Smurf popped off to make that happen. Ended up getting 25 kills there, and overall the game was very, very close. In fact, Chansey was the second top frag inside of that game, playing the exact same role in the likes of the Astra. But today, overall, this series has been a little bit different in the way that things have been breaking down, John. And honestly, I think it's been a duelist paradise. I believe that it's Sacred versus Controls, and who can win out Ascent on that jet roll.
I'm very curious to see how Chansey's performance continues as well, because that was the one standout map we've had from that player so far of the 3 or 4 maps, I think 6 maps actually at this point, that we've seen these teams play at this point. So curious to see if that's going to be something that's map dependent, or if that was truly just kind of a passing fad that we had inside of that map where he was performing fairly well there. Away from that, though, I totally agree with you. The duelists are very much controlling the momentum pace for this game right now. That, and to some extent, how the performance for Papa Smurf goes, because he's very heavily leaning on his ability to lurk or otherwise perform for his team right now, and that's creating some issues when he's not able to accomplish that, as we've seen. Arguably, you could say the same thing for some of the players on Kawareta as well, though, when they're faltering, whether that's going to be one of their strong duelists or another member who's stepping up, they tend to have some issues performing as well.
Absolutely. And obviously we are going to have controls on that jet, but for Sacred, it could be a little bit different. This is something I wanted to touch on, actually. I know I set this up as like a jet v jet thing, but it's really not. Sacred actually doesn't really play jet. That's Yoshi's role instead, and that's something that, we've seen Yoshi have some really influential rounds, but he hasn't had such an impact as we've seen from Controls, and this is something that we're looking to change up here on Ascent if we do get him in this role. We really want to see how Yoshi does, but looking into yesterday's map here, Yoshi was actually the bottom frag for the entirety of this game, and this is where the big warning signs start going off for me, because John, he had an ACS of 87 on
Not
jet.
great.
Not great to say the least. 7 and 18, no opening bloods, no plants, no diffuses as well. So he's not really there doing what he's supposed to be doing in that role. Whereas Sacred on this map yesterday, he ended up playing Killjoy, and he ended up on the bottom of the scoreboard as well for that team. So I don't necessarily know what they go with. What do they change up walking into Ascent to really try and take it to TLP, especially with the way that they convinced us, here in this last map?
If anything, you would fully assume at this point that there has to be confidence going into Sacred to fulfill the main duelist role here. He's been doing a fantastic job of that. And considering we're going on to a set here, if they think they can fulfill the duelist needs without having that separation, they could still have it too, right? Because we were talking about how Sacred doesn't really play jet. We have seen Sacred on the Raze, though. So if they don't feel that Yoshi's going to bring the confidence to the table here to potentially fulfill the role as jet, they could very well move Yoshi onto another role, act as that support, whether it's going to be via the Sentinel or Controller. We'll obviously see here in a second, as we're going to get an agent select now. But on top of that, we could also see Sacred still go over to the Raze and to some extent bring that separation to the table if it's what they're going to want to do. So let's see, in fact, because they're not going to get rid of it. They are going to keep Yoshi on the jet. It's looking like Sacred is going to fall into the support role for this map as well. So the issues you were bringing up there, Stokes, are absolutely going to be a potential problem here for Kawareta.
Yeah, this is starting to become very worrisome, as it looks like everything's starting to slot in just like we thought it would. And honestly, let's see here. Mar, are you indeed back on? Yes, you are. Aqua will be in the very similar slot as well. Yep, back on this. And this is indeed going to be the exact same lineup. The exact same players in said exact same lineup that we saw from yesterday against this exact same team. I don't know how else to really put it for you guys, but just to reiterate that scoreline from yesterday, it was 13-11 in favor of TLP, with Papa Smurf making a huge entry on that map the top frag and the best player in the lobby with an ACS of 279. We now have a new Jet in here from yesterday as well. Remember, Zombie on that from yesterday's game, an ACS of 226 on this map, middle of the pack overall for the team, but now we have Controls, who's top fragged both maps here thus far for TOB in the wings, waiting to see what he can do here on Ascent. It's set up for TLP to take it, but can Calretta do a single thing about it?
We're certainly going to find out as the pistol round will be getting started in just a moment here. TLP will have the attacking side to start this one off with as well, so it's going to be a little bit more of an effort needed to come out from them here today in order to be successful, but we'll see how all of that pans out when we get started. There'll be a split push from TLP in the very first round, keeping themselves held back both on the outside of A and B main. Very little pressure going out into middle, except for Power. More like he's going to chuck his recon dart out here and scan it, and aside from that, yeah, the shot out, so he knows the presence is there. And this passive hold here from Calretta actually could, or rather from TLP, actually could yield some great results when you consider the fact that TLP should now be mentally prepared for this fight. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be mechanically prepared, though, as Calretta still tear through the large majority of TLP. Ultimately, though, only leaving Calretta with a +1 as it goes down to a 3v2. And those two remaining attackers, unfortunately, losing control of their spike, and I have to run back and grab it, although I don't think Calretta actually noticed they had control of it this entire time as it's sitting around the corner. Unfortunate for Tilla, though, as he will miss the free kill opportunity, but Powa will make up for it. The problem with Powa, though, he's stuck here. He just has to fight these two members remaining, and he'll take the fight. Unfortunately, lose it, and that will give the first round to Calretta.
Well, already a big change up in what Calretta's game plan is. Didn't really see any aggressive pistol rounds from them the time before, but today we're definitely getting that. They'll catch TLP off guard early, and Yoshi with some beautiful shots. This is what we expect out of him. We really want to see him having an influence on this Jet because it's a necessity at the end of the day. If he isn't here, this team is going to lose this game. Most definitely. I can tell you that with 100% confidence because Controls is more than likely not going to be missing very much inside of this one. So if you're a Calretta fan, be looking to Yoshi and what he can possibly do here on both sides of the coin. You can't just do it here on the defense. But as I say that, second round will be starting, and Controls and the rest of TLP, they won't be slowing down. They'll get red out inside of tree, though. Tillo will have a good read on the play here, going through tiles, as Calretta have not slowed up at all. But this is going to allow TLP to trade pretty efficiently, and they're going to continue that. They'll take out yet another one on site here, as Aqua will wrap this up with the bow. They'll trade down pretty damn well, as Calretta will only remain with 2.
Calretta continue to control things, though, despite the disadvantage in players going down to just 2 of them. That does mean that the bonus buy is going to be fairly light, and more than likely TLP, unless we get some real investments coming out here from Calretta, should have a fairly easy time walking over this round. I say that, though, we've seen plenty of ecos throughout the course of this series, and the repeat of it that we had yesterday, so no guarantees just yet here for the folks on TLP, despite having a pretty big advantage economically going into this round. And actually, it's reduced itself a little bit now that I've noticed here. Sacred and Yoshi actually decide to, for the most part, fully invest down, at least to the most they can inside of this round. And that will give them Vandals, so they'll actually be quite all right compared to the story I was giving out there before. Calretta also going to try to double down on the aggression once again over here towards B main, pushing out to try and challenge Tillo. The flash, of course, is going to be a success, but there will be a Nebula to block things off and disallow for any more forward pushes. The problem as well here is they did not have someone sitting back to actively watch for mid pressure, so Controls snuck right up through first arch. They're already going to be moving forward here to challenge things at the second arch potentially as well, or second gate here. As Chansey was right behind it, but he's going to be smart about this also. He falls away and goes to Garden.
Something they usually end up seeing here from the defensive teams as they try and play this back, and Yoshi almost caught off guard there, but is better in the situation, once again taking down Controls, and this is what we need out of him. It's a very important third round right now for Calretta as they've started off so very strong. They've gotten the initial pick as well. Everything you could possibly want walking into this, especially on a bonus, Calretta now have in their possession. They'll simply be able to play things out patiently on this defensive end right now, holding on to both ends of this site, and they've shifted things slightly towards A. They've left B kind of barren, but they still have someone here playing deep, as well as inside of spawn. So any way that they try and shake this up, is more than likely running into someone. It's going to be a triple for Mar. That all went down inside of mid here as he simply stacks the bodies high. The last lurker trying to work its way into A, but that's where Calretta thought the initial push was going anyway, and they had everyone in that area to shut that down. It's going to be 3 rounds in the favor of Calretta as TLP consistently not
mid.
get a single frag
Last
off.
player standing.
TLP with a huge fascination around mid inside of that round there. We could see even going into the final moments of the round, they really want to try and put pressure onto it. That's despite other members trying to investigate other parts of the map, just not really finding a clear path forward apparently. So they put everything onto that, despite Caloretta having full watch on that position on the map after we see their jet try to sneak past it.
Revealing
So
area.
they'll be brute forcing their way through. Does not pan out. Caloretta come out on top of the third round in their favor here. That was the bonus from Caloretta as well here. Yoshi now
Enemy remaining.
immediately
Oh!
jump. Oh,
Spike
what
down
is
mid.
going on? Yoshi just tapping his way to a W here at middle. Looking to see if Papa Smurf's anywhere nearby. He's going to be able to get one for himself, and actually a very clean path out onto A from that kill. But as you guys might have noticed already, he doesn't have the spike, so it's not going to happen there. But what he will get is a second kill. This time against Chansey here. Playing the smart at the moment. He'll actually fall back after that. Go for the spike if he wants to, but I think Papa Smurf is more concerned just trying to pick up as many kills as possible and run this round out for as long as he possibly
Placing
can
swarm
here
grenade.
as well. Continuing to go down on that timer as we're about 50 seconds now, but Papa Smurf paying no mind to that. He's got full focus on the kills and unfortunately won't be able to get another one. Instead, Yoshi will get his fourth on the round. And Caloretta will also get their fourth round overall.
You got to be happy with his opening because first things first for Caloretta, we've never really seen Mar pop off in such a way. You know, this is the
Enemy
first time that
remaining.
we've seriously
Spike
seen
down.
him have such a crazy opening. Currently 7-1, but in the same breath, you can say that about the Jet of Yoshi. Finally on the board, he has the exact same amount of kills right now, folks, in 4 rounds that he had yesterday in a game that went 11-13. This is a completely different Yoshi and one that we desperately needed for this Caloretta roster. They are on fire right now, getting TLP down at every corner, and Yoshi's going to continue it as well. Control steps up to the plate. Yoshi will knock it out of the park. A guiding light out. He'll be able to reset with the tailwind and take out Redo as well, because why not? That's going to be the entirety of B main handled, as well as the spike down, although Caloretta not aware that it's actually in their control.
Just like the first map here, all of the early fights at the moment going the way of Caloretta, and they are leveraging that those fight wins and the control of the map that comes with it to give them so much freedom to play out and gather intel about what TLP is trying to throw at them here. For the most part, TLP at the end of these rounds is usually left with a singular choice. Now, of course, Papa Smurf doing some good work to try and turn this around here. He's already got 2 kills just in this round that you guys probably caught closer to A main. I'm going to look for more than that. Yoshi nearly becomes his 3rd kill, but Yoshi's smart about the situation. He backs out before overcommitting. And now in the reignition can take Papa Smurf out, leaving only Powa in now a 1 versus 3 clutch. If he can get the spike back, he actually does have a free path on to B. No one's defending that right now from Caloretta. Look at the first step is retrieving the spike, and thankfully it's tucked away in a nice safe corner. Where he goes from here, though, this is the tough part.
30
It
seconds
is
left.
indeed, especially after he's already gotten hit by that guiding light. You know where he is, and that's why Mara's already holding this angle. This right here, folks, is why Sky is so very important to your overall lineup and should be used a decent amount. I'm not saying she should be used on every single map, and obviously if you have your own comp, then hey, good for you, but she is always a great option when it comes to an age, and especially when people are so precise with those guiding lights like Mara is being
Player standing
currently
left.
able to find out a lot of the positions based off of those. And yet another strong round here for the defenders, losing very minimal bodies right now. I mean, the kill feed looks completely different. The kill board does as well. Papa Smurf once again at the top of the pile, but it's just descending numbers from 4. Not a single positive name on TLP's side right now. Controls currently 1 in 5. In stark comparison to Yoshi, who's 10-1.
Not to mention Redo as well, not even able to get on the board in any senses. If you had closing out secret agent territory pretty soon here if 2 more rounds go by without significant changes. But we're going to hope that that's not the case. TLP obviously taking their time out here and now. Should expect some major drastic changes, rather, to the overall attacking strategy coming into this upcoming round here on the 6th, as they clearly need to stop the momentum swing from Caloretta. They need to stop them from having so much freedom in the early round to make these aggressive plays, and more than that, winning all of those aggressive plays that actually end up leading to fights, which then carry more map control into the favor of Caloretta, allows them to push up through mid, push up through B main, push up through A, and basically isolate out all potential execute options except for the one that TLP is actually going for, which is part of the reason as to how Caloretta is reading these executes so quickly, and more importantly, when the need for it even happens, they're able to rotate into that site and shut down the large majority of TLP's aggressive play.
Well, after all that, Caloretta You're looking out towards A main here, and there's quite a few people occupying the space right now. Obviously, the lurker being Papa Smurf all the way over inside of B lobby currently, but he can possibly, well, obviously have an effect over on the A side as he is indeed Astra. It's going to be a dash up onto Jen here as controls. Well, he's making a mockery of most things here on the side. He'll take out Aqua, but not much past that as he gets dropped down. No one to really try and back that up, although Yoshi did end up getting cover from that gravity well. And this is going to be pretty straightforward for him. He'll be able to catch one, can't get a second. He's going to reset with the tailwind. And I'll be honest, TLP, that was your greatest opportunity at a round, and it's all going to go to the wayside. Not a single thing that they can possibly do now. Papa Smurf can possibly try an entry on the backside of the site here, but how far is he exactly going to get with the Spectre?
So they're going to find out here over the next few moments. Papa Smurf ready to reignite himself back into the site here. No spike control, though, and he probably caught that little thing sitting on the ground over at A. Is what he needs to gather. He's got 2 entries for himself, though. Only 1 player left in the site. This is absolutely winnable now, as he gets a headshot with the classic out of nowhere. Everything he needs is now under his control. We're even going to see the Cosmic Divide come down to open up a rift between him and Mar. But does he realize Mar's on his flank? Not yet. Certainly not the case. He's expecting this to come from garden or tree. He has no idea that he's going to lurk his way back in and shut down this clutch, as the round will ultimately still go over to Calretta, despite the heroics coming in from the other side.
Throw in the flag. Somebody get this man some help. Papa Smurf has got to have a single person step up and help this man here on Ascent, because it's looking so lopsided. He creates so much inside of these dying moments here. I mean, you even heard me said it. How much can he possibly get done with a Spectre? Well, the answer, quite a bit. And, you know, with a classic as well, able to hit the shots over the mid boxes as well. I mean, what more can you ask from this guy? The rest of the team just not here to back it up right now, and Calretta already reaching those 6 points.
Maybe some eyes in the back of his head.
Possibly. I mean, he might just low-key, I mean, he might just want to multi-box this whole thing and just play all the roles himself, to be honest with you, at this point. I mean, Yoshi, he's going to get another, and I mean, make it 2 here.
Yeah, this is the big issue right now, is the fact that Yoshi can just do this so... And look, he got a third one as well. He can just walk right out. It doesn't even matter that he got traded at the moment here. Papa Smurf, yeah, finally takes him down, but he went 3 for 1. So what's the big deal? They're fairly easily still winning the trade battle here at this point. And Yoshi's free control that he gets every single round in middle is such a huge problem for TLP, because they constantly just have to wait down the timer to deal with that and try to trade it out there. They're throwing so many players at it, so much time at it to deal with it, and it's diverting time away from their actual execute, which for the most part, they've got pretty clean paths towards those. Because of how crazy this game has gone so far, Calretta is being hyper-aggressive and is honestly in quite a few rounds not even actively defending the site that TLP is trying to go for. But I think TLP has yet to realize this, or yet to try and really abuse this in some way. So Calretta continues to come out on top of most of these situations. We do have the clutch, of course, lined up for controls. He started out well with his first pick. Once again, though, he's got to run back over to B main, grab the spike. Chansey is going to try to challenge him at some point, more than likely from Cat, as you guys saw his silhouette there. The other player a little bit out of the fight right now. Sova way back over at the top of the heaven ramp for A. So not going to meet him until we see a potential plant come down. Which controls is very quickly running out of time for that. So he's going to need to speed this up.
10 seconds left.
Well,
I don't think he needs
4 seconds to plant. You got to hop in controls. He got it. He definitely got it. Yeah, plenty of time here. That spike will indeed go down.
Just barely.
Although it will be on, yeah, I believe that was like 0.2 milliseconds. So either way, controls with this space now, this is going to allow him to work this forward, and this is exactly what he should do. He's looking for this 1v1, but the problem is not the fact that Aqua has that gun. It's the fact that when he does step out to take that gun fight, he steps right into the recon bolt at the same time. And since Aqua does have the Odin, he's just allowed to kill him for free. So Aqua's going to get trolled there by his teammate just a little bit, but that's going to be the 7th round here as Chansey just tries to mess with Aqua a little bit.
And once again, Calretta just far too much control over the situation before the round even really begins, if I'm being honest with you, because of the fact that folks on TLP make the decision to not really try to challenge in mid or not do so aggressively. Yoshi once again waltzes right out, gets multiple kills, and finally deal with Yoshi. You can see her Papa Smurf is like, all right, mid is cool now. Makes a mistake there, obviously. A Sacred then creeps up, takes him down, and while there's an attempt at the clutch here from controls, it's all for naught due to the last 2 players playing it so cautiously and so appropriately for the situation. They were obviously aiming to defend A, but as soon as the fight went down, not too much of a problem for them to pin the site. Here comes TLP once again, trying to throw earlier pressure at the A site this time, being met with quite a bit of damage going out against their Killjoy, but still, they're out. They're working their way in. This is going to work.
This is what they've needed the entire time. Force themselves upon a site in convincing fashion. We'll finally be able to do it as both lockdowns will go off, but who's brave enough to try and stick around? That's the real question right now, and so far the offense has been able to really capitalize on the situation. They take down 2, finally though the defensive members will fire back, but now before they've lost most of them, it's down to a 2 versus 4 here, and Sky on such low HP. It's gonna be Mar here with the counter angle. I'll have to tap away at this and get some people to swing, but since he is here, this should be pretty easy to be able to dislodge him from this space. Nobody inside a tree, and that'll be signified from the guiding light, but since he is the one playing this angle, again, going to be very easy for Papa Smurf to handle this, and he'll be able to take down Aqua as well as he tries to adjust that Odin, get that early gun around the angle, but it simply can't be done. TLP will get on the board for the very first time here.
Yeah, so there you go. That's what we need to see out of TLP here. No more messing around with mid to set up this hyper advanced execute. Just go for it, because your opponents on Caloretta are not assuming you're going to do that. Now, here's going to become the problem. If they make a pattern of trying to go for these direct takes, Caloretta is going to adjust and is going to start getting in the much more direct way of these takes very, very quickly. So TLP is going to need to vary things from this point forward. It's looking like we're going to get a little bit more of the same, probably with a bit of a slower take this time, as they'll once more prioritize the push towards A main, but nowhere near the amount of aggression that we saw in the last round.
Absolutely. See if we can get that once again here. We love the one-way smoke set up for A main. And also the Hunter's Fury coming through as Aqua doing his best to try and tag up some people inside of this space, but ends up putting it too far forward inside of main and not deep enough into the lobby area. And to make it to where this actually ends up being misused. Not gonna get any damage off here, so gonna want that one back, but still TLP with a bunch of utility down inside of A. You can see the amount of Astra Stars they have set up in this location. So Caloretta is going to start looking around this space, trying to find some extra info, and oh no, they fed them to the beast. Tillo, he's waited around long enough. He's caught Caloretta off guard, and now the A execute coming in. Luckily enough, Caloretta's in this zone. They might actually have a kill early here. Tillo, no. Adding on to kill tally, and Aqua with a big 2K here, but now Chansey, he'll get caught off guard, and TLP seemed like a completely different monster inside of these last 2 rounds.
Huge change up in terms of style from TLP, and it's working flawlessly. They're actually waiting to catch the aggression now, specifically over at mid, but even over there towards A main, which is stacked. But out here's Tillo again, catching the aggression, waiting out behind the hut, this time successfully closing down the fight. Yeah, a couple mistakes made on the execute as they trade things out, but because of the way that the fend-off went over towards B, they had way too much of a numbers advantage for that to ultimately matter. And TLP still controls the round, looking much, much better here as we continue with the closing 3 rounds of the half. Very good chance they could push for 7-5, but Caloretta, so of course, will be hungry for a response themselves, given the dominating stance they were in just 2 rounds back and how drastically that seemed to change here.
Very strange that Caloretta did not check out where Tillo was either, because they sussed it out the last time, if you remember, with the guiding light, so they knew that he was playing inside of that space, but caught off guard this time around, just weren't ready for the play, and as we've seen from TLP, they're no stranger to leaving a lurker over inside of that B lobby space. This time around, B lobby might actually be the stomping grounds for them as they're looking into a B execute for the very first time here. I've seen them try and go for this before, but it's usually stuck immediately at the gates. And in fact, the first time I believe they tried to go through mid, and that's where we had all of that end up breaking down at the hands of the Jet from Caloretta. See if that'll happen yet again here, but Jet not exactly in the play as of right now. It's mostly Aqua and Controls being the Jet to actually power forward instead. Finds amazing space, and they're not aware that Controls has already made his way into sight. 2 big entries in the plant now for TLP.
Controls will look to creep himself forward past the threshold of the smoke, but no reason to do so with TLP having such good control once again over the situation. Controls can actually just wait behind the Cosmic Divide. Now that's going to be some portable cover for him to use in this situation, as he mainly just waits for Yoshi to swing out here. Teammates supporting the play. He'll try to react in the last second, but ultimately no. Caloretta turned this back around. The Cosmic Divide was in their way. They had no intel utility to throw in there and see where those players' positions were, but despite that, they make the retake happen anyway.
Where the hell did Yoshi come from?
He was
Did he
in
go
market.
over the hut, or like what happened? No, he stabbed that man in the back on lane.
Well, he had to have
I don't know
dashed
how
out
he
then.
got behind
Yeah.
him. So he swings the Cosmic Divide there, but I believe he updrafts and dashes over the top of the hut in order to stab Sky.
That's him right there, look.
Yes, so he comes through this, he takes out Controls, and I believe he dashes over the head of Controls.
Last
Watch
player
this really
standing.
quickly. He goes back and through, and yes, he goes over
over.
the top of the hut, John. Oh my, the disrespect. coming out from Yoshi right now. That was disgusting. TLP can't fight back after a beautiful execute onto the B site. They commit their Cosmic Divide, but it works more in favor of the defense than they once considered.
Recovering it.
Yeah, so TLP, unfortunate turn of events at the end of that round there is still going to leave Caloretta in good positioning. Hunter's Fury comes out as Aqua is going to go knife out to try and dodge it. He succeeds, but still is going to be low HP now, as we're more likely to see a Nano Swarm go his way also. Two players will trade blows, though, at the exit of main entry into the B site here. Controls a waltz through his own Cloudburst to take down Chansey, and Powa with another one gets them access to the pit. Not full control over this site, though. Tillo is going to be holding inside of main. Sacred uses that lack of control on the front site to sneak forward, but they're still going to have to deal with Tillo, and oh, the timing on that one. Sacred looking away at just the wrong moment, and as well ducking at the right moment as well to take down Mar. Great work from Tillo. Ensures that third round for TLP at a minimum. It takes us into the final round of the half with a bit of a lackluster buy coming out from Caloretta now.
So far, I mean, this has been back and forth inside of these dying moments right now. TLP finally able to muster some rounds in a way that is starting to keep them alive. Hopefully they can get this last one as well, because if Caloretta gets it, I'm really worried for the future of what goes on here. Mostly because Aqua really hasn't had to have a hand in this thus far. The rest of the team has looked just so very strong inside of these opening moments, especially on these executes, and Aqua just really hasn't been there for these moments to find any of these frags. So once he starts having a hand in this could get even worse for TLP. But now TLP working their way out on the site, controls a dash into his own Cloudburst, but Yoshi will remove the head from him so very quickly, and that's going to immediately force TLP back. They all of a sudden don't look like they want this.
You can see Caloretta. Sacred's even playing with the wall a little bit, knifing it here. Trying to see if he can get some of the sound echo through it all, but not really going to happen here. It seems TLP have backed away, at least initially, from this push for the most part. They're going to slowly creep back in, however, as you can see them crossing the A main gates now. And here comes the Killjoy to support their push. Not going to affect the Heaven players, but we can see Chansey eventually going to have to move from this spot here, as it will force him out of position. They actually trying to go for a fight and just sacrifices himself here as he jumps in for the 1-for-1. Yeah, he'll get detained. Actually, Yoshi somehow ends up in range for the detainment as well, even though Heaven wasn't affected by it. So not entirely sure how that ended up happening, but he has to back out and wait that down now, and TLP will get their plant as a result of that.
This could be a problem. I don't know really how else to say it. TLP, they really just need a chance, and they've gotten it. Sacred and Mar, they swing right through Raptor, straight into the gun of Redo. He'll take him out. Where is the assistance for Yoshi? He has none. They've already gotten rid of the other member as well, and it happens in such fast fashion.
Switching sides.
TLP, they overwhelm the site with the lockdown. That guarantees the plant. They'll back that up with the Seekers. And you really think that Caloretta has a chance, especially with the swing from Raptor still there, with the increasingly impactful shots coming out from Redo. I mean, that's a triple for him on the round, and it was a necessity for him to be able to muster that as well. Otherwise, more than likely, TLP down 9-3 as they enter their defensive half.
Tillo also a big piece of the puzzle here for when TLP started to crawl back these 4 rounds towards the end of the half for themselves. He was either the flank watch, setting up multiple kills against an aggressive Caloretta, or assisting pretty nicely on the actual site take, doing the same thing there as well. Didn't see it until this sequence of rounds was being won, but it seems to be a presence now for TLP and something that Caloretta are now going to have to deal with on their own attacking side as they get started with it. Bit of a lean towards A at the beginning, but no commitment. Are going to take their time and probably wait to see what happens at mid here before making a call. Controls gets the spot on the top mid player. Doesn't react to it, though, and now keeps a close watch on the panels instead.
Well, slow and steady for Caloretta inside of the pistol. They don't want to give up too much, but Controls will be the first one to do that. And what a time to have a bad game, John. These first 2 games, he's looked so good, but ever since we got to Ascent, he's been silent. Caloretta have fully taken control. TLP, though, they were able to fight back. They'll take down at least the Sova of Caloretta and make things a little bit difficult in the info department, but they still have Sky to be able to suffice for that if it all comes down to it. Sacred will still be lurking over here on this side of the map, and the right click, oh no! Papa Smurf, he's taken down as well. A single one of those bullets needed to land, and he can't get it to go. So very unfortunate for him. He'll stack inside of tree for TLP's sake as they're going to attempt to burst out onto site, but Powa, he's lurked in behind the Caloretta members. They'll start to lose things out, but where is Powa? What can be done? He'll get blinded from Mar. He has no idea where he's looking anymore. The guiding light's too strong, and Mar too confident inside of the shots as well with the Ghost. They'll take him out, and Caloretta get that 9th round.
Caloretta with the lead once again. Assured coming off of the pistol here. A good opportunity to build quickly towards that 13th round to try to shut down the series, to move them onwards to the next match versus Third Impact. It's important to note here, folks, that one of these two teams can make it all the way to the grand finals here today. They're going to run 3 best-of-3s in a row. So it is in their best interest to try and close these matches down as quickly as possible, due to the fact but again, they could run out of energy before the day even closes out here. So want to try and get as smooth of a match run as possible if either of these teams is looking to make the championship run.
Absolutely. This is the losers bracket, so this means the utmost right now to both of these teams. Caloretta actually going to be the one to call the timeout here, even though they're in the lead 9-4 right now, but they realize how quickly this could all go away from them. Could also be deciding exactly what they want to do with this round, especially since TLP, as you guys could see, they're buying in on that. Here's the replays from what we'd seen from this half, this prior half here, and what you're going to be seeing is quite a bit of dominance, especially from the defensive side here. Yoshi coming up huge inside of that half, and now, especially after that pistol, they'll be able to buy in, but actually TLP, they'll back off, only picking up those sheriffs, which once before were actually on light shields and everything else. So that timeout also assisting them in that fact of not wanting to overcommit to the idea.
Yoshi's going to patiently wait. He's got a potential get a double kill here if Controls and the other player with him end up pushing out, but haven't seen that commitment just as of yet. Yoshi's still patiently waiting in the corner. There we go, though. They take the shot. They see some bit of movement to confirm that he's there. Hear it. They're going to fire out on that. Good early kill from TLP. Controls nearly overcommitting and getting traded out, but I think he also confirmed some damage onto Aqua in the process. So fairly equal trade at the end of the day here. So we're going to see Caloretta push in just through the first arch at mid. Take out Papa Smurf and be done with it. They don't have any further need to be in there, as they're going to put pressure on Cat instead.
Well, they've been able to equalize here, but Redo, he's got some ideas of his own. He'll take down Mar, but that Frenzy, I swear, the Frenzy giveth, the Frenzy taketh away. And well, right now it's taking away, but not exactly in a Frenzy fashion. More in the Spectre is sacred, and the rest of Caloretta, they've overwhelmed TLP on the A site. This barrage of players in through tree works out in favorable fashion as Chansey will get his third. And again, I go back to this Frenzy conversation because there's these times where the Frenzy just seems like one of the best pistols in the game. It can multi-frag people, and also there's times where it breaks down like this. You simply just cannot get the kills in the way that you want to. I don't exactly know how they know Yoshi's there, but Yoshi still dies. And, well, they're still going to be able to get away with the round. Look at the amount of bullets that he sprays at that one man there. Unfortunate sometimes the Frenzy sells you out like that, but it does tend to happen. Not the greatest gun in the game, and that's one of the reasons why.
More than anything in that situation, just the sheriffs and light buys we got at a TLP not ringing true in the fights that they take, as we can see from those replays there. Tillo has got the Odin, but he might be challenged with it very early on. He's going to repeat back out. Oh, so close to winning the engagement. Papa Smurf going to come in to try to make up the difference, but no, only pushes the envelope one player down further as we go to a 4v3 instead of a 5v4. Powa, as well as the remaining two members of TLP, going to try to rotate back in, but already losing so much of that control for themselves. And this is with no spike commitment as of yet either. Look at this. You still have two members of Caloretta pushing in, or three members, excuse me, pushing in through mid, garden, and A main. They're examining all options right now and are potentially going to tilt this over to another site. In fact, there we go. There's the confirmation. They are going to take this to A after having a fairly successful BX go off.
And Chansey, he's been managing this utility so very well. Quickly puts a star down, create the Nebula, gets that gun upgrade, and he'll get back inside of sight safely. Mar is trying to work a cutoff here for Rafters, but he's going to start getting tagged up and chooses to back off instead. Probably the best move here. Yoshi should get read out on Rafters pretty quickly, and he will. That barrel will stick out from that wall as he's trying to play the opposite angle away from windows, but as the first guiding light goes out, an exchange of hands back and forth, and will TLP to come out on top. But no, she get thwarted here from Chansey. Initially, some strong frags in it down to the 1v1, but Chansey, he had the off angle. It works into his favor. Calretta 11-4 currently.
The simple math of trade brings it out there more than anything. Tillo, that's another telltale right there as he's so close. Even gets the headshot off against his target, but unable to down. Smurf as well, only limited to the one exchange. And something changed things up over towards an A hit as well. A bit of an unstable move coming in there from Calretta, but it works into their favor still. Like I said, through the virtue of the player's advantage they got on the B execute, they're still able to ultimately trade their way towards a win out of that round. Looking to seal the deal for the most part now here by getting 12 on the board. A lot of pressure coming directly out onto the B site. Yoshi gonna cloudburst push his way onto it here. Looking for a good right to initiate closer towards the defender spawn gates, but nobody in this area anymore. They realize the potential problem, but even as they back away, Sacred still steals the life of Papa Smurf right out of his hands. Controls, though, lurking back in, and a nice shot against Aqua to take him out. He's not the only one to fall either, as Sacred also gets caught by Tillo.
Well, TLP will be happy with this so far, but that guiding light, it's going to help so much. Can Yoshi have an effect over this? Possibly able to get some big plays to happen here with the Cosmic Divide. No controls! He's been held up! He walks right on top of Yoshi and doesn't realize it in time, and that shotgun, it just achieves so much here.
Remaining.
Mars got to worry about the back end, but not anymore as Chansey takes it down. There's only one scenario in which Tao is able to push, and it's more than likely going to be Lane. He wants that gun upgrade, and Chansey's well aware of it. He'll take him out, and that will be map, match, and everything point on the line now for TLP. They've got to be perfect inside of the next 8 rounds.
Charles is getting body blocked right there. Doesn't even realize it until it's too late as well. Here it is again as the flash, I'm pretty sure hits controls as well, so he actually cannot realize that he's body blocked, and it just makes a very funny situation for us at home. But either way, as Stokes was mentioning, Calretta in full control in the driver's seat, not putting it lightly right now. At the outset of this half, with 4 rounds already in their pocket, they only need 1 to close out the map and the series to push them on into the lower bracket final. So let's see if they can get it done. TLP now needs to win 8 in a row. Still in a good position that's not accounted for. An aggressive swing from him out from the Covey in B main, and he trades 2 for 1 as Aqua will eventually take him out.
We'll be happy with this, but Chansey, of all people, once again, this just seems to be his map. Papa Smurf, though, he'll check the angle here inside of B main, and he'll be able to get a Vandal because of that. But with all this going on, TLP has actually given up the A site. There'll be a Nebula down here, able to hold up the door, some damage going off onto Mar, but actually not really. It's more or less going on to Chansey. Don't exactly know how that happened. Don't know if it bounced a little bit farther, but either way, some solid damage done to him now, and all controls going to have the first opportunity here. He'll pop it open and he'll get the shots to land as he backs off of the angle in perfect fashion. Mar, you're going to have to do something incredible here to win this round. He starts it off strong. Can he get the second kill? Chansey actually controls rather with the reset here. Stuck to the classic now and no bullets. Controls with the frenzy. He'll be able to get it done both down to the secondaries instead of the primaries, but TLP stay alive.
There's the first step for TLP, but like we were mentioning, it's the first of 8. They need to complete the cycle here and bring themselves back. There's still a long way to go. Really a good start here for TLP to get the right footing forward, but how long is that going to last? I'll pretty much be asking for the rest of this series here. A little bit too cautious, I would say, more than anything from members that were coming out there.
Spike planted.
On the attacking side of things, as they move in and really are not checking cover departments, leaving them in a disadvantageous position right from the start of that one. And we can see Mars attempts to make up for it. All going to be for naught, ultimately, as Calretta looks to push things one round further in their favor. That's all they'll need to close out on this series. That aggression is going to work its way into B main once again. They'll be a bit more cautious about how they proceed, throwing the turret down to check that hard corner so they don't immediately lose 2 players from it. TLP will be smart, though, not repeating the same feat. They're going to throw a little bit of different aggression out at main this time here. Despite the attacker killjoy, it seems they're ready to potentially make a swing here. We're also going to get the Hunter's Fury in control, moves right past. Doesn't even see the opponent. Check as he moves in, stops the Hunter's Fury. Can't get the second, though. Sacred will instead take him down. Now let's check in on Yoshi, who snuck past all of this, goes right into market, takes out Tillo, and with Mar having success, he's also eliminated Papa Smurf, putting us into a 4v2. The plant, again, not even going to go down on B, where all the action was happening. It's an A plant that Calretta worked towards.
John, you got any forks? Because you can put a fork in this one. It's most definitely done. I mean, there's only 2 TLP members
player
left
standing.
alive, and Yoshi able to take down one of them. A judge in their hand. That's all they had to try and fight back, but it won't be enough for Ridu's sake. Powa, got a lone soldier. Both some nice shots onto Sacred, but this spike down as well as the last remaining 2 able to rotate back towards site. This is looking almost impossible, but don't count them out just yet. It is a 1 versus 2. With that Vandal, that pretty prime time in order to try and get this done. The issue now is the time in general. Going to get Guiding Lighted off the first attack, but if he doesn't get on it now, it's over. But it's done anyways. Mars with the swinging, Colorado with 2 maps over 1 here for TLP as they'll take ascent.
So Caloretta are going to take control of this one once again in dominating fashion as they complete the reverse sweep, losing control of our first map on Bind, but bringing it back here on Ascent, as well as the surprise pick of Breeze for our second map. Yoshi and Mara leading the charge, but Sacred, as he had been in the past 2 maps, doing well there. Also, Sacred obviously topping himself down a little bit compared to the performance on Breeze, but that's more because of his role change over towards the Sentinel more than anything else is what I would guess. Aside from that, though, still seeing Yoshi perform well, and that's a change up from yesterday's matchup and a large part of the reason why they were able to be so dominant here.
Yeah, Yoshi, I mean, what a key piece of the puzzle here on Ascent especially, and I think you can say this overall for the entirety of the day yesterday. We did not see a lot out of Yoshi, and today, especially for Ascent, where he was needed most, he stepped up to the plate in that duelist role. Yesterday on Ascent, we didn't see that. We needed him to be a lot more like he was today, be forward, try and get these opening kills that are going to, really affect TOP in a way where they're not going to be able to pull it back, and he was able to achieve that. Hats off to Colorado as they stay alive in this tournament.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a quick look at our bracket and see where the tournament now stands. It's been a few hours here. No other matches have been played while we've been broadcasting this one, as we are down to our final 3 after all. But of course, TLP now going to drop out of the tournament here in 4th place, failing to Colorado in the lower bracket semifinals. Colorado moves forward and is about to take on 3rd Impact in the next matchup. And then the winner of that one, as we'll see here on our schedule, will face off against Zero Marksman Black, ZMB, in our grand finals to fight for the lion's share of the prize pool that we have available this weekend. It's going to be a very fun time, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait to get into it. So, 2 of us are going to go into a very short break, and when we do come back, we'll be getting ready for that lower bracket fight. We're getting closer and closer, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals, as well as a champion here at the MSI Valorant Invitational. But before we move into our grand finals, we have to find a challenger to ZMB, waiting for one up there right now. It's going to be here in the lower bracket finals, where we're going to see Third Impact take on Caloretta. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the broadcast. I'm Blue. This is Stokes joining me here for the cast. And Stokes, what do we make of this matchup? Let's go ahead and get your opening thoughts as we bring the bracket up on screen to go ahead and remind these guys what exactly they're playing for.
Well, it should be a pretty interesting game. And now I know that that word is used quite often by commentators, but this one is actually building up to a pretty fine point. Third Impact yesterday up against Zero Marksman Black actually had a pretty good series, although the scoreline doesn't exactly show it. Third Marksman Black is just a very dominant squad. But up against Caloretta, especially from what we saw from Caloretta against TLP, I think that Third Impact have a very, very good chance to go back to play against ZMB yet again here in the final. But in the same breath, you can say that about Caloretta, but we'll get into that when we get to our map picks.
Caloretta has already faced off against Third Impact earlier in the tournament, as you can see there as well, back at the semifinals of the upper bracket. Unfortunately, it was one that we caught off stream, I do believe, but still, Third Impact won that one handily, 2-0 over Caloretta. We'll go ahead and put the rosters up on screen. Let's start talking more about these individual players and what exactly each of them is going to bring to the table. You guys have already seen that roster on the right side for Caloretta, and more importantly, you probably know who the highlights are here. Yoshi, as well as Sacred, giving us great performances inside of that last matchup, and are definitely going to be the duelists to look towards as we get inside of these maps. Meanwhile, for Third Impact, a lot of that going to fall to different players here, as obviously they'll be bringing the same roster as yesterday as well, where we saw prowess coming out of Vanish, Zerg, and some of the others.
Yeah, I think the one that we got to talk about the most, though, is Zerg, because do you remember the KO play on Bind? This guy looked unstoppable in a certain sense. I mean, almost 30 frags, I do believe, at the end of the day. I think he was at like 25 and 15 at some point. The guy is just truly incredible, and something that Third Impact will definitely be looking to try and capitalize on for this team. But for Caloretta, I mean, we just saw them have a very, very good series, but they're running the gauntlet today. I mean, if this goes the full set, Caloretta could be looking at 9 maps overall if they're able to make this run.
To challenge Zerg as well, you're also going to have to look to players like Sacred on the other side of it, who had his own massive map just in that previous series on Breeze. He went 30 and 15. So if anything close to that is going to be repeated here, then might be a little bit more work being cut out for Third Impact inside of this lower bracket final. Let's go ahead and take a look at our maps and see where the teams are going to adventure towards here, what they have picked out and banned out, arguably more importantly for this one. And that's going to be no surprise, considering the first choice did go to Caloretta. They picked to go back to Breeze, considering the dominant stance they just gave us on that map a few moments ago, about an hour back, when they played that as their second map in the lower bracket semis. We'll move to Ascent after that, as that'll be the pick coming in from their opponents. And finally, Caloretta will have one final choice for the final map. They'll choose to go to Haven.
Now, this is why I wanted to keep things till map bans, to try and talk about Caloretta, because this is going to be a pretty interesting set for them, especially with Breeze working its way in. This is something that we don't see too often from Third Impact, so excited to see what Third Impact can possibly do against them on this map. Did they do their homework? Were they in the stream inside of that previous set? We'll have to see.
Certainly going to be a question that'll be raised here, but at the same time, Third Impact already having the experience from the previous series, they're going to be feeling confident about themselves, considering that last series. Like we said, we don't have too much intel about how exactly that series went, such as score lines and whatnot, so I'm going to assume that Third Impact had themselves at a pretty dominant position. So considering that, once again, they're going to be feeling very well rehearsed. Obviously, things will be changing up a little bit, since they'll have to be prepared for Breeze, and that's that potential curveball that's going to be thrown out right at the beginning of the series once again by Caloretta. But as we already saw in that last series, TLP to some extent was ready for the challenge, just not to the best degree. So we'll have to hope that that'll be the same thing to a bit more of a preparedness extent here for Third Impact, as reputationally this is a team we know a little bit more about in terms of the overall Valorant scene. And it's interesting for Third Impact, because obviously they had a couple months where we didn't have many results from them at all, at least none that were getting recorded on websites such as VLR and similar ones. So considering that as well, this will be the first time, at least the two of us, have seen them pop up in quite some time. But despite that fact, they're doing fairly well here today, as well as last weekend's qualifier, pushing through most of their competition that they've faced so far without too much of an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the interesting thing for me going into this set, especially with the two teams that we have, is that third impact. We didn't get to see any of these maps from them yesterday, all except for Haven, which is our nuclear option if it comes down to that inside of this set. So we'll see what they can possibly get done on Breeze and Ascent as we jump into Agent Select for the very first time here in between these two. Third impact locking in almost immediately. And we can see that they're going to have a pretty aggressive set here, right? Could definitely see Zerg locking that, and no way that they're going to try and come in here without a jet. And you could say that for both sides. So be looking to that more than likely from Yoshi for Calretta.
Unless there's going to be a massive change-up. Should expect that to come in from him. Sacred as well, I'm pretty sure going to bring the Reyna into the fold here to add the double duelist composition and make sure the Calretta have the aggression they need to properly work this attacking side, as that's where they're going to be starting out with. A little bit of a different story for Third Impact since they get the defensive start on this map, but they're going to bring a lot of the same thing still. Double duelists for them as well between Zerg and Vanish on the Reyna. In fact, looking very likely like we might end up with a very close to mirror composition here. All depends on what Aqua ends up picking towards, as he's floating the Sage, but we'll see as he normally plays out towards the Sova. And actually, no, he's going to lock in the Sage here. So that'll be the one difference between these two teams if we were to assume that Sacred's also going to lock in that Reyna pick.
Now, I really like this. And the reason that I do is obviously the biggest change here is going to be the way that they're able to gather their intel. Aqua's not going to have as much of a forward, way to do that. They'll be looking more towards the sky in that way. But what this does present, John, is that they're going to be able to heal this team so very often. This opens a playbook for the duelists to really get in the face of the defense early here. And they're going to have the ability to heal with Sky as well as Res and heal with Sage as well. So that's a really big thing going into those mid rounds where you're going to be taking a little bit of damage trying to get into some firefights. And you can possibly go back to your support unit and get healed up and do it all over again. We'll have to see how it breaks down. But luckily enough, folks, it starts now. We're 30 seconds away from our first round.
Let's see here now if Calretta can bring that same amount of aggressive pressure they did back on the last series, rather, to the table here. This time against Third Impact, who's going to be a little bit of a higher caliber team here, but again, should be no strangers to the duels versus Calretta themselves, as they have plenty of experience against each other at this point, even just earlier in this tournament, where we already saw them face off just once. For Calretta, it's looking like we're going to get a lot of early pressure in through B main onto that site, if that will indeed be the direct play. Waiting it out is going to be Frizzy on the other end of that one, playing on the Viper for the defense, so we'll see if they'll be able to fend any of this off at all. And it's actually going to be a play into mid first, as they'll swing up towards elbow. Steve will actually be able to cut them off. Two immediate exchanges come out from both Yoshi and Mar, however, so the numbers stay even as they slip through the B tunnel and get themselves onto the site. Yoshi finding the most recent kill, as now Evil will trade that back out and leave us in a 1 versus 2. Advantage to Third Impact, but Mar still going to look for the clutch. He's got the power position to play from here. The Trailblazer will work its way in to reconfirm his position. That will not pan out, as it doesn't get close enough, but the shots at least give it away, as well as the plant, giving a dead ringer. So he'll be positioned behind the pillar. Moved himself to these pets, though. We'll try to play out from behind that. Gets a quick spot of Evil, and the shot onto him as well. Now just has to take out the Doppelganger agent on the other side. It's Steve. And Steve's already at low HP. Only 1 or 2 shots are needed to connect, but he can't find them. Steve gets it instead versus Mar, and the pistol goes to Third Impact.
Don't expect that much sweat on the brow inside of round 1, but it's happened. Calretta popped the B site wide open off the back of this engagement inside of mid, but it gets down to the 2 versus 2. I think it's doable, but then Yoshi gets taken out here, which just never really should have happened. Overcommits there, not really able to assist Mar in the way that he should have been able to, but you can say the same thing for Mar. Some shots that should have been landed is, well, his opposing doppelganger on very low HP there. Steve could have been killed in, well, really 1 bullet, but just not able to get that bullet to land, and now Third Impact will be way better off coming into the second round. But obviously Calretta, they still have to be forward about this. They are on the offense, and they'll be the driving force currently inside of round 2. Spike down inside of spawn, don't necessarily know where they want to go with it yet, but that'll more than likely be influenced by these opening picks. Unluckily enough, though, it won't go into their favor.
Calretta's going to lose even more
Spike
presence here
down
now as
A.
Steve picks up an additional frag here, knocking down the Viper, removing the smokes at the moment from the attack. Maybe just an open gallery of, unfortunately, will probably be death for the members of Caloretta here. Yoshi has a little bit of a fighting chance with the Marshall and all these long-range fights, but still up against potentially two different players. It's not going to be very easy for him to swing out with any of this aggression. Shock Dart swinging its way back over to him as well. Will keep him held back here inside of the mid-hallway. This will continue to wait down the timer. More than anything, kind of allowing for Mar to creep through mid-pillar here and try to get himself up into the nest where maybe he might be able to sneak around the rest of this space. But Caloretta just making full use of their time, but for the most part, it'll all be for naught. Zerg immediately catches Mar. Yoshi with a good shot takes down Zerg and trades us back down. Still, it's a 1v4. Yoshi's got a Marshall to clutch this out with. The odds are not looking great, and ultimately Yoshi just continuing to waste down the time and pad his stats a bit, as this round is truly not going to be winnable in any sane sense. Third Impact have realized that. They're also focusing more than anything on keeping their guns in check here, so they're not going to have much of an interest in aggressively swinging out against Yoshi here. He's just going to run himself into the site and not even try to fight, really. Just kind of gives himself up there to vanish, and the defenders clean up the round.
That was the easiest Amazon delivery Third Impact has ever had in their life. I mean, just delivered right to your door. You don't have to worry about too much. You didn't even have to tip the guy for that, Sean. Just came right into game. But that's going to be the second round going pretty quickly in the favor of the defense. But you guys more than likely already saw that one coming. This is a round that really matters now, as Caloretta will have guns on deck, guns on the floor, guns wherever you can possibly look. It's going to be a light shield here for Aqua, unluckily for him. So we'll see if he can get away with that inside of this round. But thus far, Caloretta's adjustments not really worked out into their favor. Obviously, the pistol round pretty close. This is going to be the first time that they're able to truly make a crack at it, and it's going to start off in very similar ways. Mar's going to start getting hunted down as well from the Seeker, but Chansey in a huge way will shut things down and elbow as Caloretta get their first man advantage of the game.
Caloretta redid some of the aggression that was boiling out for Third Impact, specifically down through B main, and as a result of that, catch quite a bit of it, shutting down two of the members of the defense. One traded out, of course. They will lose their Reyna. One of the duelists going down for Caloretta here. That's not the end of the world just yet. Steve's going to sneak in, but Yoshi is ready for the response where Chansey was not, so picks up the trade there. Keeps the numbers in the favor of Caloretta, but again, only by that one additional player. Yoshi will get tagged, although only slightly. Only knocks off about 13 of his HP. It's mainly shields getting damaged there. Evil also still trying to sneak up on the B window, see if any of the members of Caloretta might have been peeked by the pillar, but they're all going to hold the back line of the site now. Yoshi included in that here, so we'll allow for Third Impact to creep upon their positioning. Frizzy, was the last of their member here from TI, trying to get their way in, and Frizzy with a great find, deletes Yoshi's head. Opens up a pathway back into the site, but this is where it's going to get a lot more difficult. Proactive play coming out from Caloretta. Evil able to get one trade, but can't control the spray for the second as Mars shuts it down, and Caloretta will be on the board here in the third round.
I got so scared there for Mar. He flashes himself, but it still works. Caloretta able to get their first round on the board. The only thing is that it's a pretty lackluster round for them overall. They lose everybody except Mar. It comes down to the 1 versus 1 again. These are hard, ground-out rounds thus far for both of these squads. Caloretta not able to get away with too much, and that's going to force the light shields for quite a few of their members. But Third Impact feeling less of the burn, although Frizzy will be down and onto the Marshall here. We'll hold an angle back, and these rifles going to mean quite a bit to the overarching story of Breeze, especially when they're able to get the true upgrade, get that op on deck, see what they can do with it. It's going to be an early peek here for Vanish inside of Elbow. He'll take down Aqua, and that'll actually drop the spike pretty early. Mar tries to get the refrag, but Vanish is just better in this situation. He'll be able to heal himself up as well, and actually overhealed in that matter. Both leaders out as they try to take mid space here, working around the pillar, but Yoshi's in here as well. He'll take down Vanish and chooses to back off, but that's just simply going to be a participation trophy.
Sacred. Some early intel to play off of Frizzy here, but elsewhere, Zerg is going to be able to win things out instead. And Third Impact here, winning this one out with, okay, never mind, not winning it out just yet. I spoke too soon. Yoshi up to 3. He will get scanned by the recon dart. They know which side of the pillar he's hugging. He's still trying to play around that regardless, though. He's got the darts, he's got the blade storm, but he's also only got 9 HP, and he nearly does it regardless. Steve, thankfully, is there to immediately exchange off of his teammate, but oh boy, that round almost went a bad way. Thankfully, it does not for the Third Impact fans watching out there. Steve continues to dominate at 6-1 overall on the scoreboard. Retakes the control from our defenders here, but Where's that going to leave our economy between the two players?
And you wonder why Jet is arguably
Last
the
player
only
standing.
S-tier duelist
Spike
in the
down,
game.
B.
This is why right here, look at how much influence Yoshi has inside of this round. He picks up the 2K, gets his tailwind back, still has both of his updrafts, and creates 4 frags simply out of thin air for the offenders. Not gonna go too much farther past that, and well, now this next round are going to be set up too well into the favor of Caloretta. Gonna be more so in the third impact camp, but Sacred want to take down Frizzy very early here. Heck of a shot as well, and oh, Zerg's gonna feel the pain. Vanish simply lurking inside of his own spawn. He'll actually be able to take out 2. Don't exactly know how that initial frag ended up going down, but either way, Caloretta able to make it away from this. Although Steve's still adding to the body count, Aqua will go down, making this a 2 versus 2. That'll bring out the offenders Viper Pit as well. So they found a home for this spike. They're just simply waiting on the delivery.
Third Impact's going to have a long rotate in the meanwhile here, so should be a healthy amount of time for the members of Caloretta to establish themselves in
Spike
post. Not that they really need to be honest with you, with the Viper's Pit being on the ground, but still, it's that extra healthy bit of time that gives Caloretta the breathing room they might not have otherwise had in a different situation. Door to the Hall is going to get opened up here for Vanish to play around, but won't actually be utilized. So immediately cautious of positioning over by the double doors, but he's wrong to assume so. Takes out the right target, though, and Steve, trying to leverage this properly, knows he's got Mars somewhere nearby behind this pyramid, and he's going to find him. Steve, again, the marksman here for Third Impact. Shuts down the clutch, as well as a 4th round for the squad as they continue to excel here on Breeze.
That's so very unfortunate for Caloretta as well. They invest the Seeker's ult thinking that this round could possibly go their way, and it's all for naught at the end of the day, as well as giving Seekers to the opposing side here as well. And Zerg, I mean, unfortunate. Chansey simply getting off the spawn here. That's what happened instead of Vanish getting all those frags. Yeah, I was actually getting those inside of sight, but Killfeed just ended up hitting at the same time. Either way, though, Steve, 8-1 currently for the defense, and he is looking absolutely insane currently. Looks like he wants to get very forward inside of this round as well. He's got dog in hand and can send this Trailblazer forward. Then to check out Elbow and see what's going on. He's going to find a firing squad on the other end as well. They'll take that out very early here. And 2 guiding lights. Steve matching his bird with yet another. And it's going to be a full-on B onslaught from Caloretta.
Vanish is working on a very early flank here. No one's paying attention to it. 1 and 2, all in his pocket, as he's going to move out for more here, as if there's even going to be any challengers from Caloretta out on the site at this point. They back away from that angle, not wanting to take it, as Sacred claims another one here now for the attack. Balancing things out just a little bit. Evil trying to fend off, but Chansey too powerful in this situation as well. Caloretta battle it back, but Zerg also still in the fight. He finally takes down Chansey. It was a real thorn in the side of this retake from Third Impact. 3v2 now as those 2 remaining players hold themselves in the back right corner of the site, trying to play from that position, but losing Aqua and Sacred not too much after that. A solid round yet again here from Third Impact, spurred on by that great opening flank.
I mean, it's just a team diff right now. Third Impact are working with each other so very well. I mean, you can see the active movement into the tunnel there, John, the way that they're working around each other's angles. It just makes it so much easier to try and retake this site, and they do it in such convincing fashion, especially with Frizzy. Look at the way that he works that wall right there. Knowing he has the judge, you can't try and swing out any farther. Everyone else has those angles covered, so he's allowed to work that space instead. I mean, just amazing play coming in from them that Caloretta's not able to really deal with right now. They get full B site control, and they really do get the frags to be able to try and hold on to it as well, but Third Impact currently just playing better, more around each other, and that just bodes well for Valorant play overall. They get some early picks as well here as Caloretta steps up. Smoke screen's going to go down. Frizzy will be able to get one, but the second one, it's not going to come quite as easy. Mar will take him down, but Mar now one of the only lone members of Caloretta as they've been spaced across the map. Actually, take my words back there. A little bit closer than I once thought, but looks like the results are still going to be similar. Chansey, he'll have his head removed. Steve's going to take quite a bit of damage, but he's going to choose to back off instead. He really wants to keep this rifle, and Zerg's on the other end anyways. So Elbow, no escape here for Mar and the rest of Caloretta, as they can't even escape the round. Luckily enough, though, that round will be over, and they'll have guns this time around.
Third Impact, once again, just with full control over the map for the majority of this round. You're getting right in the face of the members of our attack during Caloretta as well. Frizzy, like I said, a little bit bold in his position there, trying to control the spray for 2 different players, but ultimately does not matter. Third Impact still very much in the lead. Economy could be a bit better. That's the one complaint we have to players like that going down, but very small thing at the end of the day. It is ultimately not affecting things for Third Impact here as they look to control a 7-1 scoreline on the outset of this round. Calretta looking to get a second one for themselves, and we'll see if that will potentially be gifted to them. Early presence is going to be primarily here towards the caves, execute into A. Some pressure will be applied to the double doors to get in there as well, but it's going to be very slow and steady here because Calretta have run into an endless string of issues just trying to get out of their spawn, let alone get onto the map.
This is a big difference here. As remember from the last game, especially for TLP's side here on Breeze, they constantly had a player pushing up this tube area, and it can be a serious problem if they get control of the door on the other end, but this time around will not be allowed here. At least for Calretta's sake. Third Impact already ahead of that, and this is going to force Calretta to start looking towards B instead. Now, Third Impact, obviously, with the time, should be feeling this, so could possibly see some rotations coming out from them, and this is exactly what Calretta wants. You can see them reinserting themselves into the A site, assuming that Third Impact will make a move, but they're not. They're actually playing B for retake instead. They've set things up on the A side, vanishing very far forward, and Seeker will take them down. Seeker's out now to try and get something to go on here for the offense. Also res up Sacred all in the process of this. They need to get the spike down though. They got the Viper wall up, so this should be pretty easy moving forward for them, but as that goes down, they're gonna get some serious frags. Evil and Sacred but Evil will falter very easily, and Sacred with a 4K coming in after the res. That was a big boon there for them, as they do indeed burn that, but it works out in their favor. That's going to be their second round here.
They're nearly still trading it out ultimately there, but yeah, as you said, second round finally playing this slow and steady approach is exactly what these players of Calretta needed apparently to get themselves on the right foot forward and finally claim that second round, not being tripped up by the early aggression from Third Impact and ultimately psyching out Third Impact a little bit as we see that first fight being taken by Vanish. Vanish ultimately not ready for the fight as he has, as he is slow to react to it. As a result of that, he goes down, the floodgates are open, and Calretta uses that additional pressure to get themselves up and with full control of the A site. It's not too much of a problem to trade their way to a win. Finally put a second on the board. You're going to expect the same flare to come out of them as they lurk their way up the elbow here to try to put some pressure on the mid control, which is currently out from Third Impact. Now, this traditionally has not yielded a whole lot of success. Vanish, though, still getting scared of what could potentially sneak out after what happened in the last round, so he takes a passive angle, and he's right to do so. Gets the heal here for the reset. We'll be able to do it once again. Even pops the Empress. Got the wrong read right now on Damar, but still notices it. He still has the overheal from before, so all that HP is going to get healed right back up. Too much of a problem for him to continue maintaining control over the B tunnel. The Leer also saving his life right there against Yoshi, and finally, he's had enough out of this situation, but his teammate Evil does try to push into mid and will get caught by Chansey.
Starting to calm down, but Yoshi's still looking for more, which leads Vanish right back into tunnel. Will take him down, and Zerg will continue the kill tally. All down to Chansey now. We've seen a decent amount from him today, but can you handle it up? I don't exactly think so. It'll be Zerg to take him out. Easily done as well. Bullet straight to the face, and that'll be 7-2 in favor of the defense.
So, strong position put up by our defenders here. To excel with
Just a turret, man.
Yeah, I mean, Vanish here as well knew exactly what was happening. They've read into exactly the change-up that we got out of Valorant. They know they're playing it slow now. They know they're looking for a lurk up onto the site, so Third Impact has changed their own pace and is setting up angles to counter that slow lurk, that slow walk-up. This time, they could probably afford to get more aggressive here, but likely won't because of the fact that Calretta is coming into this one with an incredibly scrapped buy. I can see a Stinger, a Vandal, a Pistol. I know we have a Shorty in there somewhere, so this is very much Calretta just buying anything they potentially could to increase their odds. They're going to try to burst out for the cave execute onto A once again. Let's see how this works for them. Not too bad of a start, but Evil immediately exchanges things down to an even number as he goes 2 for 1 in his fight. We'll enter a 3v3 engagement. Now, the good news, though, is with both of those players getting dropped, that's 2 significant gun upgrades going the way of Calretta. The bad news is Zerg still on the backside. No one's watching his position, and he'll take down one of those 2 upgrades.
Yeah, the issue is that they've taken out Yoshi, but the good news, they've gotten everyone else guns. But we go back to the bad news once again. There's, well, a miscount here. Sacred now the lone member. Is he going to be able to make it away? Oh, he just escapes that op shot. I believe it still tagged him up through the wall. Half HP as Frizzy will oversight this attempted defusal. Sacred has to stick to it. Frizzy with a hell of a shot as well. A single pixel necessary for him to meet Sacred's head. It's going to be 8-2 in favor of third impact. Caloretta with a serious opportunity there, but it goes to the wayside instead. We really needed to see quite a bit more out of Yoshi and his ult there, but really only able to get one frag at the end of the day. And really, you can chalk it up to third impact yet again here. They're able to make good on their promise of trying to keep this Caloretta squad out of A for at least the opening moments, and although that doesn't happen, at least they trade themselves out. That's all you can really ask of those players. It allows third impact to be able to work their way back in. Added advantage simply because of the gun difference there, but obviously didn't mean too much at the end of the day either, as those upgrades did come in. But Bladestorm just not working out. Looks like the A site is going to be the choice again, as third impact has already set up defensive members. But actually, what's this? Multiple members moving in through two. We could have a flank here from TI.
Yeah, looking to work their way in against this play, as they held a very passive play on the site towards A and pretty much let Caloretta walk in, which could lead to some pretty serious problems that we're seeing come to fold now here. Already, Caloretta set up in their post plant. No one posing a serious challenge against them here. The flank is being watched by their Viper as well. And no one able to lurk around through the caves and potentially get in their face. Yoshi, despite being vulnerable here as well, jumps into another engagement. Just a headshot frenzy for him. Even though the kills aren't actually happening as headshots. By the way, Yoshi brings up onto Frizzy. Now leaves only one player left standing. It's just going to be Evil in the back lanes. Caloretta now need to focus on getting the heck out of here before they end up dying to the spike explosion radius. But okay, Yoshi wants his fourth kill. He can have it as he takes down Evil. And that's going to be a very successful execute from Caloretta, something we haven't always got out of this team. It's something that we potentially might not be able to see much more of. As you heard, we're heading into the last round of the half.
A little bit of a misplay here for third impact, I think we can say, especially with their handling of two. They push all the way to the opposite end, but they don't do anything with it. And these are usually the players that are on site for A, but instead, they think Caloretta is simply going to try and go through other places or maybe possibly work A slowly, but that's not the case at all. They've already worked their way out and onto the site. They've gotten the spike down all before they get to the other end of tube. So it's all for naught. They have to try and double back, and since the controls are already in the favor of Caloretta, they have the angles, and they work it in towards third impact. So many frags coming in through that way. So now third impact, we're going to reset here. They'll be back out and onto site. Frizzy with the initial frag. He'll take down Aqua here, but some action now going down inside of mid. Vanish has found some space. He's also found Chansey all the way in the back line. That'll be the spike down. Somebody will have to reconcile this situation and pick this back up. But I mean, once again, look at the map. Some very deep pressure here from Sacred. This map has basically been split up into two. Mar will be able to get a frag as they're pushing out towards mid because they simply don't know what the next move is going to be. Mar's going to get lit up, but he'll be able to eventually escape here. Luckily enough for the defense as well. They seriously need his utility for this plant on B to go off flawlessly.
Caloretta work their way up. Plant is going to go down here, and third impact, unfortunately, will be very disconnected from this, as both of them will still be stacked over towards A. The Seekers are going to confirm this, and Caloretta will have that healthy amount of information to play off of, so the two third impact players will wait back a little bit to try and wait out the sound radius of the Seekers, but it's not really going to be possible under this situation. They need to speed up. They need to get onto this site. Even more than that, they need to figure out what the setup in the post plant actually looks like from Caloretta, and that'll be the most difficult part of this as they encroach on the site's zone here. Nicely done. The snake bite is going to be dodged pretty quickly by the opposing jet. Yoshi getting himself to safer quarters behind the pillar, but still going to be exposed ultimately to Steve. Mar trades that back out, though, and leaves only the Viper in this play. Frizzy left alone. He knows he's not clutching it out. Still be backing away from this one. I mean, it's last round of the half, so he's going to make a play for it ultimately. And oh man, even gets both the kills too. He's probably a little bit angry that he backed out from that play those couple seconds prior. But ultimately, not much he can do about that now, as the round still goes over to Caloretta. And it will be at an 8-4 score.
Yeah, pretty difficult when, you know, there's not very much time on the spike in the first place, and you enter at a point where the timer's already basically at half. There's really not much you can do, even if the frags do go fully into your favor initially. You're still gonna have to try and battle back, and you can't really fault Frizzy for that in the slightest. It's still gonna be an 8-4 split in favor of third impact, who are going to be switching things up, going to the offensive side now, and this might be a big thing for them. You know, we do have pretty similar agent pools here for both of these teams, but as of right now, third impact have been making good on most of their promises throughout all of this game, especially for Vanish and Zerg. They've been making this duelist role look so very easy, especially with the supporting cast of characters that they have right now. We're expecting more out of this going forward. But do they have any different ideas from what we've seen previously? We'll have to see right now. They'll be starting things out on the A site, looking towards Tube initially, but no one truly committing to the idea. Everyone now sitting in sight of Cave. They still have Sky out towards Defender spawn as well, as trade will ensue. Yoshi will eventually go down to the hands of Zerg, but he's very, very low HP. But Steve, look at Sacred lacking. So come out on the other end of Tube finally, and this lead Calretta into a 2 versus 3 after Chansey takes down Zerg.
Last
Frizzy
player
still looking to
standing.
close things out for third impact. He's going to be alone on that quest now as he loses Steve and Vanish here. A good start to it as he immediately takes out Mar, but still needs to deal with the Viper from the other end of the fight. Chansey looking to clutch this one out here for the defenders, as he will take the long route to get himself onto the site as he goes all the way up the rope into the halls. We'll see if this rotate round the world will end up working for Frizzy here as he inches up to the A door. It is going to be closed, so he would have to swing that open, and Chansey very much is going to hear that. But Frizzy could cut Chansey off right here.
Man.
It's going to
30
loop
seconds
right
left.
back out. Oh, look at this. Chansey, he's ready. He's even
Oh,
checked
got
the
him.
flank partially, but he has no idea that he's still waiting directly behind him. What a play from Frizzy.
Wow.
And it keeps the advantage in the back of Third Impact's pocket as they win the pistol again here.
Now that's when I want to see out of my clutch players. That was an insane round, and Coach TI's got to be happy about that as well.
Last
From Chris,
player
he wasn't
standing.
audible to call inside of the clutch. He knows that Chansey's more than likely going to start lurking towards B once the timing starts to get to him. Hey, where's this guy going to go? Where's Frizzy at? Is he going towards B? Like, necessarily, what is the play? I have to be there on time, otherwise he's going to be able to set up, and I don't want that to happen. Well, unfortunately, Frizzy thought ahead about this, and he knew that all of this was going to be going through his head, and he's able to capitalize on that instead. Right on the rotation, and well, now Mar with an opportunity inside of elbow. He'll be taken down quickly from Zerg as Third Impact are making mincemeat of Calretta here on Breeze.
Aqua trying to creep up on some of the members of Third Impact here, but he's a little bit behind the rotate, unfortunately. So as he creeps out of Cave into their spawn, not going to be much to find here. Zerg and the other side of the coin will end up finding a pick against Sacred. It's actually going to be Vanish that gets it, but obviously you can see there on the assist. Zerg helps out as the team is now going to burst out onto the B side. Yoshi's still with a knife drawn, trying to keep himself quiet here too. And Chansey has already had to fall back through double arches to keep himself safe. Yoshi will take the main arch position, but Zerg will quickly deal with that. And Aqua completes his flank. And again, a mistake made. It was being done by Calretta before. Now it's being made by Third Impact here. Nobody watching the
Last
flank,
player
and
standing.
that's going to cost him at least one player. Once again, though, in this situation, quick one-to-one exchange due to how much control Third Impact already have. And Steve deals with Aqua without any further death. Just the one flank kill is all Calretta are able to sneak off against Third Impact this time. And besides that, it's a very clean second round.
And Third Impact, they've fully taken over Breeze. And just to remind you guys, this is a Calretta pick, and they are looking... I mean, I don't even know really what to say about this roster right now. This is a complete difference from what we saw on the last Breeze that we saw from them up against TLP. They looked almost
player
unstoppable
standing.
in a certain sense, but now when it comes to TI, it looks like TI really does have their number. Again, it comes back to the their ability to play around each other, really play off of these picks. They never seem down really when it comes to it. And yeah, they have made their mistakes. Obviously, Calretta's gotten 4 rounds, but so far, Third Impact has seemed unstoppable so far here, and there's nothing that's been convincing enough out of Calretta to say that they're going to take this map.
So for Calretta here,
I have the spike.
slow gain of intel. They're going to try to look together. They try to push themselves out of B, but only into a waiting Steve. However, Mar also is going to be able to trade out to Steve because Steve wrongly assumes that was going to be the only aggressor in that situation. Hops out thinking he's safe. Unfortunately, is gunned down by the second member of Calretta. Waiting in the wings. Mar apparently waiting for more kills here as well as he finds a second one onto Frizzy. Zerg will move forward. Finally trade him back out before he can cause any further problems. And we'll be stuck in a 3v3. No plan opportunity given to the members of our Third Impact just yet, but now that they have full back control, they'll finally be able to leverage themselves into it. Yoshi, though, sneaks off the kill against Vanish, and suddenly it's going to be Zerg as well as just this Sova against
One
the world
enemy
here.
remaining.
They pushed their way back in, though. Evil cannot maintain. It's all going to be onto Zerg to clutch this one back out in a 1v3. Sacred will challenge, loses that battle. A good start for Sacred. Let's see how he carries this one forward, though. He's about to be pinched if he's not careful, and Yoshi will catch Zerg as he moves out instead. A 5th round goes on the board for Calretta.
Very well done from them as they'll finally have a successful defense. And I was going to say as well, John, this is their opportunity to prove everything that we were talking about before wrong. You know, they are able to finally get control over the B side and really start taking it to these members. And really, I mean, Steve kind of giving it away there initially, and the B site was more than likely going to be the play, and it ended up being. But Mar just too strong inside of that sense. It's where ended up faulting Steve for a little bit of that initially, just trying to get too aggressive out of the window, and could have seriously used him later. But either way, Mar making a huge play here for Caloretta when his number was called up. They definitely needed him to get something done there, and he'll be able to hold back third impact at least for the time being. TI, though, they're going to start committing things early on here as Jojo get one through the spray from the toxic screen. The Seeker's also coming out, but it's not going to mean too much to the overarching execute going on right now. Panels will come down. Zerg won't be able to land his shots, but Sacred most definitely will. Trying to push things forward here into Vanish's crosshairs, but Vanish not able to capitalize on this just yet.
Sacred trying to commit to a swing, and he finds it. Once again, the aggression coming out here from Caloretta, putting some huge dents in Third Impact's attack, as Third Impact is not ready for these aggressive swings in a lot of situations and is becoming the victim of it quite often here. Caloretta still with so much control over the ropes area, but missing that final rotate from Frizzy, so he'll sneak off a pick against Chansey. Obviously, it's a very, very small change up to otherwise a desperate round for Third Impact, but okay. Now the aggression has to stop because you're at risk of losing your advantage here. Third Impact taking a step back for a moment. Seems to have worked out for them, but they now need to move towards the site. No real reason for Caloretta to try to push upon them at any point remaining.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds of life needs to be made by them. That's a great lineup initially, but it's going to be tough to find these targets as they move away. Evil cannot lock one of them down, so all three of the charges go to a complete waste. They'll have to work their way out through another means. The recon dart goes in, and it is going to be immediately cloudbursted, so no intel on the jet. Besides the cloudburst that they can play off of. 13 seconds left to get them onto the site here now. They're going to try to brute force it. Frizzy already trying to force the plant in the back of the site. Might be able to get it too, but the guiding light is going to stop it with just a second or two left on the clock. Mar will shut down Frizzy before he can even put the spike there.
I mean, so far, already a huge difference from what we saw from TLP and Caloretta versus Third Impact and Caloretta. You know, Third Impact to be able to keep these rounds alive so very long and really give themselves an opportunity here inside of these clutch moments for themselves. And at least been able to give something to the defense, make it where they have to go for these retakes instead of making it very easy for them, very straightforward, and just taking down all the kills early. Either way, though, Third Impact 10-6 right now as Caloretta starting to put some rounds together, but you'd expect that when it came to this side. So far, these defenses are looking pretty good, which, you know, kind of strange to say for this map overall. Is it seems like just by the build of it that it would be a little offender-sided. You know, people got to make these long rotations and stuff like that. But Caloretta, as well as Third Impact, have both made very, very good off of their initial peaks and these initial angles that are given to you. And when that's going in your way in such convincing fashion, there isn't really necessarily anything that can be done about that. Steve, yeah, as you said, very unfortunately cannot hit any shots on the staircase. And this round looks to be going by the wayside pretty quickly here. Only going to be one more, and it's going to be Frizzy inside of Tube. Sacred will take him down after the trade from Mar, and it's going to be the 7th round. Happening fast.
Yeah, so the momentum swing over these past 3 rounds now, all in the favor of Caloretta. Ever since they got guns into their hands, this defense has been nearly flawless here. Always getting the first pick, as we see from Aqua once again, due to their very well-weighted aggression. That's not consistently showing itself either. It's always coming from different points, and as a result of that, different members of Third Impact are constantly finding themselves getting removed from the round before they have a chance to contribute towards it. Third Impact comes back into this round with a full arsenal once again, so their best chance in at least another round or two here to try and even out the odds and make sure their lead stays under their control. But as you see, Aqua as Sacred here going to be able to push out, and Sacred takes no prisoners at all. Vanish immediately just absolutely destroyed here from the headshot angle. That's going to allow for Sacred, the rest of them, to even fall back from mid, because once again they take the first fight in their favor.
Serious fan of that play as well. They actually offset the ice wall, so it creates almost an optical illusion when you peek that corner of it. What do you really know is if it's fully blocking or not, as you said. But obviously it's not. Triple dash into the site. We're able to get one chance with 2 big kills. And Caloretta Now with an opportunity here to take the round. It's looking fairly straightforward. Just kill the last member, and it will be. It'll be Chansey with a triple here as he'll take down Abel. And, well, for third impact, this is starting to look like things gone awry. They're not going to have the capacity to fly a multitude of rifles inside of this round.
One enemy remaining.
Well, it looks like Cal Reda's Breeze choice all of a sudden isn't the worst thing in the world.
So, for Caloretta bringing Sage into the fight here and changing up their composition seems to have worked wonders on this defensive side. Definitely left them lackluster a little bit when they were on the attack, as they were struggling to use that utility quite often. However, here on the defense, it's working its wonders quite prominently and is allowing for a swift comeback so far. Save for the pistol, and following round from third impact, they've been unable to get anything going here. On this round, we're going to see a much more passive stance put up by Caloretta. They will not be out. They will not be trying to take fights in middle. This is a very risky round, considering the Sheriffs could still very easily headshot out some of the members of Caloretta at long range if the third impact members are going to have the aim for it. So they keep this one a little bit closer to the chest, a little bit closer to the sight, specifically for Aqua, his teammate that we're usually pushing out into mid. You can see that Aqua has already spotted some of the play, however, so Chansey has a quick reaction to that. In addition to spotting the play towards B main, is just going to bring out the Viper's pit and try to send the other direction. It's not really going to work, though, but Sacred will be able to fend off the only other lurk leading its way into the A site. All this pressure is also going to divert most of the attackers in through B main, where, as we can see, Aqua is very much ready for the challenge. Sacred also fending off anything that tries to go over towards the metal tunnel. But once again, things looking
Sacred,
strong here for
down.
Caloretta, although, yeah, Sacred does need to catch Evil below him. He does it, though. I'm not even worried about it at this point. That's why I don't panic. Frizzy trades out for one, and Yoshi comes in to handle things again. 9-10 now. Caloretta still in control of the defense.
I'm the worrier, John, in the relationship. You're the good parent here. I'm the one that's like, please, oh God, this is all going so very wrong. But Sacred proves me wrong yet again. He'll peek outside on top of mid, and they'll be able to at least clean up the rest of this. And third impact, I mean, they have got to be worried about how this map is going to go now. It was in the palm of their hands, and they get on the offensive side, and all of a sudden, everything's gone. The entire lead that they built that looked so very dominant from the defensive end, Caloretta came back in such convincing fashion, and it's happened quick as well. It's a blink of an eye, and we're all of a sudden here at a 10-9 scoreline. And Caloretta, they want to give this up. They continue the aggression. Sacred, we passing through 2 toxic screens here. Those will be coming down very soon. Could catch Vanish off guard, but instead it's Vanish to tag up Yoshi or remove him from the play. But Mar will also be able to take down another one. Vanish, though, he's no slouch. But oh, Mar, what a shot. He'll take out 2 here and equalize. It's going to be a pretty serious round going back and forth. The Sacred will push into the favor of the defense yet again. Leer in to try and effect over Frizzy, but Frizzy will be able to find him before the Leer even is able to do anything. Mar now, his number's been called, and it's down into the 1-versus-1. He's low HP, but he's going to have to beat the doppelganger yet again. Down to a singular bullet here, and Steve will be the one to deliver it. It's 11-9 as third impact get their first round in quite some time.
He was bringing an amazing performance to that defensive side. He has got a little bit quiet here inside of the second half, but seals the deal on arguably the most important round that we've seen this team play yet. Just as they were about to lose the lead, they keep it in their favor. The scoreline goes up once again for them, 11-9, although this is a delicate lead at best for them here. They know that these defenders are absolutely ready for every challenge that's been sent their way, and they only escaped from this one once again due to the early antics at mid and how they were able to swing that into the eventual site over here towards A. So let's see they can do this 2 more times to close out on the map. Aqua once again going to get aggressive, more than anything just denying intel for the Trailblazer there as it tries to push its way from spawn up past the pillar and into the A double doors, but won't find an opportunity to do so. Aqua will now take up this position, exposed from the double doors, and even going to be able to hop onto the little hut here to the side as well to catch anyone from third impact that might venture into this part of the map. But right now, third impact are avoiding mid completely, keeping everybody out of there, although that's going to be changing over the next few moments here, now that everybody has pulled back from the B main and elbow area. Seems like most of the pressure is going to swing in towards middle, where Aqua will have a real good chance to make a play.
As you said, definitely in the pivotal position right now. One truthfully backing this up, but he doesn't need it to catch a lot of people off guard, and it will, in fact. TI Vanish as well as Zerg both going down. Frizzy with the refrag, but third impact definitely feeling the pain of that Miscalculated aggression. He's not checking all the angles available. And oh no, there's no way that C does him like that. Oh, Yoshi, I feel bad for you, my guy. That was all up to Mar on site. I don't think we're going to be seeing any fake merge from him, as there's way too many members around this area to even try and get your utility out. They will box out the Colorado defense as third impactor, looking for yet another round here to push themselves onto map point. Chansey will be coming in through mid doors. They know that Frizzy's around this location, and Sacred's going to get 2 with a singular spray. They marked out the last one as well, but Evil wins out the initial engagement. Chansey getting caught off guard from the peek from him, but now Sacred, he's got some space to work with, but oh no. Oh, Evil! Such critical shots to miss, but he does. Colorado stay alive as they won't allow it to happen just yet. They'll get to double digits as well before the third impact are allowed to 12.
It's the seemingly unneeded aggression, this foot forward that we keep getting from the members over here on third impact that keeps costing them, taking so many fights, moving forward without either fully investigating the options or, once again, not even really needing to take that fight in the first place. It costs them big in this situation here, and it worked earlier in the round, and we're seeing from the replay for Evil. It's just overplayed, unfortunately, inside of that last kill right there, so is not able to pick it up. Evil falters. And that is going to be Colorado getting very close to claiming the lead once again. And at a pivotal point in this match, too, at 11-10, Third Impact's economy is going to be down in the dumps now. They are going to put some early pressure here onto the metal tunnel, as well as inside of the cave. So will our defenders. Sacred moving in, taking the early fight versus Zerg. Yoshi and Aqua also come out with successful picks. And Yoshi, he's not going to miss a beat on the opening of the door. Takes them both out on his own. A truly flawless round from Colorado, and a quick one at that, as they do indeed tie it up.
And Yoshi, 24-16-3 right now with the op in hand. He's looked just electric for this team right now. I don't believe that he missed a single target inside of that entire round. It's going to be a flawless for the defenders either way, 11-11. And luckily enough for Third Impact, they'll be able to buy back in, but be honest, this is our last round here. No matter what way you slice it, Colorado will be able to buy back in if they lose, but for Third Impact, this is it. They have to win.
Third Impact going to start this round off with slow play again. They will try to rotate themselves into middle, where once again you've got the dynamic duo of Aqua as well as Vanish looking to play this, or rather not Vanish, excuse me. Looking to play this one out Sacred, excuse me, as he takes down Frizzy there at the bottom of middle. So once again, advantage to Colorado. Third Impact still lurking as individual players here, like I was talking about before, taking these fights that aren't going to be properly supported, leading to, even if they win these fights, players just kind of off on an island on their own, not able to easily exchange things out. This, to some extent, negates a lot of the advantage they would have by bringing Sky to the table here, not able to use those heals as much as they would like. These players are being far too committed, far too early in the round. They're not able to properly back out to be useful for the execute itself. So behind this, Third Impact does peel their players away. They're going to try to collapse them all on top of each other, except for the B-Lurk. That B-Lurk is going to get spotted very quickly. The actual A-push, though, goes fairly well. Plant obviously down on the ground, and Stee has fended off the first player trying to retake. And we see more of them coming in now.
Well, now, start to pop things open. Mar will get the initial frags and begin to pressure the back end of the pyramids. Mar not missing today, and neither is Yoshi. Colorado, they've basically sealed it here, as Breeze is looking to go their way, although they've given practically the max amount of rounds that they can give inside of a game before it goes to OT. Colorado up and on to 12 points, one away from taking Breeze here. His Third Impact is at 11, but just remember what we were talking about previously. The next buy for Third Impact, it looks very, very bleak. Even past this plant, really not getting too many kills to have too much of an effect on it. They'll have to buy some smaller guns here, and actually they'll treat it into the shields instead. They'll buy light shields across the board and be able to muster some rifles, but a Guardian for Frizzy here.
The lower HP is certainly not going to help them, in my opinion, in this situation here. Colorado has had the advantage on the opening gunfight for pretty much this entire half here, and Third Impact has really, really struggled to try and wrangle control that back into the court here. We're seeing that aggression come out once more from Colorado, and it's going to be met at the bottom of Pillar Mid. Yoshi already taking down Frizzy, the other player that was supposed to meet up with him there, now immediately lurking away towards the B window and eventually to push into B main. We do have two players ready to burst out elbow and in through the tunnel, but even that's being watched still by Yoshi, so no guarantee that either of those players are going to make it out of here alive. See see Vanish committing to it now. Just shift walks right into Yoshi there. Another kill goes the way of our defenders. Sacred pulling off the same, as does Mar. That's pretty much it, folks. Zerg goes down, and Caloretta make the comeback happen as they bring it all the way back from 4-8 to 13-11 in their favor as they take control of the opening map and their own pick here at the start of the series.
I mean, what more do you say? Third Impact had everything they could possibly want when it comes to that halftime scoreline, and they're still not able to do it. 3 of the Caloretta members outclassing all of Third Impact there. They're really going to want that map back, John, but history is history. Past is the past, and we can only look towards the future. Breeze, definitely Caloretta's map. I mean, hey, I got to call you out here. Before, during the prep phase, he's like, hey, Caloretta, they're going to choose Breeze after they just won it for the first time. I mean, is it truthfully the map choice? I don't really know, but how do you feel about it now, John?
It's looking pretty good, right? Especially inside of that second half. The big problem was, again, the complete stylistic misplay that we were seeing on the attack there coming in from Third Impact. Never really able to make any of these plays. We're constantly not expecting the aggression from their opponents and always losing the opening fight as a result of that, and just never really having a good position to fight from, except, again, for the first couple rounds in that half, but that was only the pistol in the follow-up round. So rough times for Third Impact. We're going to have to see if they can rebound. But first, we're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we do come back, we'll have the second and potentially third map of this series to see who's going on to the grand final to play against ZMB. We're back once again, ladies and gentlemen, ready for the second map of the lower bracket finals here between Caloretta and Third Impact. Caloretta with a great comeback on Breeze. Their own map choice, they take it at the very end of regulation play at 13-11 there, as the members from Third Impact get themselves started with an 8-4 lead, but are unable to control the attacking side of Breeze, running into constant issues handling the early aggression in places like the middle of the map, and as a result, never really able to put their best foot forward for a lot of their executes. We'll go ahead and put those maps up on screen and see where we're going to be heading towards next, as we'll get one final reminder there. Caloretta taking things 13-11 on Breeze. We now get ready to head to Ascent for our second map. Still a large map, still a lot of open galleries for teams to shoot at each other from, but obviously much more contained and much more played out at this point too, so the teams will be much more familiar with how to change and formulate their play styles to outwit their opponents here, in my opinion.
Now, for Ascent, this is going to be a pretty interesting pick here. Obviously, we've seen quite a bit from Caloretta on this map, and they look pretty solid across the board, but for TI, I mean, I think that they looked very, very good here. Even though it didn't end up going in their way, I like the overall idea that they had yesterday up against ZMB, but as ZMB sits in our grand finals, you guys know how that one ended up going down. Now, for Caloretta up against the squad here on Ascent, we're once again, John, looking towards Yoshi. I am once again offering Yoshi up as a trade. He needs to be impactful here. We have got to see the most out of this Jet yet again. And I mean, that's the mantle that we're going to be talking about. He has got to make sure that he has some semblance of an impact here. Otherwise, this could go very, very wrong.
And away from that, once again, needs some consistency more than anything out of a Third Impact member here, specifically the Duelist, doing great work inside of the first half that we saw on the defense for Breeze there, but failing outright on the attack in a lot of ways for the reasons that I talked about before, where they were having a lot of issues just due to the timing of the swings we were getting from the defenders here. That cannot be a problem. We've already seen the amount of control that Zerg can exercise over these situations based on his performance back in Breeze, and on top of that as well, based on the KO play we saw from him on a different map just yesterday, of course, in their qualifying match to get to this point here. So we know that that strength is there. We know that it can be present, but they're having problems working it when Yoshi and Sacred are constantly showing up. We already talked about Yoshi, of course, but Sacred too, a massive problem for them in that last map. Now, the good news is going into a set here is more than likely Sacred is going to go onto a much more passive role. If he does the same thing he did in the last series, he'll switch over to a Sentinel for this one, so he won't be as much of a concern. But as you were mentioning, if Yoshi's not going to be dealt with consistently, and by extension Sacred and whoever else may be stepping up here, TI is not going to have the freedom to pull off their attacks here, and they'll run into the same exact issues that they ran into back on Breeze.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a big step up in some serious ways from a lot of these Colorado members, so we need to see that continued here up against TI, because it's not that Third Impact isn't a great team. I mean, at any moment in time, they can fully take over this game. It's just really, how do they get around this Colorado squad? As of right now, the answer hasn't seemed very clear, but from what we can tell you, walking into Ascent, they'll at least not be able to, or not have to deal with, rather, the likes of Sacred. He'll be shifted on over to the Killjoy instead, and like we've been talking about, it's going to be Yoshi on this Jet. We'll have to see what Third Impact want to bring to the table this time around, and actually, they're going to provide some pretty interesting things here. The biggest thing that's obviously standing out to more than likely everyone has got to be the Breach coming in here for Frizzy. We haven't really seen Frizzy on this agent prior. We've actually only, I believe, seen him on Viper throughout most of this tournament, so this is going to be a new fold coming in here.
That means that we're going to see the controller role go to Evil for this one here, as normally the Viper has been played by Frizzy in the past, clearly not finding a need for it on a set, however. So as Stokes was mentioned, the Breach is going to be brought into the fold, changing out what would normally be a Sky in this position here. Stee also jumping onto the Killjoy for this one. Meanwhile, over on Caloretta's side of things here, like we talked about, we're also going to see Sacred go back down onto the Sentinel role himself for this one. So no double duelist, no second rain, or well, a first rain, a second duelist coming out here for Caloretta. So as a result of that, it's going to be a little bit less aggressive of a composition here, but it is very much needed to have that Killjoy coming into this map for the control that will be needed, more than likely on the B site. For the rest of these guys, though, it is going to be business as usual. Chansey on the controller role, Aqua, of course, picking up the Sova, Mar going to be supporting from the Sky, and Yoshi, as we come to talk about pretty much endlessly here, will stay on the Jet. Just waiting for these lock-ins to happen, and there we go, folks. We're going to be loading into the map and getting started with our second map here to see if indeed Caloretta can pull off the upset and the revenge play here, taking TI 2-0 in the lower bracket finals, or if TI is going to bounce back and take us to a map 3. Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, as it's time for the pistol round to start.
What can they do? That's the question that we ask here on Ascent as we give you guys the beautiful fly through of the Flying City. Third Impact, obviously feeling the heat from that last game. It's a necessity to win this Ascent now. And it all starts here. What can they possibly do on this offensive half? TI, throughout most of Breeze, were very capable when it came to their defensive end, but when it came to the offense, they lacked. And hopefully it doesn't happen the same way this time around. But looking across the board, it doesn't seem like they're going to have a lack inside of options when it comes to it. You know, especially with Frizzy coming in here, he's going to have quite the bit of a payload when it comes to this utility that could have a serious effect over how they end up popping open these sites. But enough info, enough chit chat, everyone. It's time to start things off. This Third Impact, they'll launch a nice arrow straight into mid. Yoshi's going to miss out on it. Mar, though, he'll be able to capitalize on the kills early and get the heck out of Dodge.
Great opening start here from Third Impact. The follow-up, though, is going to be very, very weak, unfortunately. Evil, as well as one additional member from Third Impact's attack going down here. Chansey, however, on the actual site, he's going to find himself getting overwhelmed, and that lets 2 of the remaining 3 in. Mar will trade one of those out for his personal third kill on the round, and with Yoshi confirming a 4th, that's only going to be in play. Frizzy sits alone here now. And what was a 1v4, he's made it down to a 1v3 with the elimination of Yoshi, but he's also going to flash himself as he tries to swing the corner here. Has to turn tail pretty quickly here. And he will just make a mad dash for A from the looks of things, although stops himself before fully exiting towards spawn. A little bit trickier of a play, apparently, being built up here by Frizzy. We'll see if it'll lead to much, as he seems to have fooled them initially, but Caloretta, pretty smart about this situation, is instead going to stay on site for the most part, or stay very close towards it, and Mar will spot the play. Mar's going to see Frizzy working his way in from main. That'll bring the other 2 players back. Frizzy has too slow of a follow-up. He probably assumes the other 2 players have gone to A, and he's got longer for the rotate, but that's going to probably end up being what kills him. A good stun that comes out, but an even better guiding light that stops him from moving out behind the stun there from Mar. Great work on Caloretta, and specifically Mar using the utility. Frizzy sneaks off a shot, but so does Sacred. And that'll end the round in the favor of our defenders as Caloretta goes up 1-0.
Third Impact can't get the pistol to go through, and Mar yet again. The strangest thing when it comes to Caloretta is that Mar was basically just gone. We didn't really see anything from him yesterday at all. He was there, he had some odds and ends plays, but it was really just him and his guiding lights assisting the rest of the team. And today, Mar has been a completely different beast. He's 3-0 inside of the first round, but time and time again on these maps, he has found so much impact. To the point where these rounds are practically over in a certain sense when he does indeed pop off. So a very worrisome start here for Third Impact. A recon bolt out, but Mar with even more frags. A guiding light to go forward? No. Chooses to back off instead. Shock darts will come out to try and get Evil to back off of this Nebula. But are they aware that he's already pushed into logs?
Mar continuing to hold himself back at the top of the site stairs here, waiting for Third Impact to decide what their path forward is going to be. And Mar, of course, needing to try and isolate out Evil. Someone else is going to do that instead, though. Aqua just moving out here, getting a little impatient about the situation. I'll just push him from Speedway. That works pretty well for Aqua and the rest of Caloretta. All B pressure now subsided. The remaining 3 have attempted to rotate towards A. And once again, they're actually going to have a pretty clean path in. The problem is we still are going to have a Nebula blocking the way, and I believe we've got 1 or 2 more stars sitting on the ground at main as well. So with the right call, we could see the Astra quickly bring out the gravity well there and stop them from moving in, which is more than likely going to be the play. Third Impact, I think, even realized that this is a possibility as they continue to play the site rotation game more than anything here. Go back for a 3rd time inside of this round here, rotating over towards B. And this time, they're going to actually catch a player to take down Yoshi. And this time now means they can go up Cat. That's going to be a path forward, opening up the site for them. Unfortunately, at this point as well, Caloretta has realized this is going to be primarily an A-Tix. They've also rotated most of their players over here. I think there's a call that's been made for B at this point for Third Impact, but they really don't have the time anymore. They just have to commit. The round is over, and unfortunately, they run right into the setup from Caloretta, giving the round to them.
Yeah, the wells run dry, at least for the second round here, so they'll have an
30 seconds
opportunity
left.
coming into the third, and a better opportunity than the last. It'll be a gun round here for the offenders, so they'll finally have some rifles on deck to have some sort of influence over these next rounds. Hopefully, that's what we're hoping for TI, but so far, it's been lacking in every single department. Zerg and Frizzy, the only ones capable of kills currently, whereas Caloretta have gotten so much on the board, especially for Mar and Sacred. Sacred this time around doing it with Killjoy. Doesn't even need a duelist when it comes to Ascent. But now, as we said prior, third Impact, I'm going to be happy about this round as they do indeed finally have weapons on deck, but that doesn't mean that they still have to they still have to deal with these defenders. Aqua will step up. Won't be able to get too much done with that Ares. He'll choose to back off, but really no decision made here from third Impact yet either. They still have the spike all the way back inside of spawn right now. That'll get picked up quickly here from Breach as he'll start moving back towards A.
Third Impact will group up primarily towards middle here. No decision made in terms of where to take the spike just as of yet. Zerg with the free arches control is also going to fall back from his position. Like the spike rotating itself pretty quickly over towards B, so more likely going to collapse upon that since Zerg knows they have the free control leading up to market at a minimum. However, that position at the moment not looking like it's going to be utilized at all by third Impact, and Zerg even lurking himself into tree to give off a fake impression here. Not going to work very well, and we've got the big stack of Caloretta players here in B main, so there's just as much of an impression being made that way. But that's probably good enough here for Caloretta at this point. Vanish catches the push from Mar, trying to move into B main as well. That's the initiation they needed to get out onto site, but Sacred's still able to delay with the Nano Swarm for at least a couple of seconds. The team moves forward, not into the pit just yet, but they're immediately going to pre-fire on a Sacred's position. Yoshi exchanges it, keeps it somewhat winnable here, but not for very long. Stee and Zerg clean up the large majority of the leftovers, and Yoshi, with only a judge to work with here, is not going to have the best odds. He's outwitted by Zerg, backed by Spawn Route, and that'll finally be third Impact going up on the board.
It's going to be a sad round there for Caloretta, hoping to do more on their bonus, and they won't be able to get away with very much. This is going to lead into lackluster rounds going forward, and it's already starting to show, at least the wound is, as of right now. You can see it on Aqua here, a light shield to be coming in instead of that heavy, but this is just a telltale sign of what's going to be going on further, unless they can get something serious to happen inside of this round. But obviously for third Impact, it's going to be more of the same. They ended up losing Frizzy. He'll have to rebuy in, as he'll be sitting on very similar straits, a Vandal as well as a light shield to try and assist.
Yoshi continuing to maintain his position behind the Nebula here, but Zerg is going to strike first here for third Impact. Yoshi finds the first. Will he realize that Zerg wasn't the one he took down? It's not going to matter in this situation, as he'll fall back to market where he can extrapolate upon that trade and we'll find out Zerg's position a little bit later on in the round. Chansey, in the meanwhile, is not going to be given that freedom of thought. He'll be pushed out of his position in Garden very early on. Yeah, it'll give the early warning, but it's not going to be too much of a concern as third Impact push their way forward. What is, though, is this aggression from Yoshi as he drops down the spike, tries to outwit Zerg with the Blade Storm out and running, but it's not going to work out there. Zerg outwits him. We go down to a 2 versus 3. Zerg, low HP, but still with the Blade Storm here. He gets the headshot off on a Chansey. They're going to be all right, but never mind. Frizzy takes the fight himself. Spike flank leaves only Aqua in this now 1v2 as he takes down Vanish. But yeah, as you said, very doable if he gets Zerg first, but no, doesn't check the hard corner. Follows the sound cues from Aqua as he stomps his way back to hell, takes the obvious play instead, and that'll cost him. A second round goes up on the board for third Impact.
Unfortunate enough for Caloretta here. Defensive round that had to be won, and now third Impact. They'll begin their ascent here of this offensive half. There's some beautiful shots here, especially from Zerg. A triple for him on the round. They're trying to get things done. 7-2 for him as of right now, but more than likely going to have even heavier influence after this round. It's going to be a light buy here from Caloretta, and more than likely a very forward one here from third Impact. But actually, not going to be the same thing as what we thought was going to be happening. Yoshi will get aggressive inside of mid. He's forced back out into mid, though, after he tries to get in through tiles. But that's going to be met with aggression from third Impact. But it's just really mostly utility at the end of the day. Sacred, he's going to get caught looking currently inside of lobby. Evil will take him down, as it's been a pretty patient TI offense.
Colorado still looking for a way to get in the face of this offense. In the meanwhile here, as you said, Third Impact taking their time about this one. At the moment, holding primarily outside of A main. Yoshi potentially about to become the victim of that play. If he is in too haphazardly here, be supported by a guiding light, but Third Impact are gone. They've already full committed to the swing through their spawn and over towards B main. Stee, in fact, throwing down the Killjoy ultimate here to allow Third Impact out onto the site and hopefully lock down the two on-site players here. They're trying to rotate back out towards CT, but that's not going to be an easy task. Even worse, no one's here for the supports. You're going to see one get locked down in the site. He can't do anything except stand there and take it. Aqua, very unfortunate for him as the rotates from Mar as well as Yoshi going to be far too slow to assist with this situation, and in all reality, far too slow to even do anything now that both their teammates are dead. They just have to fall back here. Not really an option for a save, unfortunately, as they only have pistols, and more than likely the Jet potentially having nothing except their ults. What exactly can you do about this retake here in a 2v5? Barely any damage being done to the members of Third Impact. They're going to try to force the issue, but as you can see, it goes very one-sidedly and not to the side of the defenders. That's a flawless take from Third Impact as they pick up their third.
Well, guess what they can do, and I guess what they can do is just die, John. That's really all they have. That's the only option. The angles is too harsh here from Colorado, or rather from Third Impact, and they're able to take it to Colorado. So far, Colorado not able to get too much going. The ball has simply not rolled for them outside of the first 2 rounds that they're able to get, but once the rifles come online for Third Impact, they fight back in convincing fashion. This will be the first time that Colorado is able to try and muster much up against them, so we'll see what necessarily they can do. Rizzy will be starting us off here at the fault line out as he'll get flash from the guiding light, but he still has plenty of things to be able to affect this. Still has his flash points inside of his arsenal as well to try and chuck at the opponents, but they've gotten pretty forward here inside of A main. Still trying to figure out exactly if somebody can be around this area, but more than likely still worried about Wine as well, and they are indeed. Yoshi will be forced out of here as he'll use his dash to get across that angle. Steve will pick up one.
Give it a good start of things to finally curtail the aggression from Colorado, but no, it's going to be a flurry of frags. This one going the way of Third Impact, though, as Zerg makes up the difference by taking out Yoshi. That's an opening on the A site, one that Third Impact, I'm going to be honest, probably weren't even planning to take full advantage of until a couple of seconds ago here. That trade goes in their favor, and suddenly they have an opportunity to plant on the A site, so they'll need to take it. At the same time, though, plenty of time going to be bought for Sacred to get in position. Still not going to be the best of odds for him to clutch it out, but the slower Third Impact follow-up on this actual plant, the more of a chance he's going to have here. Both teams kind of psyching themselves out a little bit. The Sacred walks in. Oh, no. The double take towards Tree as he thinks he's clear, but doesn't spot Evil there. So Evil will get the kill for free, and it's a 4-2 lead now on the board for Third Impact.
Well, unfortunate enough for him, but it all happens inside of this trade set here. All of those deaths going the way of the offense instead, and not really much you can do outside of that, especially when you end up having that pick happen over on the B site as well. You know, just outmanned and outgunned when it comes down to it, John. It's really hard to try and fight back and really try and take it to the opponents when you are down a man, because they can simply just trade each other out and they're going to win just simply by proxy. So now Recon's out here. I didn't get too much done. It'll get shot immediately upon landing. Aqua will get smoked out at the other end of Cat as well. It's going to be a pretty slow-moving offense here for Third Impact. Aqua will be able to get some semblance of control over mid, but the Recon not finding too much in the area in which he shot it. And it's also been destroyed as of now. But for Third Impact, this is going to be going through mid. They'll be able to take up Sova just a little bit. It's not really going to be too much here for Aqua. Only down to about 90 HP. Had that light shield as well, so not too much damage coming on to him overall. It'll finally happen, though, as Mar and Aqua both fall. Third Impact, they're actually looking towards B. They'll have their Astra lurking around the top of mid right now as well, but needs to get back into this play soon enough.
Yoshi trying to isolate out the position of Zerg, but also going to lose his life here. Chansey, in the meanwhile, throwing caution to the wind. He goes for a big push outside, and now Sacred sealing another kill away from Third Impact here as well. A second going to be picked up. B. That's the spike down, and the rest of them are contained inside of B main also. So just like that, Third Impact's execute falls to pieces, and Colorado steal a thrifty on this round. They're coming back at 3-4.
Third Impact, I mean, there's no really other way to put this, John. They're just playing very slow, very respectful of the defense. It's something that you shouldn't be doing in this set. I'll be really honest, especially in a round like that. You know that they're down on guns. You know that you can simply berate them, and that's all you really have to do. But third impact, they try and pull back the aggression. And that's not a time to do that. It's a very unfortunate call there as they try to piece out all these Calretta members, but just can't happen. On into the next round, third impact. After a round, they're going to want back. They're starting to show an aggressive front. Aqua already dealing some serious damage, though. He'll take down Frizzy, and that's going to pull away all of the stuns from third impact. They won't have any more of those to try and enter site, as well as they won't have a jet. Zerg will go down after Sacred cleans him up, and this looks like third impact has given Calretta the entry that they should have never had.
Yeah, Calretta bouncing back very, very quickly here in these past 2 rounds. Third impact, the entire assault stunted. Unfortunately, due to this Cosmic Divide helping out with it as well, Sacred shuts down the final player, and it's a very quick affair to tie things up in the favor of Calretta at 4-4 on this defensive side. Third impact, though, coming out of an eco on that one due to the thrifty that was taken by our defenders here. So going to come into this next one, the full arsenal once again, as they try to put themselves on a good foot forward.
I'm going above.
Well, hopefully that good foot starts soon, because as of right now, it's looking quite bleak. Calretta, instead of the last 2 rounds, they've been able to not only get weapon upgrades and sit on those, but they've also been able to build up a mad stack of cash. And third impact, they're now going to have to try and deal with all of their former mistakes. They recon out here for Aqua as he's looking to try and get aggressive inside of He's not going to find much, and instead it'll be Zerg to capitalize on that. That'll get him the Blade Storm as well, so they're trying to back up things here for this lockdown. You can see the defense has already shifted all the way over to mid as well as CT. But also, third impact, keeping things out towards A as well, but now as that spike starts to go down, nothing really for the Astra to be doing outside of this space. Has to choose to get that back to site soon. Evil will be able to get a kill on Calretta, so third impact able to start working things back into their favor now. But Sacred, oh, the timing here, so important. Evil will be able to try and get things down, but he steps out just in time. Sacred's starting to have to deal with quite a bit of this, but Yoshi seriously needs to start finding some of his frags. Looking back now, they're not able to really get too much done to Sacred. He'll find yet another kill here, but Yoshi, he won't be able to achieve too much. Unfortunate for them as well, as this is not going to get them what they wanted onto the actual site. This is going to be yet another round here for third impact, as I believe both Calretta members will be able to escape before this spike goes off. Oh, nope, Sacred will get taken out.
Yeah, Sacred's going to get cut off there. So third impact, either way, they will maintain their lead after taking control of that one. Yoshi survives with the operator in hand, and it's going to bolster this buy pretty heavily, actually, as it was looking like we would have a fairly standard buy behind the rest of these teammates. Bar's going to be a little bit lower, but Yoshi shouldn't have much of a problem helping him out in that regard. He still has 4,600 left in reserve, so yeah, we're going to see full guns for this entire team, and still an operator advantage going by the way of Calretta, so third impact has yet to meet that one. What third impact have done, though, once again, taking the lead away from our defenders here, keeping a strong stance going. Once again, trying to close out on this one to correct the mistakes back from map number 1 here. Put them in position to push us to a third and final map. As far as Calretta are concerned, though, initial peek from Yoshi out into mid, but not much aggression beyond that. They're going to hold back, wait and see what third impact are going to present. And third impact more than likely going to give us a whole lot of aggression out into the mid arches in just a second here, as Vanish is just checking with the Al drone first. We've got the Nebula. It's a little bit off center, though. Nebula going down as well to commit to this push. Mar actually could probably try to peek out from the short side of that Nebula, but he's being smart. Note of the fact that the members of Third Impact are probably keeping an eye on that, and so does not challenge it. Aqua, though, does use it to get himself into market and nearly gets caught as it fades away there.
Out of charge.
He is going to catch Aqua as well here, as we see the team moving in there and taking him out. We're going to see 4 still standing here from Calretta. After that is concluded, though, the Cosmic Divide once again going down, this time in the favor of our defenders, however. They work their way back out and try to block both the access points to A. That line will work itself really well. Turret goes down the other side of it too, but this one favoring the attackers and unfortunately doesn't have the angle to shoot at Chansey somehow here, so he's going to continue to hold this position right next to the Cosmic Divide, which will finally be fading in just a sec. With only 20 seconds left here, they need to get onto the site and they need to quickly. Yoshi will get a free one against Zerg, but still, Steve found the opening entry and second now too. Third overall on the round.
seconds
themselves
left.
into the pit here. Sacred can stop and leave them with no time to plant. Tries to spray transfer, but will not be able to do it. Frizzy instead takes him and Yoshi out. With that, even the spike will go down, giving the extra 300 credits over to Third Impact. They take the round, and they now take a more solid lead, going up 6-4.
Now that one happening pretty quick there at the end. Although the opening decently slow there as Steve's able to work the map and find some super big frags, especially this one right into here. A heck of a shot all the way from lane, but not able to follow through with that too much. He just becomes a martyr in a certain sense there, so get taken down but traded out immediately. It's a 6-4 lead right now for Third Impact. Calretta able to get some rounds back after Third Impact let them in on one of their eco rounds, but it didn't happen again here. Yoshi very forward with that operator. Not able to find too much. He'll get stuck out of A long instead. And now TI got some space to work with here, but haven't truthfully committed to much just yet. Starting to look towards A as of right now, but with the stack around this space, it's going to be pretty difficult to crack. They've got the KJ here. They've got Astra and all of her stars as well as Jet. So simply, what does Third Impact do to try and get around this? Well, you know, it starts in this opener. You know, she'll be holding the cross now. Star will go down and try and pull him back. He'll also get stunned, so that'll force out quite a bit of his own utility. The Cloud bursts out now, as well as Third Impact in and onto site. It's going to give them the moment to actually get this spike down if they can. And, well, everything actually currently getting thrown at the offenders. I don't believe the spike's actually going to go down. No, they'll commit to it. They actually found a way to be able to get rid of the lockdown and guarantee this round so far. First kill will go in the favor of Calretta as they're currently stuck inside of Raptor. Sacred will be out towards the tree, but it'll be Mar to take down the initial frag. Still have some players stuck underneath the Raptors as one is out towards main, but it's all Mar all the way. I wish we got to see that pop, but unfortunately enough, we don't get to see the quad. Mar will secure it, and that's going to be a round for Calretta.
Mar's becoming a kind of silent hero here for Calretta. Has been doing it throughout the series as well as the matches the previous couple days as well here. Mar, massive contribution to the team inside of this matchup, and he's fragging with the best right now, tied with Yoshi and I believe one other member of the team. They are slowly but surely trying to bring this scoreline back under their own control. For the defensive side, though, we would generally expect them to have the lead coming out from this one, so they are absolutely going to want to try and control this 6th round, if at all possible. Third Impact takes this one 7-5. Calretta might be in a bit of a tough spot here.
Calretta, I mean, both sides of the coin decently solid when it came to their overall play on Breeze, and they've looked pretty good today. They've been definitely worked up, John. There's no way that you can work around that. They've had so much play so far, and oh god, not like this. Third Impact are simply throwing it to the wind. They try and get immediately on to B, and they've lost players time and time again to Sacred, and it's happening all over again. He's looking for his third. They don't get it. It doesn't even matter, Frizzy. All of your friends are dead, and it's all because of me. How dare you try and take this round. Calretta with 6 now. They'll tie things up. Third Impact. They simply sell the bag, John. There's no other way to put it.
All right, so they tie it back up. A great insight performance there coming out. I guess that's the benefit now of having your backup Sentinel be the also backup duelist and the need for it, because you can make plays like this, where once again, Sacred just absolutely dominates control here. Not to mention the amount of damage he chipped onto a couple of additional players there too, potentially giving him another assist or two at the end of the round there. That Nano Swarm doing massive damage and completely bleeding out one of the members of the attack from Third Impact. Very well held there by Sacred, and very much earns his spot on the top of the scoreboard now at 12-7. Teams have switched sides. It's time to see if Third Impact's defense is going to be stronger than the attack here, because they'll need to get that 1 or 2 extra rounds to push them over the edge and allow them to close this one down. If not, Calretta got a good chance to push this one into their favor. Zerg with an awkward start here as he dashes on top of the turret, not even expecting to find it there. Aqua immediately exchanges against him, though, and we'll go into a 4v4. Not before Steve can jump into this for one. Yoshi exchanges it out as well, but no! Steve, despite the Cloudburst being in the way, sneaks the kill from behind it to take out Yoshi and Evil, along with Vanish, going to clean up the last 2 members of Calretta as well. It's Third Impact that take very early and very quick control over the opening pistol here.
Third Impact have to be happy about this opener, but this is something that we saw was very similar on the start of the half the prior time, but that was all from Gallaretta, able to win the initial pistol and the follow-up round, which is pretty obvious, but it doesn't always go the same way. But that third round, that gun round, the most important one to start off a half, John, that's what they ended up losing. And, well, we could see that yet again here. Gallaretta obviously have somewhat of an opportunity inside of this round, but definitely not as strong as the follow-up. We'll see what they can do here in the pistol.
As the pistol round winds up for Gallaretta specifically, they're unfortunately not going to start it with the best of motives. Aqua walking right out into a primed and ready Zerg. Sacred potentially about to do the same thing against Frizzy, but Frizzy thankfully for Sacred will not be peeked out at this point in time. Can't say the same for the Speedway player though. Evil waiting for an opportunity to get vision on some of these players here. The Aftershock's just going to be sent in to push Sacred out of that corner. It'll work. The spam damage is going to deal decent amounts to both Sacred and Chansey as well here. So peppering down the remaining 4 players on Gallaretta to a pretty decent degree, and unfortunately not leaving them with much of a hope to get into this site now. They're going to try to use their overwhelming numbers here to do so. But just as I say, they actually split away. Great recon dart comes out from Vanish, gets the free scan onto the 2 players at panels there. Still doesn't confirm the positions of the other 2, however. So third impact not going to be able to act on that too heavily. It looked like we had a headshot connecting onto Frizzy right there, and in fact it did, but look at how low it brought him. Just a sliver of HP, not enough for the outright kill, so he survives it. Trades it back out. Steve's also going to move in here to take down Chansey as he steals away the orb. I think he did get the orb, but obviously going to be a pretty small trade at the end of the day. And now Mar as well as Yoshi going to try to push themselves in here for Gallaretta. He will very much waiting for that. He'll hear the action. He's going to try to use the pull here. He's not going to get one of them though, but a quick swing. And Vanish can assist here to make sure that they clean up the second one. And indeed, that team ace will be claimed. His third impact also claimed an 8th round overall.
Well, TI have to be happy about this, and Zerg. Okay, my friend, he's feeling himself right now. He's going to upgrade himself to an op for this follow-up round, which could be pretty interesting. Honestly, I mean, he's been playing very, very well so far with the Marshal, so why not upgrade it to the rifle that can take people out in a singular shot? I mean, you might as well at the end of the day, especially if all it's going to take you is to give up your heavy shield. Who even needs those anyways? Much rather take a light shield and try and get some things done with this op early on when you can try and catch the opposing squad off guard. Won't have an opportunity presented to him early though, as it'll be a Nebula down on the opposite end of Cat here from the defenders. Able to hold up mid here for quite some time, and no one really attentive to this situation. They will start rotating out towards the back end of mid, so try and defend Pizza. But as of right now, Gallaretta not giving up too much. They've obviously lost their smoker, which is going to change up a lot of what can happen inside of this round for them. But oh no, this is starting to go the way of third impact. There's gonna be 2 big kills for them, and Yoshi will take down Zerg as well. The investment all for naught as he crouches under the crosshair and takes out the op-wielding Jet.
Look at this pinch though. Inside of the site here, you got 1 player guarding, 1 player playing out still from main that they weren't expecting. Vanish taken down to Yoshi. Great follow-up flash from Mar though. Once again, keeping things strong for Gallaretta, making sure they stay in control. The recon dart with perfect timing as well to try to figure out where exactly these players are going to be positioned at, but it's not going to catch Aqua. He still maintains his anonymity from inside of hell. Steve though, inserting himself right up to the button. He'll be caught first by Aqua. Keep in mind, no plant just as of yet, but Aqua will take this opportunity to get down as quickly as he can. The hop in from Frizzy will be caught also. Frizzy thinking he has freedom there and that Mar might have still been back inside of A main. He tries to take down the planter before he can confirm it, but instead gets himself a sky to the face. Evil now left alone here in a 1v2. Only a Sheriff to play off of also. Knows that there's potentially going to be 1 player behind Jen since the spike was only planted recently. He's trying this with the op. Ends up tunnel visioning as he scopes in there and doesn't see the push from Aqua at Generator. So Gallaretta take the round and keep this very close scoreline neck and neck against third impact.
Well, now we got some serious problems here for third impact, so we might as well talk about him. Number 1, it's going to be the money. I mean, outside of that, I mean, what is happening inside of this round, guys? You know, they had some serious openers that they could have taken control of, and mostly Zerg. I mean, he's just caught asleep at the wheel inside of Garden, not really doing anything, not active, simply staring down the scope, and Yoshi just fries him. Not really much happening past that. I mean, Gallaretta able to take out the rest of TI as they rotate in, and unluckily enough for them, the last remaining member is the only one that has a Sheriff for the round. So On now from that, though, Calretta will be opening things up here towards the A site yet again.
Take flight.
Haven't grabbed the ult point just yet, but they still need to start powering forward and finding some of this intel. The Owl drone will cover a lot of this space. We'll double check into Wine as well, just to make sure that no one wants to try and step out and catch a couple of them off guard. And now Calretta have bullied their way onto the site. Although third impact really starting to shoot back now, and it, oh my, happens in such convincing fashion. The sheriffs come online as well as the rifles, and third impact, that's how the last round should have looked, but we'll take it in the following as well.
Too much bark done on a fight ultimately here, as we can see they build up into this execute for the good 30-40 seconds, but look at all of these defending silhouettes. They were here, they were ready for this, they rotated everybody into that site by the time the execute was coming out, and Calretta just seemingly was not expecting that much resistance. They fall and become victims of that very quickly, leaving third impact still in control yet again, now at 9-7, 4 rounds away now from victory in this map, and a third match overall in the series. However, third impact is getting even closer to that now as they push out behind the fault line, take down Chansey. Zerg will have a very good opportunity for a second kill here as well. Sacred right on the corner. It's not going to find out the position of Zerg, so bye-bye to the turret as Sacred falls. You can see that other player lurking in B main as well.
That's just really, really good jet play. Commits the updraft after just to make sure, check twice here. He knows that someone's around. Nebula will go down and allow Zerg even more space to work this. He'll run out as the pistol will try and chase him, but that should be pretty easy for him as well. And a little bit of insult to injury here. Zerg, the round's not even over. Oh my god, this guy. The spike's still down all the way inside of spawn, and they're over towards A, but I mean, just rubbing salt in the wound on that one. Third impact, happy about this round, and only happy about the scoreline going forward. This is going to be a pretty smooth 10-7.
Alright, just creeping their way forward here. Not really much else they can do at this point, considering the disadvantage they are faced with. They'll make audio cue noise here, so that's going to give it away to third impact, and they are going to be coming onto the A site. Yoshi doesn't seem to care too much. He's got the knives in hand. Potential for 2 kills to be found with it. There's the first. Can't get the second, though, and Steve, along with Vanish executing out from heaven, are going to quickly stop this execute before it can happen. And put a 10th round on the board for third impact. Getting closer and closer here, and Calretta, unfortunately, inching closer and closer to having to fight this out one final time to keep their quest moving forward. This will be potentially the second best of 3 today. They have to go all 3 maps, and if they make it out of this one, they'll also have to face off against CMP after this too.
Which is like the worst trophy to ever win ever. Can we just talk about that for a second? Whatever one of these squads gets done with this best of 3, they have to go play against Zero Marked with Black, which is by far and away the best team at this tournament. I mean, they looked insane yesterday, and I'll be honest, I had a little bit of bias walking into it. I saw Get Greedy 92, and I was like, there's no way that Get Greedy 92 is going to be the one that's slapping everybody inside of this game, but he was. So, I mean, who am I to say what tag can, you know, prosper and what can't? I really can't, obviously, is what the telltale sign of that, or what the plot of that story was. But either way, into the next round now, Calretta's going to be down by 3. Third impact, currently sitting at 10, and only need 3 rounds to win this. Still end up banging the wall towards mid, but Yoshi not exactly home in that area just yet. He'll get alarm butted a little bit closer towards the actual gate area. Swarm going to get tossed his way as well. But besides that, Calretta haven't truthfully gotten too much farther. The gate has been shut on B, so this has forced them into a different kind of execute. We're gonna have the Hunter's Fury out here, but it's going to be avoided by literally everyone on the opposing squad, and we haven't seen really any good use out of those just yet today. Zerg's gonna end up getting removed from this area due to those Seekers. He'll have to back off and go all the way to the back end here, playing the boathouse to avoid this lockdown. As the flood comes out of the site, he'll lose his life, and this will be a plant here for Calretta.
Like going down here with just enough time remaining, and it seems like Calretta continuing to reaffirm the advantage they already have on the inside of this round. Third impact down to just 2 here, both of them already inserted into the site. Chansey still has a pin-off against these players as well. They're going to have trouble moving out, but just as I say that, they brute force it anyway. Steve catches Mark, keeping out from Boathouse. Chansey's going to reignite his own aggression here. In comes a defending Killjoy. This round is not over at any extent here, as that Killjoy very potentially going to lock Sacred down. Is he out of it right now? I'm not sure if he is. No! He's going to get locked away in the corner. Evil can just walk right up here. take him out of the fight with a knife. Oh, okay, careful with that one. With a knife as well. Thankfully, the job gets done without too much of an issue, and Steve will defuse it. What a comeback from Third Impact as they get their 11th.
Lockdown coming in right off the back of Evil's efforts. He's able to get those big entries onto site and thwart Calretta's plans. I mean, it looks so good early on here, what they were capable of, but immediately after that, Evil just starts hitting these shots, and very unfortunate for them at the end of the day that it breaks down in the way that it does. But either way, you cannot be mad with Evil because he made some serious plays to have this round happen. To be glad that that score line's at 11 now. But looking forward, see what they can possibly do going forward on this defensive end. Zerg looking currently as a turret out. Oh, he'll miss the killjoy as soon as Sacred leaves. And he'll actually go back for more, and well, the only thing he's going to get is quite a bit of damage, all the way down onto 1 right now, and seriously in need of his side. Yoshi's going to start looking, and he'll take the head off of Zerg. That'll drop the op inside of B main, and actually open this side up a decent bit. Still have to worry about 2 members here, though, so not exactly what they're looking for, but I can definitely tell you what they are looking for, and it's a free op.
Very quiet across the map right now. Vanish flirting with a potential swing as he tries to gather more intel. It's hard at the moment for Third Impact to tell where this play is going to work itself out towards Calretta, but did a good job of keeping things relatively vague up until this point in the round. We are going to start seeing the effort put onto the A site, though. Third Impact will bite on that to some extent, although the Sober will move into B. Now they're going to see the presence come out there. Steve can only confirm a 1-for-1, though, as he stays exposed for far too long, and Mar able to leverage a second Evil going down this time. That same 4v2 situation that Calretta was in on the last round. But on that last round, it did not guarantee them a win, as we very well saw. Hunter's Fury is available also for Third Impact if they'd like to use it here. The Flash will go out and fend off Frizzy temporarily and hold him away, as that timer is now ticking in the favor of Calretta, with the spike going down onto the ground. Flash out should player in health pretty well, and a nice spray coming in from Frizzy. Absolutely destroys Aqua.
No.
Now going to move in here, the fault line going out, and never mind, it's the ultimate coming in here from him instead to stun these players out. I think the health player was able to avoid it here. Yoshi was as well, so he gets back, and Frizzy with a great follow-up, but still, Mar going to be undamaged by the ultimate there, works his way back out, shuts down the round, and secures an 8th for Calretta. They're not done fighting just yet.
And Frizzy's got to be saddened about that rolling thunder. It's so very close to pulling that back into their favor, but definitely not the case. Well, he's able to find this initial frag, though. Just simply checks the sight box and gets that initial kill, but all for now at the end of the day, just like we were talking about. Third Impact will be able to buy into this next round, but it's been the Calretta show over the last couple here, all except for what we saw from Evil. We're going to need more of that going forward. They haven't reached the penultimate round of 12 just yet, simply sitting at 11 currently. Frizzy will indeed get seen from that more than likely, depending on the way that they were looking, so should be a little worried about this initially, but not worried about it in the slightest as of right now. He'll use his fault line, and I do believe end up vacating that area. Yeah, he'll work his way back into a site now, as Calretta still trying to find some area to breathe.
Mar will be able to pick up the first bit of pressure against Third Impact on the outset of this round. Vanish will turn it back a little bit here with the Hunter's Fury. Ultimately just going to tag 1 or 2 players, though, not do any significant damage to anybody except for Mar from the looks of things. Sacred, in the meanwhile, as we go over to his POV for a second, still just holding the line against any B pushes. That would confirm there is no pressure on the B site. Third Impact certainly might still be posturing themselves to head in that direction as they now fall away from A main, finding that opening pick, and are going to start at least rotating through their spawn to head in this direction. Whether they're going to commit to it is still, of course, yet to be seen. As Steve takes the hard angle versus Sacred, wins the fight, kills a lot of that execute potential. It's getting, oh my goodness! It's even worse now. Evil just sprays out 3 separate players, and Zerg puts Chansey down before he even has a chance to respond to anything that's just happened. Third Impact now up on their 12th round. They've got 4 chances to shut this down before we hit OT.
Also seriously looking like that nuclear option that we were talking about before. It's going to be a necessity here. Third Impact, I mean, looked unstoppable so far on this defensive end, and now the simple fact is that we need to see 4 rounds put together from Colorado, and well, it's going to start here. And the reason that that's a big issue is the fact that they don't have the money necessary to do this. They'll be able to try and buy in part. You see Morrow go down to a light shield to be able to buy a Spectre for one of his teammates, but still, this is going to be a scrap buy overall for them. They'll be able to invest in some serious way into some rifles as well as an op, but what can that possibly mean to their future? 4 rounds perfect in order to push us into overtime and still have an opportunity to take this as a 2-0 set. Otherwise, we're going to map 3. All starts now. Spike currently inside of spawn. Colorado looking into mid yet again here off the back of Chansey and Sacred's efforts. They've gotten a decent read here as to Zerg's positioning from that turret all the way back on the tiles, a wall there. Be able to at least push forward for the time being. Although now Zerg, knowing that Sacred and the rest of the Colorado unit, at least one more, are there after he'll sail over the wall. This has been a pretty slow round thus far, with Colorado really not gathering much control towards either side.
Sacred fending off a lot of pressure against him right now from the inside of the mid arches area. Still potentially going to get more sent his way too as Vanish
30
trying to
seconds
line up
left.
the dart against him. Never mind,
Why'd
just
you
holding the
find
angle
it?
itself. There's the dart, and here's going to come the Cosmic Divide as well.
I've got your
Line
trail.
itself up perfectly to block off access to the defender's spawn. It is going to force them back and actually makes them think that it's an A play more than anything. When in reality, that is certainly not the case. Steve has to fend off the world here
10
now,
seconds
but he
left.
needs to do it for 10 seconds. So far, doing quite a good job. Now trying to rotate in and absolutely tricking these players out. The flash comes in. There's not even enough time left for the plant.
enemy remaining.
They can just dodge the fights, and there we go. Frizzy sprays them both down anyway. Third impact. Take the second map of the series, 13-8, and take us to a third and final map to decide who's going forward to the grand finals to face off against ZMB.
Colorado just simply cannot link rounds together here on Ascent, and third impact looking unstoppable at a certain point after that. Colorado, especially that last round, they have to go for the scrap buy, and it just doesn't work. They do not have enough firepower to try and take it to TI, and instead, shoes on the other foot now. It's 1-1, and well, they've equalized the scoreline, which means we've got to go to Haven to decide who's going to take this one.
And Haven, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be coming up right after this short break, so stick with us and we'll return for the final map of the series right after this. And we're back again, ladies and gentlemen, ready for map number 3 of our second best of 3 of the day here. Caloretta unable to hold their own after taking the initial victory on Breeze. Moving to Ascent yielded a bit of a tougher matchup for them, and they ultimately dropped that one to their opponents here as we now go 1-1 on the series. TI taking control of it from the most recent map, but ultimately sending us over into Haven for the final battle between these two teams. Now, Stokes, be making this matchup now that we've seen our first 2 maps played, and what do you think is going to happen on Haven here?
Now, honestly, I thought if Colorado really had a chance, it would have to happen inside of the first 2 games. When we walk into Haven, triple impact, they just honestly look really, really good, John. Up against Colorado, I feel like this is going to be a pretty big concern. And really, what can Colorado bring to the table in light of what triple impact is capable of when it comes to Haven?
I think one thing we're going to see is op presence will be there for one. That they've got locked, in my opinion. So it shouldn't have too much trouble starting things out on the defensive side. Once they get the economy rolling, once they get the op moving, we've seen Yoshi perform quite well here. So that A long extension, potentially the C long play, that won't be too much of an issue. Now, actually being able to fight things out in the middle of the round, that's where we'll potentially see problems, as well as their management of obviously the extra sight coming into this map too, where that potential extra wrinkle caused problems for them and nearly caused them to lose things back on the first map. But hey, ultimately they controlled it back there and did take it. So seems like, honestly, they might be up for this challenge. I wouldn't count them out of it just as of yet. I think they've got an opportunity here, but I would also say, once again, third impact, they've had great results on this map, so I think that they're going to be looking quite strong here too.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with everything that you're saying here. And really, I think that the ball's in Colorado's court to have an effect here on Haven to try and take this. Otherwise, I mean, if I got to put my eggs in one basket, man, it's got to be the third impact basket. It just has to be. I really feel like we're going to get, you know, a rematch here in between them and ZMB after this match, but we'll have to see. You know, Haven right around the corner, and really, once again, Colorado, the people that are on stake right now to try and get something going.
I think that the attacks that we'll see coming out here from third impact will decide things more than not, because again, the big issue that we saw on Breeze was the fact that they were giving pretty much no respect to the aggression that was coming out in the early round when they were on their attack against from their players here. Caloretta constantly throwing out that aggression from the defensive side. They could very easily do that here. Once again, that was what I was talking about before with Yoshi, being able to put that pressure in with the operator. It's not going to be the only thing we'll see either. Other players can potentially get into this if Sacred wants to try and play it out from Garage, for example. That worked very well for the team on Breeze, and I see no reason why they wouldn't be able to at least try to leverage that play style into Haven a bit. So if that once again is going to get in the way of third impact, I'm kind of the belief that they probably have an edge here too, but I think in that specific department is where we're going to be able to potentially see Colorado steal an advantage away and maybe leverage that to getting those couple key rounds that they might need to push them the extra distance to win this map, and of course get them to the grand final. But third impact, it's very much going to be up to them, like I said, and how they dictate their early round play style on specifically the attacking side. Not worried too much for the defense. This is their map pick after all. Should be very well prepared for that, but I am very curious to see what Colorado gives us on their defensive side, and how third impact will of course play into that. Agent lineups are going to be somewhat similar to what we've seen from the past on this map from these two teams as well. We're just waiting on 1 or 2 players to ready up, folks, and then we can hop into that phase and take a look, see if there's going to be any dramatic departures from what we've already had, and any real curveballs for this final map here that either team's going to try to throw at each other. We're ready though, so we're going to head into the agent select now and take a look at that. Let's see what exactly these two teams will offer us.
Well, Haven usually offers up a little bit of a different idea, especially when it
different one
comes
right there.
per team. And yeah, as you said, a couple of different things coming in here. Frizzy also eyeing the Viper right now. Circle lock in onto the Jet as we'd expect. But Colorado, they're not going to have one of those. In fact, Yoshi will lock in the Reyna on a lone duelist comp.
I mean, we've been seeing mixed results come in from Yoshi on his more aggressive jet pushes where he's dashed himself into the site. Those haven't been having the best results when compared to earlier matches inside of this tournament. So maybe they're feeling that they want to go for a blind focus composition here. Try to just completely outplay their opponents and get onto the site, because the blind work has been great. The flash work as well, of course, has been pretty much perfect from these guys throughout the series. And we've seen that from players like Mar as this series has been playing down.
Right
so
there.
they're going to hope that that's going to be enough for them to push themselves forward between both what Yoshi and Mar can provide, and we'll have to wait and see if that'll be the case. Colorado is going to start out on the attack. Means we'll get a fairly straightforward affair here for the first 12 rounds, but for me at least, when we get into the second half, that's where I become more curious about how Colorado wants to play things, as well as how third impact will try to handle it.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, third Impact versus Calretta. It's come down to the wire now. One map stands in between either one of these teams in the grand finals here, and quite a bit of cash if they're able to end up beating ZMB, but I'll have to get through them first. It could be a long road ahead of them, but either way, as I said, it all starts here on Haven. As soon as we get this pause off, folks, we'll be jumping into our pistol round to see which one of these teams can possibly take this. What's happening here?
Someone picked, I think from Calretta's side, if I'm reading the colors correctly. Yeah, I think Yoshi mistakenly picked Reyna.
Well,
So
okay.
yeah, okay, we'll come back to us for a second
hello.
because
So I'll be honest with you. He's really lucky that people are nicer than me, because if I'm that team, I'm sorry, dude. Screw you. You're playing Reyna.
I'm pretty sure.
Like, that's your bad. Don't pick Reyna. Pick Jet. Oh man, that is wow. Okay, well, you know what? At least they're gonna let them operate at maximum capacity. I was going to say, John, the fact that Reyna worked in here and Jet didn't, that's kind of a questionable play. If you don't have a Jet, that's just like why? Why don't you have that?
a little confused why we didn't get that request in the actual agent pick phase. I don't know if like they realized this was a wrong agent after they picked it and then decided before the first round started, like decided they want to. Yeah, I don't really know. It's looking like we might have a contestation of that restart, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
So while we let the admins deliberate what to do about this, we are going to go to a short break, and we'll come back once we have a resolution to this one. And you guys will be able to tell pretty quickly, obviously, as we'll be coming back once we're in the game, and whether there's a Reyna or a Jet, we'll probably decide how that decision went. But stick with us here for a few minutes, folks. We're going to let the admins talk to the players and come to a resolution. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back now once again with this matchup here. Third Impact versus Caloretta. The admin did reach a decision. They are forcing them to play Reyna. The excuse given was not valid for this situation, so yes, they will be forced to play Reyna. As the excuse, as far as I understood it, was they didn't realize they picked Reyna until they got in game. So
yeah, and by admin's way, that isn't an excuse at all. So that one's never really going to win you too much when it comes to the court of an admin. So they will be forced into the single duelist comp with Reyna this time around. So if Caloretta gets through this, well, it'll be pretty insane, honestly, at the end of the day. Not having Jet and what she brings to the table, especially with the differences in between her and Reyna. I mean, that's just massive. See what they're able to do, though. It's the opening round now. We'll see if they've got a pretty solid read on A here. Third Impact. Love a decent stack around, but Yoshi, he'll already strike true with the Reyna, so not exactly hindering him in the frag department as of yet. But Third Impact, they're being still attentive to the rest of the map after that initial frag. But so are Caloretta. Haven't really committed too much just yet. The spike's still sitting out towards lobby.
very slow lead up now going to come in here from Caloretta. Zerg the first to strike back here from Third Impact, but it's a small gesture. Aqua keeping things under control of our attackers here. They now flood out onto the site and take full control for themselves. Two players trying to put pressure here onto the defenders at spawn tunnel as well. Not going to be able to take anyone down from either side just as of yet, but certainly some good damage being done to the Killjoy here, still running from the Third Impact. Frizzy in the meanwhile trying to make the impact from up here inside of Heaven, but Sacred also going to pop out. Aqua in the meanwhile clears out both of the players trying to retake from defender spawn, and with that out of the way, Caloretta take a solid pistol in their pocket and the lead on this attacking side.
Well, I mean, maybe it's a good change, John. Do you ever think about that? Maybe you don't need the Jet all the time, and all of these, professional teams just don't know what they're talking about. Reyna, though, be able to get things popped off initially, but obviously it's the rest of the squad to come up, especially Aqua inside of that round to really send it over for Caloretta as they'll get the initial round, and that'll lead them into some upgrades here to really assist them going forward into these next few, but particularly this one, as Third Impact will have access to rifles after this round. Third Impact only leaning things towards the middle route right now. Not truthfully chosen all too much just yet, and they truthfully aren't really peeking things either. I mean, we're gonna have the Reyna sneak out towards C as of right now. The Star will go down and a Nebula will be formed, but outside of that, this is probably the most controlled and back-footed we've seen any team that's been up inside of firearms, especially when it comes to the round after the pistol, the entire day, as well as yesterday. This might lead them into some problems because Zerg's worked his way up. He's found some insight here. He knows that Chansey's moving his way in, as well as Aqua, as well as Mar. He knows that everyone's around this space, and he's gotten a kill. That's a spike down. He'll be traded out, but he knows everyone is in this area. Third Impact's need to rotate.
Quick right click to make that happen. Our players in the back of the site also going to have some potential problems coming their way here. Vanish will have 2 stars in front of him, so no easy path out of the site. Tries to take a stand. Ultimately will not be for much, though. The plant now goes down in the favor of Caloretta. Evil can't really do much from up in Heaven since it's going to be smoked out, but the problem is the same problem exists back down by defender spawn route 2. The Nebulas finally do fade away, but there's not really much that Evil as well as Stee can do in this situation here. Even a recon start going out there onto Stee, giving out that intel. Evil will be able to catch the lurk from Sacred at a minimum, as these two players are fighting for their own lives more than anything, trying to deal long-term damage to the economy. But as that spike tick moves itself towards the null point on it, we are going to see Steve start to commit himself very close to taking down the Sova, actually. We're going to have to hope that Evil can capitalize upon that, and he'll certainly get the opportunity to. Aqua's going to walk right out from short, and in a moment we'll have the spike exploding. Evil will hear Aqua coming his way, but is Aqua going to expect some resistance from this direction? He certainly should, because of the fend-off that happened earlier, and yes, he's going to catch Evil this time. Will not go down, will not lose that Spectre. Caloretta win the round with 3 players still standing and maintain a 2-0 lead.
Right there.
Well, so far, super solid for Caloretta is Aqua. He's been making the most of this opportunity here, and I mean, I know we were slightly joking about it, but it doesn't seem as though this recent decision here from the admin has really affected them in any sense. It's something to always look into, especially as how the mental will be affected going forward when something like that does happen. Obviously, Yoshi with kind of a mispick there, locking in the rain and not able to play Jet anymore, but things still going their way in pretty convincing fashion, playing this out extremely well thus far. But now, third impact, they'll have guns walking into this third round, and they're looking to get more aggressive inside of a lobby. Although Caloretta, same as we saw inside of the last round, they're willing to give this up. They'll drone it out later on, but as that gets taken out, Rizzy will trade his life for an owl drone as he'll go down to the hands of Sky. Zerg will have to look for more here. Back into this zone, and oh no, he's actually avoiding the dog. But finally, Mara will be able to find him. Doesn't want to push too far ahead though, as they've already gotten themselves a kill. And this is starting to lean towards the C site.
Chansey looking for a path to the inside, not quite about it, as he has support coming in from Garage as well, and that's great for Caloretta, as Aqua will pick up the first kill. So far untraded, although Eagle will try to get in the way of that as he hides inside of his opponent's Nebula here. Beating up the timer. Going to be his as I try to read the colors. By the way, that'll fade away, and he gets the opportunity to frag out, but it only translates to 1 kill. Aqua will make sure that Yoshi stays alive after he dismisses and runs away as well by confirming yet another member of this team. Zerg will catch Chansey swapping weapons and certainly capitalize upon that over-aggression. But in terms of getting anything else done, Zerg is going to have a rough time at it, as he now has to fall back and go for a save here. Not really much of a path to get into the site with. He's only 1 kill away from activating his Blade Storm, so if he can get that at some point on the exit, that would be great and set him up quite well for the next round. However, it is not priority at this point in my opinion. Oh, and he misses a great opportunity to shut down Mar. Now he will get aggressed upon far too heavily. Has to play his capacity. He certainly doesn't have a choice. There we go! Not just 1, but 2 additional kills going his way. That'll activate the Blade Storm and, of course, leave the economy from Caloretta a bit weaker going into the next round.
Yeah, but the issue is right now is that look at third impact's economy, because it's not too hot. Zerg's going to be the only one with a round, or with a rifle rather, going into this round. Third impact simply can't get too much done on their defensive end here. And this is the biggest problem with Haven. When you're gifted these 3 sites, it's more of a gift towards the offense than it is towards the defense, is they just simply have so much ground to try and cover across the entirety of this half that it's going to make it easier for Caloretta, especially when they're able to get TI to shift towards other sites to try and pop those open. That's why you're constantly seeing them work towards A and then possibly take it C, or vice versa. You really never know where this spike's going to go, and that's the main reason, is if you get these defenders to guess, they guess incorrectly, it's more than likely a free site for you. But some kills going down while we're discussing back and forth. It'll be 1 for each side here, but at different rates of impact. Third impact's going to lose their Jet, and Caloretta they'll lose their Cypher.
Aqua will back away from his post-up position outside of the A split. Work his way in with the rest of the team now on the C site. In come all the stars for Chansey. He's going to deploy them all at once here. All 3 of the Astra abilities are used to get this team on site positioning. And the good news is, well, there's no one here to defend it from the third impact side. The bad news is, though, all those stars just got chucked out. Will ultimately be useless except for the smoke going on over Garage. Aqua still maintains a position outside the double doors leading into Garage, and will catch the first player trying to lurk into that department. One from third impact going down. Steve trying to push his way back in, but the gravity well will send him running the other direction, allow for Yoshi to re-aggress himself. Steve will be able to punish that, take him down, and things will quickly exchange back into the favor of our attackers as Caloretta secure a 4th.
Third impact will be able to at least get some rifles on that round and try and fight back, but not going to work out in their favor. Luckily enough for them, most of the defenders will be able to pick up some rifles on this next round as well, but it's already starting to get away from them, John. Caloretta taking full control of this one, currently up 4-0 right now, but they continue to need this impact on this offensive side, because like we've been talking about with third impact and the way that you have to play even with these third sites, with the third site rather, it's going to be a big issue that they'll have to deal with once they end up swapping sides. But so far, this aggressive front has worked out in spades for them. Turtle will get found out here. It's not going to create too much of a problem for them. Also, the Cosmic Divide will go in to try and guarantee this plan. Sacred will get done up by the Viper's Bite, or rather the Snake Bite here. Just a little bit, but it's not going to mean too much to his overall health. Rizzy will add to that, and Zerg's also going to pop his Blade Storm, trying to get forward with the Caloretta members. They're going to have their own guiding, or their own Cosmic Divide here, rather. They're going to have to start trying to throw some utility through, but now TI, they're simply putting Caloretta through a blender right now. So he's going to miss all of his Blade Storm. Mar will tag up for 1, he'll be immediately traded out. Zerg will find a few bruises smoke, but he does at once close, and they'll win out this round off of the Chaos.
Yeah, really, Chaos process, putting it lightly here in this situation. Third Impact throwing literally everything they have at that Caloretta post planning. Caloretta pretty much doing the same exact thing, just creating a sea of smokes for those two teams to try and battle through. Zerg certainly becoming the warrior in that situation, though, as he finds pretty much all of his targets, despite all of that interference here, and despite as well a bit of a whiff on the Blade Storm that matters not, as he can move out, control this kill finally, as well as pick up the last one there. Unfortunately, loses Evil in the process, but that'll be a very small change to the overall scope of the round, which is once again favoring our defenders. For the first time in this matchup, though, as it goes up 4-1 now inside of Haven's play here. Caloretta finally making some damage in the outset of that last round, and now we'll have to see how quickly they can get back up on their feet. Punch Third Impact down for a second time.
All right, well, Caloretta coming out with a pretty forward offense here. And of all agents, maybe the Cypher working up towards B. Sacred looking for even more inside of this B site, but there's someone home currently for Third Impact. They're all mostly lean towards the C site here, and C Link trying to defend that B site, but let's look in there. Well, Sacred's already vacated the premises, and he won't be needed as of right now. Caloretta, though, I'm going to be trying to throw this willy-nilly. They're going to start heading towards a serious stack here. Sacred will lose his life inside of mid, though, as he's going to try and waltz his way into garage. He'll feel the wrath of the KJ on the other end, though. Third Impact already good on this last round, but they'll need more here as the utility game starts to play in Caloretta's favor, and they'll overwhelm the two site players. This is going to be a guaranteed spike plan as, well, Heaven's been nebulated off. Rizzy can't do too much about it. Really not even in the slightest. He tries to go for a snake bite, but he doesn't even know where the spike's going down. And now the defenders, it looks like they might have to use their nuclear option. The defender, KJ, is going to come out. They'll get that lockdown out and onto the field. And Chansey and Mar will be able to tag up everybody else. Aqua coming through with the Hunter's Fury. He already cleaned up the lockdown, John, and then uses that last arrow to clean up the last player. Aqua currently sitting at 10-1.
Caloretta as well coming back in. Still such a strong stance at the moment here against their opponents, who unfortunately are not able to fend off these executes. They're coming in with far too much force, far too much utility, and for the most part, we're not seeing our defenders rotate in the appropriate means to be able to fend off these executes here. So you see those 2 or 3 initial site players, yeah, they might trade out for 1 or 2 kills, but the advantage still assuredly goes the way of Caloretta far too often, creating an unwinnable situation for the remaining players on Third Impact. Aqua's going to allow this dart to go through fully, tries to use it to get a free initiation off onto the opponent's Sova, but is not going to work. He has to fall back now, regroup with the rest of his team, and just keep an eye out on the connector here as flank watch.
Well, Zerg, he'll keep checking for these shots. He's simply just jump spotting right now, seeing if he can possibly see anyone or someone trying to shoot him while he's going through this. But obviously no one really there just yet that's actually truthfully holding the angle. It's not happening. Caloretta still out towards lobby, and really they're not trying to push out anything right now. This is simply put non-moving offense. They're looking out towards mid, but there's really no one home. They're not trying to make a forward push towards any one way, but Zerg will get some info early here. Obviously, this isn't going to assist them all that much, although they will have a lurk here from C or a push up from C long that doesn't go their way, and that's why they're going to start throwing it back the other way, especially after this neural theft that'll tell them that all of Third Impact is set up towards A. It's a singular member, and Evolve has been run over. We get that spike down here. As the recon dart goes out, they're going to see that no one's at the back of C either, so going to be a free control here for Caloretta as Third Impact is forced to do a retake.
Is he trying to spam into the tall green box here? Won't find Yoshi at all as he creeps out just a few seconds before those shots ring in. Not really much room for Third Impact to work with, and this has been the core issue for them before. Retakes are over before they even get started, just due to Caloretta having far too much control in this round. Is another great example of that, even though, of course, it is an anti-eco, so limited impact was going to come from Third Impact here. Still, desperate times. Vanish is left alone with no way to play this out. Another flawless is given over to Caloretta as they take a dominating lead at 6-1 here on Haven.
And Caloretta, I mean, besides what we had to go through just to get the map started, they have looked insane coming in here, already reaching that 6-round mark, and done it time and time again by shutting down these rifle rounds from TI, giving them no quarter when it comes to this, and looking to do it yet again here. They've already dealt some serious damage to the point where Stee and Vanish are both out of money, and not only that, but Stee's down to just a light shield, simply because, well, for Stee's sake, he's got to worry about that utility. He's really got to stack that up high and hope that they can possibly combat against Caloretta. Gonna be a Nebula out here on C long. No damage coming in, but Evil will finally tag someone up. He'll still look for more. Sacred will go down, but Yoshi will be able to get the frag off the back of his own efforts. Vanish will try and tag some people up with the Hunter's Fury, but all of these shots starting to go wide. They'll be able to take up at least one here inside of the C side, but it's not going to be too much for the overall take here for Caloretta, because they'll get that off with flying colors. And now, spike planted, it's into the retake yet again here for TI.
Third Impact do at least keep presence close to the site. They're not immediately out of the game, and with that recon scan, they're backing in. Frizzy and Stee working together to make this retake happen, already bringing it down to just Chansey's efforts, but Chansey bringing 3 to the table as well. He brings it down to the 1v1 and clutches it out. What a play from Chansey as he brings the 1v4 out and keeps the lead going strong for Caloretta.
Third Impact are just simply nowhere to be found right now. Caloretta standing up in a huge way, and Chansey, of all people, this was his best map the last time that we saw him, or actually I do believe it was Ascent. This was the one that we didn't actually see too much from him, but this time around, able to be just a cog inside of this machine, taking down so many of these defenders in such convincing fashion, constant one-on-ones, and wins every single one of them. Third Impact on a round that they should have won. They're put on the back foot yet again in a terrible way. Back down to the Sheriffs, and Caloretta, they'll be able to buy in yet again.
Caloretta gonna start slow, as they pretty much have been this entire game so far here. No reason for them to get hyper-aggressive. These all-in executes, sending all 5 players up to the site together in a very sudden fashion. It's worked out perfectly for them. Here it's going to come again. They've been spotted by the turret, so now all the utility is going to be deployed. It's the emergency execute here, which Third Impact, look, they can do nothing about it. Caloretta walk right in. Third Impact know, of course, from previous rounds that contesting this is pretty much a death sentence, so they fall back. They hand it over, and on this eco here, they're going to try to play retake in a 5-on-5. It starts out pretty well, too, as Stee gets the opening pick against Mar, and not only that, but Zerg's allowed back in from the spawn route.
Third Impact, an opportunity to shut some things down. Zerg dash and dart through this wall. Vanish will be there in assist, but he'll get taken out, as well as the rest of the squad. They meet the guns from Caloretta, and it's just too strong. Yet another plant goes down, and Caloretta have found 8 rounds in this offensive half.
Caloretta not having the jet seemingly has not stopped them here, as these executes are pristine. No issues with getting site control, no issue with planting the spike, and even better, very few issues in their post plant, because those previous 2 points have gone so well pretty much every single time. Caloretta has got to try and find a way to either increase the potency of their retakes or stop these executes, because right now they are steamrolling everything Third Impact has to offer on the defense.
Slow push out here from Zerg now. Remember, he is on the defensive end, so all of this extra space for them to work with. He's also got one in tow as well. The Astra be capable of the refrag here. Give up one, as Aqua's well aware of this, but they should check this angle. They'll take out Evil, but are they ready for 2? Doesn't seem to be the case here. The Zerg, I think he's been given open space to work with as of right now. He might end up getting caught off guard here, as Cypher will be working his way back towards them, but he's been sandwiched as of right now. Not too much space to work with. He'll be able to take down the man wielding the Hunter's Fury, and that's going to be the spike down as well. Can he go for 2? No. Chansey instead take him out, but the good news here for TI, they've been able to split this up, and the spike obviously being all the way back inside of long. This will make them look towards other areas instead. Yoshi's been left on an island, as they're going to start rotating towards C.
Yoshi looking to creep himself out here. Knows he's potentially got someone waiting on the other side. That's the excellence that we've been seeing throughout this half from Caloretta. Taking it so slowly, so carefully, not making any mistakes on these clears, as we had seen them done in past matchups. Look, yeah, It's completely pulled TI the wrong way here now as they find that pick, and Chansey's still able to cut even more of them off. Bastille tries to turn the other direction suddenly, realizing the mistake they made, only to walk right into another member of Caloretta. The dominance here on Haven is absolutely impressive, to say the least. Third Impact just doesn't know how to handle this aggression. We're going to see Frizzy work his way in. Frizzy does have a fairly open sight, but the gravity well going to lock him into the stairs. He's very quickly getting pinched out, and Chansey secures a third lurking frag just inside of this round as the team goes up to 9 overall.
Well, this is looking impossible right now, especially if they're not able to kill Aqua and Chansey. They seem unstoppable inside of these rounds so far here on Haven. And to be honest with you, it really seems like Third Impact doesn't have the best setup to play their defensive end here for Haven. They're constantly caught off guard. They really don't know where the offenders are truthfully moving towards, and they're consistently getting cut off from these deep pushes that Caloretta are able to produce. Really, outside of that, not too much to call to for Third Impact. I mean, they've gotten the one round, but really, what does that mean when Caloretta has 9 and they're looking for more? Zerg has to make a difference here. They really need these last 2 rounds. Otherwise, anything more than this, I mean, it's basically Caloretta already taking the map before they even reach the defender side.
This is going to be the first Viper's pit we get all game here. Obviously, we only have the one Viper, so it's the first one we're going to see out of Third Impact as they try to use it aggressively. Oh no, this is the worst thing that could have happened here. Frizzy getting pushed out. They know he's out in the open too because of the Trailblazers intel. So they push that forward, take care of Frizzy. That opens up the floodgates on the A site. However, Caloretta not too convinced that this is going to be the right place to go. They also lost a player due to aggression on short, so they're thinking about if C is going to be a valid option also. This is the first time in quite a while, really one of the first times inside of this half that Caloretta are going to second guess their execute.
I will say this, they have done a bang-up job of keeping things open and really seeing what their options are, surveying those, and then making the best move when it's available. See if they're able to do it again. It's backed up by the Seers here, as Evil's going to have to come up big inside of this play. They'll spray down the smoke and be able to catch him moving through that Nebula. Now the defender from AJ ult out, but the spike will be able to be planted here by Chansey. He'll get stars down as well, as this Cosmic Divide has kept things pretty kosher thus far. Steel power forward. The TI is going to gain as much control as we've seen from them as of late, but it's all down now to the lone member of Aqua. He's actually reinserted himself all the way at the back here. Won't be able to use much of this though, as Steve works the back end of the box, finds Aqua, and gets a very big second round on TI's table.
Only that second round though, and you can hear the announcer in the background. This is the last round of the half coming up right here. We need to see more than just these two here. If we end up with that 10-2 scoreline, this is still going to be a very, very tough comeback for TI. And the map will be very close to done, if not done already, with Pistol potentially being the thing that decides it if it goes the wrong way. Caloretta want to go back into controlling state, and they'll obviously have a full arsenal to try to do it with. Despite that, Yoshi's going to buy a judge for this final round, so I'm curious to see what the plans are going to be from Caloretta, and more specifically, what Yoshi is expected to find a use out of that judge for. Could be pressure into B or Garage based on the opening movements, and we'll see that followed up upon fairly quickly here. Cosmic Divide going to allow him to play for front side control, and now anyone that challenges will have to face off against this judge.
Luckily enough, they have some utility to be able to do with this. The snake bites out. Mar attending for this plan as well. Sacred playing the other side of this Cosmic Divide. Well, Mar, he wasn't exactly concerned about these snake bites early, but he damn well should have been. He's taken too much damage at this point. He'll go down because of the TI with the opportunity to retake now, and Frizzy's got plenty of utility to try and assist this. It'll be a fake initially as both shock darts will come in. Chansey will be able to take down one, but now the frag is starting to come through for Caloretta. Frizzy, he's got to come up huge here. Evil will get traded out into 1 versus 2, but Frizzy's got low HP. The recon's out, they know where he is, and Aqua will simply bang the wall for him. It's going to be a 10-2 split in favor of the offense.
Chansey putting a lot of faith in his teammates there. You can see how combined of a unit Caloretta are right now. Chansey does not mind. You'll see it here. As you can see, he's exposed himself while watching Garage to the players inside of B. But despite that, not fearful of it, has confidence that his teammates are going to be there to cover him. For the most part, he's right. He does eventually got to get picked later on in that round, but it's immediately exchanged and obviously cleaned up upon by the rest of Caloretta. So having him out in the open like that turned out not to be too big of a problem as we head into the second half now. and see if Third Impact can truly make a run for this comeback. They need 8 rounds consecutively, and that's just to tie us up at 10-10. Obviously, they can make a few mistakes along the way, but with the lead that Caloretta already has, I can bet you Third Impact will not want to take a chance upon that. We are in a pause, however. I'm going to assume of technical nature. We'll get more information on that in just a second, probably.
I'm also assuming that it is going to be of that nature. We'll have to see exactly what happens, but nobody calling a timeout in game, obviously, because we don't have the grayscale, so simply trying to get things figured out. But so far throughout this game, it doesn't seem like the Reyna choices exactly affected Caloretta that much. Now, it hasn't done. I mean, a 10-2 in favor of Caloretta, so really, what more can you ask for? They're playing extremely well right now, and really, the duelists having nothing to do with it. It's been Aqua, really, that's taken control of this half, and it's just made it look truly insane up against Third Impact, who have just, I mean, they're missing when it comes to Haven. On every other map that we've seen from them inside of this tournament, they have been there and they've been attentive, but this Haven, I mean, it stands in like very pale comparison to the rest of what we've seen inside of their discography thus far.
It's much more of an actual team-focused issue we're seeing now here. Like I said, on that attacking side, the executes were just far too powerful in a large majority of those rounds. Third Impact just didn't have an appropriate way to respond to it. Every time an execute came out from Caloretta, Third Impact either didn't have anybody on the site because they made the call to play it for a retake, had people on the site and hard committed them, so when they go up against a 1v5, you pretty much know how that one's going to go. And if, you know, past that point, didn't really leave a lot of situations where the folks over here on TI were going to be able to get into the site in clean fashion. And unfortunately for them, most of those 5v5 retakes that they actually were able to call for early enough to get players out of the site to play into also would fail because it would take too long to get everybody together. By the time they would move in, Caloretta would be fully set up in their post plant by that point, and it would, for the most part, be unbreakable, as we saw throughout that half, them only picking up 2 rounds over the course of it there, and even rerunning the same strategy that successfully worked for a retake for them in the final round ultimately fails on the rerun because of the great support system, once again, the Caloretta had set up for themselves there.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think there's too much past that. I mean, for Third Impact's sake, you know, really, what do you say, John? I mean, like, they've been able to get a couple of things done here. We've gotten some solid rounds that they've been able to at least get their fragging on deck, but it hasn't actually made rounds happen. That's been the biggest thing. We've constantly seen the clutch mentality as well as just some very convincing team play come out from Caloretta, and it's starting to become a major problem here for Third Impact. And really, that's why we've ran out of what to talk about when it comes to these guys. We need to see something serious to start us off here on this offensive half. And I'll be honest with you guys, if this round doesn't go Third Impact's way, this could be Caloretta dusting this in the next 3.
Well, it's Caloretta on the defensive side of Haven now, looking to shut things down. It's only needing 3 more to pick it up here. Good initiation by Yoshi, but not a great follow-up, unfortunately. And Current some panic a little bit here. TI is also going to be able to follow things up with an actual kill, this time against Mars. They move in. You also see the pull going into the back of the site just in case someone would be positioned there. Ultimately, Third Impact, a great push to get them onto the site, only losing 1 in the process here. A clean plant soon to follow it up here. El Yoshi is trying to put his own bit of aggression in from C-Link, but he'll find it closer to the front of the site instead of the back. With Zerg going down, we're going to see Zerg get pushed out of his position due to those Astra Stars going down. Ultimately, that'll just force the end of the round a bit quicker. Instead of helping out our defenders here, Caloretta are pushed out of B before they can even re-enter it. And Third Impact take the pistol as well as a chance to come back here.
Yeah, Caloretta, I mean, I think honestly that they kind of reserves themselves too much on that re-entry there. Third Impact are willing to commit everything in the kitchen sink to that. And I mean, Caloretta, they simply just walk on a site and get they just get blown to pieces. Like, what else do you really want out of that round? For Third Impact, that's one of many that they're going to need. But really, Caloretta had what it took to try and step in front of that early on there, but they just simply didn't. So we'll see what they try and do in these rounds going forward, because Third Impact's going to have guns, whereas Caloretta won't, at least for this round. Now, Caloretta trying to look for things early here inside of Garage, but that's not going to end up going into their favor. Surely nothing happening here, all except for the panels being busted up for the main doors. Third Impact not pushing forward on that just yet either. Also, Zerg, if you guys didn't already notice, he's got himself a Phantom for this round as well. So if Caloretta find a way to somehow get away with this. Likely have that in an upgrade for themselves. Starting to lean towards the A site now, and this could be a big change up here for Sacred. He's going to try and get away, but I highly doubt that he does. Yeah, it's going to be a quick exchange here for Evil, as Mar will try and work his way to the back of site, but he should be dead on arrival as well, in which he will. Vanish will take him down off the recon info, so not too much yet to be had here. Chancey will try and hop out, but Surge's ready for that. He's simply staring down the nebula, so basically just skeet shooting as these people jump out of the window. As for the rest of Colorado, probably not too much more to be done, as third impact already challenging back through sewer. Yoshi will be taken down, and Aqua will be the lone member left alive for the defense.
Aqua continuing to position himself here at the outer edge. He's taking a pixel angle here in case anyone challenges it. Connects a shot on the Steve, but minimal damage ultimately. He will swing him one final time, take him out this time, and make sure that we can see third impact continue spur themselves back into the game now at a 4-10 scoreline. That does take us through the ecos, of course, for Kawareta. So now they're going to come back into this one with full gun power, and obviously look at the bonus from third impact. So best chance that Kawareta will have yet here. Third impact, I think, also realizing the potential threat of losing this round with the scoreline that's set before them. So they do upgrade at least one of their players.
Well, going on to this next round, this is the one that we were waiting for, folks.
Here.
And they have some guns on deck here for Colorado that could have some serious effect up against TI. They'll be on their bonus now, so they'll be trying to make the most of this situation. Chancey will be playing in towards server, or rather sewer.
You should run.
Will be forced back from the owl drum. More utilities starting to come out, but they're actually going to immediately back off from this. Lockdown out, and it'll immediately be destroyed. And Aqua with some seemingly spot-on shock darts in order to get rid of this. Currently locked outside of A. Not really moving too much, and this has just led to this very awkward moment. I mean, guys, are you going to push forward? Are you not going to push forward? They still have space to work back towards lobby, but they're going to be able to at least get the initial kill. Yoshi will walk into Zerg's gun, but Aqua, you could say the same about him. Zerg will get 2 here after he trades out 1, so it'll be favorable for the offense as he start to work in.
Patience game, trying to capitalize on the impatience that we got of the Kawareta there as they push themselves in a short check for intel. Zerg with a great swing out from the toxic screen, takes down Sacred. Oh, as well, dashes his way into another one against Chancey there, setting it up to all be a clutch for Mar in a 1v4 with literally all 4 of these players looking at him. So, yeah, if I were Mar, I'd probably make the same decision. He's going to back away from this one. Doesn't have a hope or a whim of trying to clutch this one out, so he will just back away. Save the gun, take it into the next round here. And this one is going to third impact. They're halfway there now as they've hit a scoreline of 5-10.
Well, I don't exactly know where this Keith Mard full aggression from Colorado has went, but it's definitely not here anymore. Seems like they have been hampered in a way, and a successful round thus far here for their defensive side. Be able to keep the gun here from Mar, but that's just going to be a participation trophy going into this next round. We need to see some serious rebalancing across the board here from them. Otherwise, this is more than likely going to go the way of TI, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, TI seems to be back in the driver's seat as both these teams are excelling on the attacking side of Haven and struggling to a pretty decent degree here on the defense. Still fairly early days for Kawareta's defense, though, so they have 5 more opportunities to turn this around before ultimately third impact closes the gap and ties us back up. This one, though, not going to have the best of hopes as it is going to be a full eco for them for the most part. We will see some aggression come up, though, and it's actually going to be inserted into a very powerful position here. Aqua walking up. Flank watch, well, just not doing that at the moment, so Aqua able to take down Frizzy before being traded out. Third does see the haphazard approach towards A as well, so that'll draw the attention of most of Kawareta.
Well, Colorado still has things strung out across the map. They haven't seen the spike just yet, but that'll change as Yoshi gets eyes on Zerg. So we'll be seeing some rotations very soon. They'll start blowing their way onto site, but it'll be Zerg with the blade stone to take down 1 as he'll continue to add up the kill tally. It'll be 3 now after Mar trades things out for Vanish. Zerg, he's getting everything done. He's taking quite a bit of damage from the 3 engagements that he's been able to win out, but he'll also be planting the spike, so adding even more to what he's able to muster on this round. Actually switching things out for the Phantom as well. Doesn't want the Blade Storm anymore, more than likely just simply because of the angle that he's holding. Steel be on a pretty important one. Sacred will take him down. Zerg will be able to switch back over to the Blade Storm, and that makes sure these hop shots are going to be way more accurate than the Phantom overall. So Zerg will stick to his guns now. Chansey will run out. He'll be able to win out. What the hell just happened? How do you let that happen? That should have never have happened in your entire life, that a man is able to do that with a stinger. He walks onto site, he'll get 2, and that's going to be a huge round that Colorado should have never have had.
Colorado take it, though, and they push up to 11 here. 2 more rounds is all they need now. This was the problem with this scoreline, was it was so desperate for our attackers here on third impact. And as a result of that, well, yes, this comeback is still happening to some extent. Losing a round like that is a very, very big loss, as it puts you 30% of the way towards your ultimate loss inside of not only this matchup, but this tournament as well. Remember, third impact is fighting for their survival here, wants to push up into a guaranteed second place instead of a third place by winning it out, as well as getting a rematch from the upper bracket finals. As third impact was the team to come from that position in the tournament. Zerg sneaks through. His trail right here thrown out by the Viper, and he's going to use it to push himself forward to the edge of long. No kill opportunity going to be presented, though. Mar will also deny the Owl drone, but won't take the fight versus the Sova. Quickly falls back deeper into the site and will play to a much more passive position now that the utility has been expunged.
Colorado still looking for something here, but Zerg, he'll dodge a handful of bullets, take out Aqua. Steel also find the head of Yoshi here, and once again, third impact getting onto the board early inside of these rounds, but just like what we'd seen for Colorado previously, we'll have an opportunity to clutch things up. This is looking towards the A site once again here for third impact, but as we said previously, this is the problem with Haven. Look at where the Astra is currently, all the way over at C, and although they now know this is going down on A, the long rotation has to go through now. It's going to be a free plant for TI, and no one really capable of stopping this.
TI taking a page of the Colorado book there. Keep the execute all together here. Make sure that you're going to be ready to push yourself back in. Star's going to go down in the meanwhile here from the Astral Plane. We'll see what their contribution will be in a moment. As Sacred is the only one that can find any impact on this retake, but he too will eventually get traded out by Vanish, giving third impact their 6th, and reigniting that 5-round deficit that they were sitting at just 2 rounds ago here. The instant trades still leave our attackers in control of the momentum for now, but obviously our defenders here, Colorado, still in prime position to shut this game down. Just those 2 additional wins.
Yeah, they really just need to make a play for themselves here. I mean, this has been just pure default play from their defensive side for most of this, all except for their initial pistol round where we saw Yoshi trying to go for something inside of Garage, and this has really allowed third impact to play their own game. This is what you don't want to happen if you're a defender here on Haven. And, well, they're going to be presented with a big pickle when it comes to this round here, yet again, rather. And it's going to be the fact of the guns. Frizzy will be able to take down Mar with utility here in the likes of the Snake Bite. Aqua will get 1, but now before the refrag comes through, Colorado worse for wear inside of this round, but that's something that you more than likely expected. The rifle's just too strong right now from the offense.
So 4v2 here once again in the favor of third impact. Arena, Yoshi already going to try and challenge from the back of C. Will be met with a turret to the face, so has to move away from that angle quite quickly. The good news is the reposition works out well for Yoshi. He'll be able to dismiss away from the immediate action. Goes into Garage. He's going to wait to regroup with the Astra here for a potential pinch on the C site. Obviously, a lackluster arsenal to get the job done. That's actually not looking too bad as we switch over to Chansey, but better than nothing. More so for Yoshi here as he the Owl drone to get spotted by it as the shot comes out from said drone. Chansey, no one paying attention to his position. That is, of course, until we get the swing from Zerg, though, which will take care of that potential issue. And he follows it up with Yoshi's frag also. 7 now on the board for third impact, and they are really getting close here. Colorado gonna have to start getting a bit nervous.
Yeah, Colorado, they've just been defanged here. They're not really doing anything. They're trying to play for space, and there's not really much more that you can do when you're on a pistol round like this. And it's going to continue to suck, John. The suck is not going to stop, my friend. Every single round that they lose on guns, that's one step closer that TI are going to get to winning this round. Or rather, winning this game. And, you know, it all comes down to every single time that we end up getting to this point. We're back onto guns, and Colorado have got to do something. But they have to be active. That's the biggest thing. We're working out towards long this time, but Zerg, he's just better in the moment. Mar flat-footed, and Zerg prepared for somebody to be on that angle. And he's correct in this assumption.
are going to move forward right behind the Aldrone here. No spot on Sacred just yet, but he might be ready for the challenge regardless, as it's going to be forced his way. Get some support from the spawn route, but that's going to need to come in a big way here. Chansey stops the flow of opponents from coming out on A so quickly, but he is the only one to do so on site. The Reyna going to be positioned a little bit differently here, is to take up a spot at the edge of Long, and Yoshi simply waiting for Long aggression to engage on that, but he never gets it, so he'll deny the pledge. Still holds full control over Long in the process. No one from Third Impact in the spot to try and counter that at the moment. Stee does have success countering out the lurk from inside of the site, but there we go. The site execute itself is now dead, and the only one left alive is going to be the lurker, Stee. He's got the Killjoy ult, so we'll throw that down to try and force these players out. Obviously, he has to wait down the timer for a couple seconds here before he'll push in, so that'll explain the delay there. Chansey will not be affected by this, though, and I think actually Yoshi might just take the hit on this to act as bait. There we go. Yoshi takes the L on the ultimate, but he can get himself behind coverage and not be too affected by it. Steve knows it's only one of them that's been locked down, though. Can't really capitalize on it. I think Steve even reads into the potential bait play, too, with just the one player getting locked down. So will not over-regress. Comes in now with a formula, but unfortunately, it's going to be wrong. Yoshi takes control instead and pushes Kawareta up onto their 12th round. They only need one more now, whereas Third Impact need to win 5 in a row without dropping a single one.
And this is what happens when your offense is just incredible before you go to that second half. I mean, as of right now, that's really assisted them in this way, because otherwise Third Impact, if the shoe was on the other foot and they started on defense, or rather offense, this game could have went the complete opposite way. But Colorado have reached match and map point here. They're sitting one away from taking this series and going on to play ZMB. A long day for them if they're capable, but they're seeming so. Gonna be a recon out here early on A long. Is Spike still down towards window? I'm going to have to pick that up if this is going to start heading this way. But as you can see, Third Impact not wanting to give things up just yet. Simply working their way up long and seeing what's going on towards the mouth of A.
There's Fury coming out from Aqua as he's going to try and fend off some of this aggression. And it works, as he'll catch Steve just outside of the garage doors, I do believe there. Putting a dent into Third Impact's attack here. Not what Third Impact wanted, and certainly not that either. Sacred taking another kill here against Frizzy. Sacred obviously will have free control back over here towards Heaven, but that's because the Cosmic Divide is now blocking it off, so we can really only jump back out. The numbers for Third Impact continue to diminish here as Evil now falls as well. Come down to a 5 versus 2 for Third Impact survival, and it's certainly not looking good here. Seekers work their way in. That is going to be a great reinitiation for Mar as well as Sacred to jump back into the site with, but they need to clean things up quickly, and they will. Kawareta takes control of the final map of this series, 13-7. They will prevent the rematch from the upper bracket finals and create a new one for themselves, as Kawareta are moving forward to challenge ZMB in the grand finals of our Invitational. Hey, all right there. Here, Stokes.
I went to go talk, and I don't really know what happened there. But apparently, I'm telling you, man, for some reason today, my voice does not want to cooperate. But luckily enough, John, this series is over. We get to move on to the final. Kawareta, 2-1 fashion here on Haven. It doesn't really seem like the jet pick really affected them all that much, especially with Aqua and the way that he was able to handle things. I mean, he stepped up in such convincing fashion. In stark comparison to what we'd seen previously from him, more of that utility-based player that was just trying to operate to make it to where the rest of his team can do the things that were necessary to win the game. But this time around, he was on display in front of all of us and making things happen for his team in such an awesome way. So congratulations to Kawareta, but the job's not done yet.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the updated bracket and see where our tournament lies. We already talked about it. You know the two teams that are going to the grand final, but just in case you wanted to check out the rest of the bracket, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Nearly complete now with only one more match to play between Kawareta and Zero Marksman Black. Just a point of clarity as well, in case anybody was curious, that grand final is going to be a best of 3, same as all of our other matches. But here is the schedule. What we've already played out, as well as what we have coming up for you. Kawareta fully playing the gauntlet today, it seems, as we have all 3 of our matches, including them. They've had to run this all the way through the lower bracket, but they have done it. They have made it to the grand finals and are about to play their 3rd best of 3 of the day. We will have to wait and see if they're going to be up for the challenge, but that's going to be coming after a break, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us, and when we do return, it's time for the grand finals of our event. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the grand finals now, the MSI Valorant Invitational. It's going to be myself as well as my colleague here, Stokes, bringing you the action one final time as we've got our two teams that have made it here to the grand finals. For one of them, they've had a very easy day as they qualified here yesterday. It's Zero Marksman Black who carved their way through the upper bracket and have made it here into the grand finals with relative ease. Meanwhile, their opponents had to battle their way through the lower bracket with two additional matches also played today. It's going to be Caloretta on the other side of it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see once again how our two teams got here, as Zero Marksman Black had to take down Third Impact in addition to Godset, and on top of that, N4D in order to make it here, only dropping a single map along the way to Godset.
Well, it's been a long day, as you said, for Caloretta. This is going to be 6 maps that they've played simply walking in here, whereas for Zero Marksman Black, it's been a pretty chill Sunday. I mean, your and my Sunday has been pretty action-packed, but for them, it's been fairly chill. More than likely just watching the tournament, seeing what their opposing squads are doing, who they're going to have to play against, and strategizing around it. They've had an all day to watch Caloretta and how this team ticks. So, can Zero Marksman Black make this happen? Can they win the grand finals of the MSI Valorant Invitational? We're here to find out.
Let's go ahead and take one more peep at the rosters for both of these teams, give you guys a bit of a refresher, of course, on both of our squads. You've already should have seen them play quite a bit at this point, but just in case you have not, ZMB, Zero Marksman Black, going to be bringing the same roster to the table as yesterday. It's Rooney, Adrenaline, Stare, and Tekka, as well as Get Greedy 92. And then meanwhile, for Caloretta's sides, it's Aqua that gave us that star-studded performance on our final map of the last series. Mar as well, bringing up some good efforts, especially on the inside of Breeze matchups. Yoshi, the usual jet main for this team, as well as Sacred, the backup duelist, and Chansey as well, the controller who we've seen frag out quite a few times, including that most recent map.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think we have to do all the ZMB fans at home the due diligence of telling them what happened inside of Haven. Yoshi actually ended up misclicking and choosing Reyna and was forced to play with it throughout all of Haven. And we really thought that this was going to be a big change up because Yoshi had been just so dominant throughout the day on the Jet. But past that, nothing else really coming of it inside of that game. It was Aqua who actually did the most for Caloretta and was able to finally take it to ZMB. Here's our map choices now, though, folks. We'll see what we got off the table. We're actually going to have a Breeze band away here.
Ascent and Haven, obviously two maps that we've seen Caloretta play quite a bit both today and yesterday, and Icebox going to be added back into the fold for them, where they've been able to sneak off some very close matches at a minimum here as well against the opponents they've faced off so far in this tournament. But their opponents here today, ZMB, is going to be a whole new beast. Like we said, this team did not drop a single map save for a single one back in the, I believe it was the upper bracket semifinals where they faced off against Godset. That's the only time we saw this team drop a map. And while some of the matches, including the upper bracket finals, were a bit closer, they have still been winning these out in clean fashion. So for Caloretta, they've got their work cut out for them. We're going to find out if they're prepared and up for the challenge, though, right now, as I believe we are heading into our agent selects in just a second here. And we'll see what exactly the two teams will present to us. It's been quite a bit since we've played Icebox, at least as far as today is concerned. So it'll be good to be jumping back onto it, I believe, for the first time today.
Yeah, it should be quite a bit of fun. And yeah, you're completely right in what you're saying. We haven't seen Icebox all day, and I'm happy that we're back here because this is one of my personal favorite maps. We were talking about it a little bit earlier on, John, and I was talking to you about how, personally, I feel like this map is a map laid on top of a map, simply because of the amount of verticality around the area. And it just makes it to where there's a lot of these crazy angles and stuff that you can really abuse in your favor on both sides. It's going to be exciting to see what both of these teams can do, but we'll save that for inside here, guys. We've got the agent select done and dusted. We're ready to jump into Icebox for the very first time today. So let's not mess around. Let's get right into it.
Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, and see once more who will come out as our victor, who will claim the lion's share of our prize pool available to our winners here today. We've got over $10,000 up for grabs from our winners. So let's see who's going to take home big pot. Will it be ZMB, who carved their way here without too much trouble, or will it be Caloretta, who had to battle their way out of the lower bracket just to make it here and still have one final opponent sitting in front of them? Caloretta is going to be on the attack first. ZMB will be on the defense. And ZMB, a lot of presence here at mid to start with. So already this is looking like it could be an interesting pistol and first round to start us off if we do indeed see aggression brimming out from that point.
Oh, absolutely. And even as you say that, they're actually going to fully stock on the A side. And you can see ZMB wants to work mid as well. So they're basically just going to be in passing in between each other. Hopefully someone from ZMB sticks around, because if they don't, this could be pretty worrisome. And yes, we will get that. The Soba will stick in towards A. Recon dart out, won't find him as Colorado will propel themselves forward. It's going to be a free ult point for them as well, but it's also a free site, so you might as well take it. He'll continue on forward. Sacred will work into the top box here. Not going to be able to find too much, adjust towards fourth. Then he knows someone's playing back towards the ramp of mid. He'll take down Scare. He still has a couple more inside of the area, but all with that going down, Colorado will also get the spike planted, and they've already set up for post plant here.
And control coming in for Colorado, and unfortunately for ZMB, the aggressive stance for them is not going to lead into a whole lot here in the opening seconds of the round. They have to pepper down the barrier orb as it still stands in their way, but it's not going to make much of a difference here. Rooney not able to make the impact on the re-entry, and it's going to be a flawless here on the pistol here. Colorado with no trouble whatsoever controlling that opening round.
I mean, what do you say to that, John? I mean, we come out, we say that ZMB is probably the most unstoppable team inside of the entire tournament. I mean, I know we've said that quite a few teams are looking dominant inside of a map, but ZMB has truly looked unstoppable in the way that they've been playing the game so far. First round, flawless. Colorado reads ZMB the entire time. A is completely free. ZMB make the play up mid, but what happens with ZMB here? I think that the big difference is going to be that ZMB have continued to make plays even when they're down, whereas Colorado, not so much.
Slow build up once again into this round from Colorado. That's how they were able to thrive inside of that last map on Haven for their last matchup, however. So no surprise to see that they're going to stick with that very slow play style at the beginning of the next series here, more than anything to fish out any type of unwarranted aggression from ZMB and be able to punish that, but also gives Colorado plenty of time to build up to their own execute and even psych out their opponents a little bit too. Would like to see a bit more of an aggressive foot forward here just to establish map presence, but it doesn't seem to be hindering Colorado too much to play into this style. It's early days in the game after only the second round, and they still want to be cautious of ZMB's own aggression that could come out here since they're on a light buy. They don't have too much of a risk or consequence if they end up dying. So because of that, Colorado are going to take an extremely measured approach here. They might be forgetting to measure one very important thing, though, as Rooney sneaks in from the back short side of Yellow. Going to be able to steal one kill away. Doesn't really have the ammo to use that Spectre on the ground, but there we go. Stare comes into the fold now. He can pick it up, but he will ultimately fall. Adrenaline is going to get knocked out further back here on the site also. See, though, Jet survives, makes it out of here, so Stare will be able to peek out against Sacred. That's assuming Sacred doesn't just kill everyone in this situation, though. And Tekka was lining up a flank, and that's going to be painfully obvious to the members of Colorado as Sacred just taps his way to the win here against Tekka, shutting them out and putting Colorado at a strong 2-0 position.
So ZMB then negotiate here a Yellow for a man advantage. It's a 2 versus 5. This looks unsalvageable, but immediately after that, it's a burst of 3 frags, well, actually 2, coming out from the offense. They're able to clean it up on site as well. Sacred doubling back and cleaning up the flank as well, making sure to cover all of their bases. Really not leaving an opening for ZMB to truthfully work their way into the site. They're more proactive than reactive, and it wins them the round because of that. Even inside of the 2v5, they're not afraid to try and take it to these ZMB members. And ZMB, well, they're going to have to try and hope for better on this round now that they've got rifles. They'll start off well. Stare will take down Yoshi. Sacred, he's gotten deep. Adrenaline will shut him down outside of Yellow, though. As he'll continue to hold on to Snowman and try and keep them boxed out of B for the meanwhile.
So Mar continuing to wait out for any type of rotate we might get from Zero Marksman Black, but they're playing this cautiously too. They know that Colorado sit up in these positions and wait for any potential aggression to come from the defenders at this point, so they've locked in on how to counter that quite well and really stunted the Colorado execute inside of this round. Chansey, of course, watching for flanks, but there won't really be much of that. ZMB is taking just as measured of an approach as we were seeing from Colorado on their attacks here. This is going to leave the floodgates open, however, for moves like this from Aqua, who will just walk right through the main site pipes and try to take some control towards the back. No one from the see-through, but nearly a double there from Aqua. Get Greedy, saves it,
30
however,
seconds
just barely, and quickly pops off his heel to make sure he's going to be too late. There will be a pretty quick counter reaction coming in from Calretta.
One
Chansey
enemy remaining.
will actually catch Stair moving
Spike
in from
down.
under the main pipe, and after that happens, Get Greedy changes it right back out, leaving only Chansey in this fight, and Get Greedy will manage that one as well. A great shutdown from him as he saves the day and prevents Calretta from a takeover. Here it be the plant that would follow it as well.
Yeah, I mean, Chansey was looking pretty strong right here. I mean, but outside of that, Greedy able to catch him on rotation, and that's what matters most, especially for ZMB's sake. Able to get the initial round here. Calretta, it started off really strong, but as we've been talking about all day, get to that third round, and that's where things matter most inside of this initial half. It's really how you start off. What's the round that you can try and build for your team, or the opposing squad rather, starts getting rounds on deck, and it'll happen early here in between these two, but that's to be expected. As we were talking about, ZMB is a team that will continue to make plays even when they're down, and right now, they're definitely not scared either. Solid A stack here. Still playing things safe on B though as well, as the Vipers found some space. The Sage will be holding on to Kitchen here too. Chansey in the bottom of tube as of right now, but Calretta not too committed, but this is what we've seen from them. They're a very controlled team so far, and that's not going to change up against ZMB. Truthfully, just not wanting to overcommit to any one idea. So they're trying to look deeper into A with the Drana player. Oh, and Tekka's gonna lose the fight. That wasn't supposed to happen. Sacred will take him down. Still has more to give here. He'll give upstairs as well. The defenders, they're oversighting how great Calretta have played throughout the day so far. Yeah, the rounds have been scrappy, but when you're able to scrap together the rounds, that's what matters most. ZMB, they're losing too much now. Chansey, can he go for two? No, Adrenaline fights back. Finally able to get something for his own. The team desperately needing it. Calretta will lose the Viper, but they're going to need more here. Sacred with 3, and it's all down to Adrenaline. He's been red as well. Sacred, he's unstoppable right now. That's going to be the third round for Calretta. And are you convinced just yet that they can take away this entire game from ZMB?
The Reyna dominance coming out there
Last
from
player
Sacred. It
standing.
gives himself a quad. Finishing moments of that round there. Beautiful stuff from him, and just waltzing over everything ZMB was bringing to the table there. No respect given in any way, shape, or form. And we're probably going to see that same strat run back again. Calretta quickly stacking up for a quick run into the site. Will be very unfortunate if that's the case, too, because one of the two defenders is going to be the one stuck down with just a pistol, and the second one is going to be the one with a shotty. So not the best guns to fend off this aggression in the site if it comes here. Oh, no, and a completely whiffed Viper's Pit from Adrenaline. Not even going to be able to see it fully bloom before he's taken down. So that just completely swings open the barn doors for Calretta to work their way in, and likely over the next couple seconds gonna plant here. There we go.
No.
Yoshi Sacred picking up more. You still got Chansey. I don't even know if he noticed.
One
there.
enemy
I think
remaining.
He heard him. Oh no, this
You
is
didn't see
gonna...
the gun.
Oh,
please,
this is so
please,
awkward.
somebody
Oh, this
look at
is
each
so
other.
awkward.
There's no way.
Okay, there we go.
Thank
We're good.
God,
We're good.
Chansey, if this shot misses, you better not no scope.
I think he's worked.
No. Chansey, what did I just
I'm done.
say?
I'll see you later, Stokes. Have
What
a good
did I
catch.
just say? This is why you don't troll. You don't troll. Oh, God, let's learn. See, because now Sierra's just able to do all of this.
There's
He's
no
giving
way,
up
right?
guns. Stop it. Stop it. No.
3.
No. Guys, you
look,
have
the
to
spike's planted.
respect
The spike's
this
planted.
man.
We're good.
Somebody respect this man, please. I mean, he's still not going to get the round, but give him the ace. It doesn't. I mean, the bomb goes off, but like...
But who's the real
somebody
winner here?
has to tell these people who Stair is. Do you realize what he's capable of?
Apparently that. And all of this could have been avoided. If,
John.
oh, we're not even going to show that clip. Okay.
Oh, I mean,
All of this could
at
have
least
been
our
avoided.
replay operator's nice, because I'm not. What the hell was that?
One enemy remaining.
I don't know. Obviously,
Chansey literally said it in all chat. I'm so sorry.
oh my God, I gave you a clip.
You did. You did do that. Yeah, that happened. So, and we're gonna have to talk about it because that's our job. So don't be angry with us. But wow, Calretta I mean, the positive thing is that Sacred's still doing his thing. He's going to take down Rooney. Adrenaline also trying to get things to happen here on long. And so far, it'll work out for him. He'll be able to get Chansey and Tekka with one as well. And Stare trying to assist in that regard. They've given up A, and that'll lead to a spike going down. But besides that, it's still looking pretty positive for them. Able to fight back in a certain sense, but the only issue is now is how does this re-entry go? They're going to need something major. Luckily enough, Stairs saved his entire kit for this moment, so we're hoping to see something from the star player. Just like we saw inside of the last round. Yoshi will shut it down early from him, though. Tekka looking to help, and he'll be able to get one, but not before Yoshi. He makes it happen. He'll just come over the top of 410. It's a quick triple for him, and yet another round for Calretta.
The Jet cleans up shop yet again here. This time it's going to be Calretta doing it, however, as they take yet another round for themselves here, prevent the retake from the defense there. And it's a very quick execute that goes the way of Calretta once more. This side going very much into their favor. We'll head back into the actual game here now to see what they'll look towards again. And, I mean, no surprise here, right? It's going to be another direct A push if they have their way with it. There is an adjustment from Zero Marksman Black. They're going to put 3 players on the site this time with a 4th watching middle, so they should have more than enough of a player count to be able to fend this off. We'll have to wait, though, to see if that comes true as Tekka moves in there, takes down Yoshi with the Blade Storm out. Sacred's going to be able to make up for that, and also they'll bring Yoshi back into the fold. You can see there still has the Blade Storm available for use, and Sacred through the pinhole catches out Tekka as well. One more, because why the heck not, as Sacred gets a 3rd, and he just continues to dominate in the site play. Chansey's cut off the rotates here. Adrenaline's the only one left, and Calretta are likely looking at a 6th round here in a second.
He kills himself to get the kill! Who does this? This is
Chansey, I guess.
Calretta. Simply built different. Sacred, especially early on in this round, I mean, simply dominant. This is dominance we're seeing out of this Reina gameplay right now. Calretta, I mean, we're talking about a team that they couldn't even select the right agent coming into Haven. and they're currently up 6-1 on ZMB. This team, they looked unstoppable throughout this tournament. And right now, it's looking like Calretta, I mean, it's just looking like a scrim. They've got scrim energy at this moment. Stairs trying to fight back, and he can't. Chansey will take him down. Greedy, he gets taken out from mid. Yoshi's made his own play, and Chansey has 2. This is going to be yet another spike going down soon enough. But Chansey's got to get it here first. Also, Tekka, he's worked deep. Oh, they know where he is, though. Sacred, he hasn't missed much today, so we might as well add on to the tally. We'll take down Tekka. It's all up to Adrenaline to get something to go here, but now the Viper's pit. And like I said before, Sacred will land another. It's 7-1 in favor of the offense.
Questionable use of the Viper's Pit there, but I think Calretta is wanting to play it out safe more than anything. So, yeah, pretty much, as you said. Guarantee it, but ultimately not ending up being super useful because it seems their Jet already had a lock on the situation to make sure that did not go bad. Rather than be Reina, a lock on the situation to make sure that did not go badly. As we can see here, Adrenaline trying to jump on didn't work out. Obviously, if that fight had gone the other way, I'd be thinking differently about the Viper's Pit, as that would have made that 1v1 a lot more easier to clutch out, but can be too much of an issue when Calretta is leading the way that they are now. It's 7-1 here. Absolutely dominating, and not even really needing to vary things to do so. They're just going to take a direct fight versus ZMB. Yeah, this is a bit too bold here from Calretta, though, as they walk right into the setup, and the exchange does finally go the way of our defenders. But it's not over just yet. Still quite a bit of pressure from Generator, and it's going to work out as Tekka now falls, leaving Stare as the lone defender of A.
They just simply don't think they'll continue to push further. Somebody wake up, ZMB. You guys are losing the game. Aqua, he's allowed to work so many angles here. Takes out 410, pushes it to screens, gets the mid player as well. He's killed everyone. The spike isn't even down yet either. Adrenaline is working towards the back of A, but don't know if they'll know that he's going so deep. And they found him, but Chansey will lose his head. It's going to be some simple shots back and forth through the backside of the 2, but it's pretty simple for Aqua. It's a quad for him, and 8 on the board now for Calretta. I mean, this is simply looking like ZMB aren't going to be allowed back into this game.
It's not even surprising at this point too to see these like massive multi-kills coming out from Calretta, right? Because it's just happening so consistently. They're just allowing individual members, whether it's Aqua in that last round getting, you know, 4 out of 6 of his kills just out of that one right there. Yoshi or Sacred, doesn't really matter. Someone's able to push forward, get an absolutely unchecked level of control towards the site, and usually an unchecked level of kills against ZMB's defense as well. They've got to find some way to stop this because it's just going all Calretta's way. And again, like I was trying to make the point of before, they're just brute forcing their way into A every single time. And for the most part, it is working, despite the fact that ZMB, as you can see here, is putting every single piece of utility and quite a few of their players in the way of this every single time.
Stare. There was a time to come online and be now. Shutting it down early, but that doesn't mean that Calretta is going to slow down in the slightest. We've seen them command space time and time again, and they'll continue that, but Stare's ready for it. Starting to understand the play from the enemy. Calretta, they're going to have to reach deeper into the playbook going further, but it doesn't seem like they want to change it just yet. You can see the Sage starting to actually try and grasp a hold of some straws. Be Mar as of right now, and Inteka, oh, the timing will work out so favorably for the offense. Look at this right now. They're allowed space, but that doesn't mean Stare's going to stop. He's gotten 4. He'll finally get shut up from Chansey. Needed something here, but basically just going to be a participation trophy for round 10. Possibly get some more space, but I mean, what does he really do with it? Not going to be much, and Tech will take him down. That'll be the spike, as if that even matters. Be the defenders with their second round, and that's truthfully what does. Be 8-2 still in favor of Calretta, as they'll start somewhat of a comeback from this defense. It's already gone so very wrong.
The only constant in this game right now is that someone will get a 4K. It doesn't matter who,
basically.
but someone's getting a 4K. And I think that's been true the last like 3 or 4 rounds here. Stare takes it for himself this time around, shutting down the large majority of that executed. More importantly, finally putting a defensive round on the board here for ZMB, as they truly need to get some. Already at a 210 scoreline. We'll see if they can make the odds a little bit better. Their best case now is a 4-8, and Tekka is going to see all of this action, as well as a recon scan coming out there to catch the move up through the tunnel. So it's going to get canceled entirely. Stare as well. He's got an angle, but no! Sacred shuts him down with only a split second to look at him in the process. Denies that, as well as the Blade Storm in the process.
He's allowed a single knife. That's it. Only one knife, and they'll have to use 2 ultimates in this round just to start. And Tekka, though, he'll make it worthwhile. He'll take down Sacred. Rooney will add to it as well. ZMB, are you back? Are we experiencing something here? Although Chansey, he'll find some space and no one aware. Oh no, these cross angles, and obviously the suppressed shots not having tracers will make it favorable, but finally ZMB, they'll wake up in the round, and Stare, they'll have that Blade Storm still. The insurance policy working out, but again, they'll have to give up 2 for the price of 1 round.
And so things end up going the way, as you said there, of our defenders, although at a heavy, heavy cost to them. So once again, things will a little bit closer as we inch towards the end of the half. Our defenders here in Zero Marksman Black finally figuring out how to stop this seemingly unstoppable force in Calretta's assaults here. Begs the question of if we're going to see any change-ups in Calretta's own play style, as they're going to be stuck outside of A for the most part, still leading into that, but probably going to be much more considering of a B push now. However, that plan will more than likely go south fairly quickly because of Adrenaline bringing out the Viper's Pit onto main. However, you can see this in front of you here now. Mid is open for business for Calretta at the moment, until Get Greedy pops up and at least checks it. But still, Sacred and quite a few others could have potentially been allowed through. And Sacred, how do you keep winning these? Rooney should have had Sacred dead to rights mid-jump, but apparently not. Sacred once again reverses a fight and puts Calretta in the lead.
I mean, the man looks like he's getting ready to surf or something, just bouncing his way up the ramp right there, and still wins the gunfight, as you said. That's not supposed to happen. That's not how it's written down in the script, but there's Chansey coming in on the entry, and that's usually why. Stare, the duelist that should be in that position, will win it out. Sacred, though, he'll lose it out as well. Stare's just making this look easy right now. He comes out of nowhere, and Stare, if a freeze frame was available, I mean, my God, what a play. Creates so much space for ZMB to still work here. We'll get back some space on the A site. Stare will get up high. Takes out 1 from the rope, and it's a quad for him. almost guaranteed on the
Last
round like I
player
said
standing.
previously, but so's this! It's a triple for Aqua! He works in behind, no one paying attention. They don't even realize that the
sides.
offender has legs as well, and he'll make a play.
What did I tell you about that constant, though? Four
I mean,
kills again,
I don't-
even
I
though it didn't
can't
win the
read,
round.
John. That's too much to ask.
Stair gets another 4K here. That's 2 rounds in a row he's picked it up, and he still lost the round. This is an absolutely crazy matchup here. Caloretta making it fun at a minimum as they push up 9-3 over their opponents. Take a full lead and a healthy one at that of 6 rounds in their favor. ZMB has got some work to do, although gave us some hope towards the end of the half as we'll take a look at the replays here of this one again.
Yes.
And Chansey, all you had to
Clip
do
it.
was point that crosshair
Clip it.
at his head.
Listen, I know, Chansey, I know your friends are watching. And if they don't have this clipped, then I'm offended, okay? Like, this has to be held against you for the rest of your life.
why did he
I don't
move?
know what else to say to you. But,
Why did he move?
I don't even know, but luckily enough, ZMB is trying to make up for it now. Cheryl move ahead, but oh, the shots will head back and forth from there. Be able to at least trade him out, and Tekka will go further, take down Aqua. And this is where things get rough. ZMB obviously just more aggressive in the way that they want to settle this, and it's an assault of the A site, continuing on so as well. ZMB just taking down way too many Caloretta members now, and they'll feel their own pain. Rooney falls out of heaven and is gifted a kill. Yoshi, only the lone member, but now it's just Chansey here, and he'll lose out his gunfight as well. It's 9-4 now as ZMB. They'll shore things up, almost guaranteed this 9-5.
Yeah, once again, just a big swing from the entire team to get them on point for A, and Stair, along with Tekka, controlling the situation, making sure ZMB can put that right foot forward to get them in without too much of an issue, and thankfully they'll be able to do that. Only Yoshi and I believe one other member, Chansey, there from Caloretta, surviving it to try to retake unsuccessfully, as we eventually saw at the end of the round here. So a quick comeback might be in the cards for ZMB as they now switch over to the preferential side for this map. They're going to keep that A aggression going into their follow-up round with the economical advantage well under their control. Let's see how quickly they can take A second time.
On Tekka, acting fast as we'd expect out of this round. Stairs going all the way to the back. He's going to deal so much damage to Mar, but I don't think that one was supposed to happen. Mar is immediately removing the head of Stair, guillotines him straight off rip. Only need a singular bullet for that as well, but they continue this. Deal some damage, but Shock Dart isn't going to mean too much to him. Space covered here by Yoshi. He'll deal some serious damage to Adrenaline, which Aqua will be able to capitalize on. And we're at a 3 versus 3. And Tech is still in the back of sight. Let's see how much he can do with this Spectre. He's still got his full kit as well to work this out. Needs some serious shots from the Lear, and Aqua, he's going to want that one back as Rooney will gun him down from behind, and Tekka will capitalize on the lone player from Caloretta. And, well, that 9-5 that we talked about previously, it's come to fruition.
Indeed, it has. ZMB bringing things back under their control as quickly as they can, given the circumstances here. And we could see some valiant attempts to battle attack on defenders, but ultimately with lackluster gun power, it does go the way of the economy advantage. That's not necessarily going to be the case anymore here for ZMB, as of course, as we approach the third round, Caloretta now building up enough of a bank for their first big investment. Is going to be 2 glass cannon purchases, but the same can be said for Stair. So let's see. ZMB can do it once again, moving quickly in through A main here to try to make a push forward. Shock Dart is going to deal some damage to the Reyna, but is quickly healed up by Sage. Too much. In comes the rest of the play here now. Barrier Orb is going to block the initial path in, as well as a Lear. This is going to allow for Sacred to push forward, get the first kill, but a Shock Dart from the attack will take down Mar. In comes the real assault, though, as Stair, as well as Chansey, has breached the veil on site here. Stair looking to hold control, but now they're the only ones left. Stair will find himself surrounded, and although he gets a third kill, he's also going to be shut out by Yoshi, who puts the 10th round on the board for Caloretta.
So we had a discussion earlier with you, myself, production. We were talking about this map, and I said that it's one of my favorite in the game. And this is the reason why. Just the different planes in which you can attack your enemy. It's insane. And we see that constantly abused on both ends here. ZMB very early on in that round, whereas Caloretta, their retake, it really was doing part to that in the way that you can play those different levels of verticality throughout most of Icebox. And it's handled very well. And we get back to this point now where Caloretta, they've been able to challenge on the gun round, and for ZMB, this is going to be a huge problem. They've got to get a grasp on this early, especially when some of these players are still vulnerable, Aqua being one of them. He'll be forced out the back end of A, but the rotation's already happened from Caloretta. You can see them starting to flood in the rear, and this is going to get really scary, especially since Sacred's been able to fight back. Stare, though, he'll gun down a couple. Rooney will add to it as well. ZMB, they'll come out on top of the heap, but they haven't gotten the spike down just yet.
Chansey also already encroaching.
Oh, man.
Watching it right now. There's one. There's the spike, and there's two. Leaving it all on his Stare, but Stare took out his Chansey's teammate. It's not going to matter, though. Chansey still clutches things out versus the Jet and puts Caloretta up to 11. Beautiful play from those two remaining defenders. And it puts Caloretta still in pole position to control this first map.
Can I ask you a question?
One enemy
Why
remaining.
do they ever take Sacred off of the duelist role? Ever.
Just comfortability more, probably more than anything, comfortability with Jet. Jet's kind of perceived as pretty overpowered right now, so I think that most teams are feeling that they need the Jet more than they would potentially need a Reyna in any of these situations, and I'm going to be honest, Sacred probably just doesn't play Jet.
That could be it right there, because that's what I was thinking as well. I think that it's the simple fact that Yoshi's more comfortable on the Jet than Sacred is, because when he's allowed the duelist role, I mean, you can't argue with results like that, so I'll shut up. That's okay.
Spike
Yoshi,
planted.
I mean, he's going to shut down the Hunter's Fury in such convincing fashion. But, as you said, get greedy will swing it back in the other way, and so will Sarah, and Adrenaline adds on too. Yoshi will find
One
a second
enemy remaining.
Blade Stormman. What? Where? How? Everyone's lined up deep inside of the B's site, but he finds an angle from underneath Tube and Stare. He simply shuts it down.
That comes out of absolutely nowhere as well. For anybody who missed how ZMB got onto the site, I'm pretty sure they worked their way in from the middle pipe as well as the area underneath of it there to take kitchen control and eventually just direct site control, because the members of Caloretta that were on B were so far pressed out, worried about the situation going on at main, they didn't even consider what could be coming through mid. It leaves a gaping hole, allows for the plant to go through, and as we saw, the best attempt at a retake from Caloretta did not yield success. So the round goes to ZMB, despite that great opener from Caloretta's Jet there, played by Yoshi. He's not going to be able to carry his team all the way through that round. Stare moving in, though, is going to meet Aqua, unfortunately with a shorty, and now hands his gun over to his opponent here. A wild swing from Aqua, though, without the gun ready, yields his death here, and Inteka will be able to take out Yoshi, leaving only a shell of the former defense here for Caloretta. It's going to be Chansey, along with the Sage, trying to fight out the remainder of this round, and they don't even have the best guns to get it done, unfortunately. Mar, you could see, trying to pop off with the Marshall, but not finding anything of note against the attackers here. They still stay at relatively full HP with all four of them alive, and Mar now goes down in the snake bite to Rooney, leaving only Chansey up in the running.
Well, Caloretta, they're overwhelmed straight off rip, and mostly due to the guns, but ZMB, I mean, a very strong insurgents here as well. They'll look to capitalize off of all of it. Chansey not allowed too much space here at screen. It's going to be an easy round for them as they're starting to warm things up for this comeback, especially for Stare. Really the top frag inside of the game, and if they do continue to make this a game, John, we're looking at Stare possibly with a 30-40 bomb, and that would be just absurd to see.
I mean, dude, look at Sacred. Sacred just as close, too.
Absolutely. I mean, both of these players, as of right now, if this continues to build in such a fashion, we could see overtime.
Very, very likely. I wouldn't count it out of the cards just yet. We'll see here now. ZMB needs to keep consistent pressure going on this attacking side in order to facilitate that. If Caloretta even trades out one more here, ZMB are right back in the hot seat for themselves. Stare's going to see the push from Yoshi, and he'll force Yoshi up on top of the screen box. He'll be forced to play a much more passive position now, and actually Sacred going to try to catch someone at middle instead, but it's Adrenaline already catching him. ZMB takes the right node here. You're going to see Sacred get rezzed, however, and Adrenaline will not try to move in to immediately refrag that. He has to hold off here in middle, buy time for the rest of his team as they're rotating over, but the timing from Yoshi is too good. He'll catch Adrenaline right as he walks out.
Now for ZMB, allowed the B site, but for how long? Rotation already coming in from Caloretta, trying to push things out towards Snowman, but the Lear is just simply not working for Sacred at the moment. Try and go further, but Cloudburst already blocking his vision. That's going to guarantee the spike go down as well as they prevent that angle. And even more utility in their favor currently. the counter toxic wall come up, but oh, it's an aggressive front here from Sacred, and he'll be able to get two. Practically shifted them around yellow. Can he get further? No. Greedy finally will shut it down. Aqua with one, Aqua with two, and Cowlretta, they find the penultimate round. Already on to 12. I thought ZMB would at least be able to stack it a little further, but not capable just yet. It's an amazing retake here from the defense that they're able to put together in the dying moments of that one.
Great steps forward at the beginning of the round here, especially with the catch at middle, stopping the Reyna. Sacred from being able to impact. Unfortunately for our attackers here, the defending Sage have the resurrection. They're able to bring Sacred back into the fold, and he immediately finds impact alongside Yoshi as the rest of the team is able to successfully rotate over to B. And as we see towards the end of the round, Aqua makes up the difference in an incredibly chaotic gunfight there for control over the retake. That goes Cowlretta's way, and will now ring the first death bell for ZMB inside of this matchup. They're looking at a potential loss of Icebox to start things off here. Need that one final round, however, from Cowlretta to seal the deal. So let's see if they can get it done. Adrenaline already putting some pressure in on the flank here, and Adrenaline is not going to be able to stop that pressure immediately. We'll now have to fall back. It's going to be a very, very small amount of map control that ZMB now have to work with. And even worse, they're locked into this execute. They can't fall back and consider another option without killing those two players.
They've been boxed off, but Cowlretta seemingly thinking that ZMB has found some space over here towards B, but instead it's a reinsertion for the Jet. Start working long. That'll allow ZMB some more space, but not very much. Only really to allow some spawn control here to them, but they're still trying to work their way out and onto A. They'll have 3 defenders here though, so Cowlretta extremely aware of this going on, and they'll strike first. They'll take down Stair, and that's a call sign of what's to come. Chansey will continue the onslaught, and Tekka, he'll be read out. He can't stop Sacred. He knows that multiple are here as well. He can't try and swing back into the angle, so he has to try and work it yet again, but Adrenaline will find 2. Sacred, he'll take down Tekka as well. It's all left up to Adrenaline. Knows where Sacred is, but now Sacred, that's the worst part, knows where you are. Oh, and not in the stylistic way that this is going to go down. Yoshi was such a huge distraction. Sacred, he'll swing back in, and just like we thought, it'll be easy pickings here on Icebox. After a great start for Cowlretta, they'll swing through and win it 13-7.
Stair obviously making up the big difference there for his team, but not enough when you have such a difference between his scoreline as well. Looking down at Tekka, the next highest player there with only 14 kills, just not enough firepower being brought to the table there ultimately compared to what we got from Cowlretta, which was seemingly an unstoppable attacking side where, once again, to emphasize this, they just walk their way through so many rounds with a very simplistic nature. Round after round after round, and it took ZMB so long to stop it that by the time we reached halftime and they were picking up rounds, just like so many maps here in this tournament, the advantage was too far gone and they were not able to come back. Despite winning quite a few rounds there at the beginning of the second half, it was still too much of a disadvantage to work towards, and way too much player individual prowess coming out in those late round situations to clutch so many of them coming out there for Cowlretta as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But folks, we got that second map right around the corner, so we're going to send you to a small break. We'll be right back when that one's ready.
We're back again, ladies and gentlemen, for the second map of the grand final here at the MSI Valorant Invitational. We've already seen a great first map come out there on Icebox and a solid stance put up by our winning team. Let's go ahead and get those maps up on screen and remind people where we are going to be fighting for as we start things out, of course, for Caloretta. They take control 13-7 on Icebox after a wonderful attacking half. And now we're getting ready to move over towards Ascent for our second map.
Well, I don't know how you feel about Ascent for Caloretta, but I'm not feeling too confident in the sense of what's going to happen here. I mean, I know what we just saw on Icebox, obviously, y'all. 13-7 in their favor, and it was pretty convincing, especially with Sacred, but this is the map that we were talking about when I was saying, why do they ever take Sacred off of Duelist? Well, this is where they take him off of Duelist.
True.
And, you know, Yoshi is going to be the lone Duelist here on the Jet, and Yoshi's been able to make some pretty interesting plays happen, but it hasn't been as impactful as Sacred's play inside of the fragging department. So this is where he's going to be on Killjoy, and this is where things can change up and come back into the favor of ZMB.
And once again, as much as I'd like to subscribe to a theory that, okay, maybe they're going to put Sacred on the Raze this time and let Yoshi take the Sentinel role if he's at all prepared for doing that. But that's the problem. I don't think he is. I don't think that that potential switch up is going to work with the current composition. So as a result of that, I think that we are going to be stuck with Yoshi on the duel. It's not that that's a bad thing. As Stokes had mentioned, we've had some great games for Yoshi in the past. It just seems like Sacred is really in full control of this matchup right now if he was allowed to carry forward in that duelist role. And it's going to be a bit unfortunate to see him lose his personal utility that would help him out with that if we assume he's going to go back to the Killjoy as he's done in all the previous plays here.
Absolutely. And excuse me.
You're all good? Yeah, once
I was
again,
dying there for just a split second.
Oh, yeah,
Either
no,
way,
it's-
no, I'm good to go. No, dude, so I swear, sometimes it's like the water giveth and the water taketh away. You know, sometimes it just adds more air than anything. But that's a commentator thing. You guys don't care about that. What we care about is his ascent. And yeah, I mean, that's my biggest concern walking into this. I think that this is going to give ZMB space, needed space for them and their fans at home, but space that, you know, if you're looking at it from the other side of the coin, that isn't, or shouldn't rather, be allowed. And that's more or less what I'm worried about coming into this. Now, that's not saying that Caloretta can't do anything in that sense, but I don't think that they're going to be changing up much coming in here. And that's simply what concerns me, because now you're allowing ZMB space, and the third map is Haven. Anything can happen there.
Not to mention, too, on the attacks, I don't feel that the members of Caloretta are going to have as open of an opportunity to just swing right on the site as they were doing back on Icebox to just overwhelm the defensive setups from ZMB with outright aggression, as we often saw with the A-Tag. So, considering that, as you were saying, that's also going to give ZMB more space to play with, specifically when it comes to fending off those site executes, as now they're not going to come through these open galleries anymore that we were constantly seeing the players over on the KOW side abusing in the course of that matchup. So that is going to make things a little bit more difficult to get into the site with, and hopefully open up more opportunities for the individual members over here on Zero Marksman Black to try and frag out as well. Is that something that, you gotta be honest, it was missing a little bit to a pretty huge degree there inside of Icebox. Stair had an incredible performance. He even out-topped Sacred with regards to his combat score by about 10 to 20 points. But when you compare him to the next highest player, and Tekka way down at 224, there is a very big gap that needs to be closed there. And unfortunately, it wasn't done in the first map. However, historically, we know that Tekka can provide that type of performance and bring it into the game. We just have to wait and see if we will get it, however, with Ascent being the map that hopefully will give the members of ZMB that extra room to bring that performance to the table. Either way, we are finally into the Agent Select. We do apologize for that bit of a delay getting into it, folks. Players were still on a break when we came back, so it took us a couple extra seconds. But anyway, we are into it, and once again, our fears for Caloretta have been realized here as Yoshi locks in the Jet and Sacred locks in the Killjoy.
Well, I think I'm confident enough, John. I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna call it right now. It's gonna be a Jet diff here. And the reason it's gonna be a Jet diff is because Stair, he's shot quite a few times, but has he missed? No, he's not. He has never missed for ZMB. This guy is on one when it comes to this agent. And I mean, they're still going to have Tekka also on the sky. So he's got everything around him that's going to allow him to be successful inside of this game. I'm not too worried about it coming in here for ZMB. But again, as you guys know, we are both concerned here for Caloretta. But can they prove us wrong? Do casters know about the game? That's the real question coming into this second map. But no matter what, Ascent starts now. Let's get right into it.
Indeed, we will here. Colorado have proved us wrong many times already today, making it through 2 additional best-of-3 series besides this one. And if they can take this map, it will all have been worth it as they'll carve out a first-place finish here at the Valorant Invitational by MSI. And we are going to see, once again, if ZMB can get this job done themselves here. They get the defensive start on this map too, so every advantage they could potentially want is going to go their way for map number 2 here, including the much reduced defensive capability of what will eventually be Sacred in this matchup here, as he has to go to a Sentinel, pretty much the direct opposite role of what he was fulfilling in the previous map.
Yes, indeed. And if you guys haven't already picked up on it, your eyes are not wrong. You don't need to check your glasses. No cleaning necessary. These are indeed the same lineups. So ZMB and Colorado will be playing mirrors of each other throughout all of this. We'll be seeing a lot of action, especially out of Astra. Be paying close attention on your mini-map to where those stars lay down, but the action's going to start hot and heavy early. Colorado's going to take quite a bit of damage getting out towards mid, but they found some serious space here on A. In fact, they've got Tree in the palm of their hand. Aqua going to take a lot of damage though as the recon out, able to find something up top. Starts to spam the bottom of rafters, but not going to deal too much damage. In fact, Caloretta are able to get one, but they've been traded back. And Inteka, just like I thought, right click going to come out, always able to check those with that right click of the classic. It's just so solid inside of those moments. And now the retake here for ZMB on way more health than Caloretta has.
1 enemy remaining.
Adrenaline ripping it up here with the Sheriff as he works his way back in. Only leaves one alive here. And man, Adrenaline's going to find that one as well. Chansey trying to hide in the nebula. That is not going to work. That 4K constant still made it through the map though, apparently, as we're going to start the pistol round off with another one here, as we will see some great work come out for the defending Killjoy to completely kill this post plant set up with a 4K.
Well, it's an aggressive front, but this is what I was concerned about. The soft bodies for the offense are just prime targets when it comes to those sheriffs. And we talked about this previously, but that's a big thing inside of your, buy-ups, inside of those initial rounds. Have a couple people that have those sheriffs and are able to play back off of your initial trades, because if they are damaged, a single body shot ends up bagging the other person to kill. And that's exactly what happens here for Adrenaline. His team does most of the, heavy lifting when it comes to these players, but he's just able to finish it off, and that's going to make him quite a few kills early on, and also ZMB around. But now Colorado stuck on this low buy. A couple of sheriffs here to play around with, but this should be fairly straightforward for ZMB. Stare, he's close right now and be able to deal some serious damage to Mar, but it's not going to mean too much just yet. In fact, it'll be the rest of the squad to clean it up. Greedy, in fact, will get greedy. He's going to find 3 at Tree.
Already get absolutely nothing going on the outset of that round. They lie down.
That's a sad scoreboard right now.
Oh yeah, Mar. Just a single kill going the way of Colorado here so far for Mar. Very early days though, to be fair, so is going to be obviously not the greatest omen to start the match off with, but we'll hope that a correction upon that comes in right now on the start of the 3rd round here, as they will have the gun advantage once again, since this will be their first buy and the first bonus from ZMB. Let's see how well the bonus will work out for our defenders, and if it's going to allow ZMB to continue to carve out a dominating lead on this map, or if Colorado has indeed still got some fight left to show us.
I'll beat ZMB. Really lacking over here on this A site. They've practically gifted Colorado the entirety of A, but you know what that means. The retake's probably going to come in hot and heavy, and more than likely from the rear. Have to see what ZMB can possibly do with this space that they've been gifted, because you have to make good on this promise early, on these entry kills especially. Wrap their way around the entirety of this map. They've given Colorado very little, especially when it comes to this back end, and they'll be able to trade it out, but Stare now stuck. Can't try and cross for that gun just yet, as Adrenaline trying to fight his way in as well. Able to find some space here. Also knows that Yoshi's down under, and he'll be able to secure the kill, but they're now being traded back and forth, and they've also found the last one out towards A main. Colorado will be wiped off the face of round 3, and ZMB will claim the 3rd.
It's so close to seeing Caloretta hold onto it, but ultimately the pinch pressure coming out from main on top of the retake that was coming out from both Heaven and the doorway is just too much pressure too quickly built up against this post plant. Hold far too many of the angles fall, as we can see here. Once they get themselves out the door, Heaven is free to push because A main was already lost at that point, and there you go. It collapses like a house of dominoes, or house of cards, and ZMB will continue to push forward with a lead well under their control at this point at 3-0, and Caloretta forced onto another eco. I guess you could make a house of dominoes, but
It would be pretty difficult. I mean, I've seen people balance
I don't know, I
like
feel like it would be
wrenches
that
on top of bottles and stuff like that. And I've seen Stare get aggressive with ops as well. And really, this is why I was concerned about things, John. This was the main thing, is that Stare, he shouldn't be allowed to do certain things. And it's like, exist first things first if you're on the side of Caloretta, because he's going to be allowed to do that time and time again. And there's really no way to stop him besides kill him. So that's the problem that they've been presented. And inside of this game so far, they haven't really found the answer to this algorithm. And the issue is that it's more than likely going to continue to get worse. Caloretta, feel like they found something though. Begin to work up mid after this Nebula starts to shut down. But Stare's already here, and he's found yet another. We'll see if he can get a third. Oh, that shot's gonna miss. He'll start to try and push onto him. And oh god, Yoshi, if you're gonna come for the king, I mean, you gotta do it properly. Do it like Mar. 3D will be there to assist, and he'll take him down. That'll be a 4th round. And don't worry, guys. Stare's got his op back.
Yoshi flies just a little bit too close to the sun there and gets slapped back down to earth very, very quickly. We'll see the replay of that one final time as there, along with, of course, his teammates helping out from the Heaven ramps there that we can see, and Tekka and the others coming in to assist with that one, making sure that ZMB, or rather that Caloretta, is not able to push their way forward past the ZMB defenses at their spawn, and more important that ZMB keep a flawless scoreline. Adrenaline with a completely flawless scoreline. He's almost reverse secret agent at this point at 6-0-0. One more kill and he's done it here. A 7-0 scoreline.
As a super agent instead of a secret one. You don't have to be very secretive when you've taken out 7 of the people that knew that you were indeed a secret agent. Usually that ends up evening things down quite a bit. The spike's all the way in spawn, by the way. Somebody's going to have to go get that, and it's going to be a necessity pretty soon because Yoshi's all the way up, but Aqua's now dead to the hands of Stare. Remember when we said he was getting his op back? He's got that, and he's still hitting his shots. Sacred, take out he'll actually be able to take out Adrenaline, not himself. But either way, gonna have the attacker KJ pop her ult, and that's going to end up going down towards the B site. Should be a pretty guaranteed spike plant here, but they're going to be gifted a couple extra frags as well. And what we've been talking about with Sacred, he doesn't miss very much either, and he's usually the counter to Stare. They're going to start off very strong here. Yoshi will go even deeper and find one inside of CT. Now the lone soldier being the only member remaining, the likes of Stare. He still has that op, but I highly doubt he gets to use it much more in this round, although Chansey with a chance.
Not just Chansey.
Yeah, this is getting quite aggressive here.
We're gonna swing on him in a moment. Unsure.
Oh no!
Here, but no, a missed shot from Stare. Melee to his death. Gets the headshot on the shorty, but it's not enough damage. As you can see, only brings him down to 33 HP. We're gonna see a pull come out against him too, but that's not really gonna mean anything here. Finally, a round on the board for Caloretta after 4 straight from ZMB. We can wait and see if that's just a passing fad where Caloretta were able to finally get away with an execute, specifically finally killing Adrenaline as he takes his first death of the match in that last round there. Or, once again, we'll see ZMB, rather Caloretta, continue to thrive here if they found something that is going to continue to work in the following rounds. Stare not too happy about the outcome, though, so he's going to directly challenge right at the start of this round from bottom mid of the arches. Oh, and he finds the shot as well. Mar goes down, and we have an early 5v4 lead for the defenders.
I mean, really good vertical if you think about it, though. I mean, that was some good hang time there. I mean, Stare had a decent amount of time to adjust that crosshair. Yeah, that's mainly the problem. He jumped too high there. And while, oh, Sacred, he's going to get gunned down as well. He'll get caught out inside of B main. And this entire wall is unusable to the Odin. So Adrenaline does some nice shots off the back of that recon dart. Not too much Caloretta can do about it, but Chansey starting to push things forward. Able to get Rooney, but he's lost track of Adrenaline now, who able to work towards the
One
stairs. And as you
enemy
said, the
remaining.
timing working out in their favor. Stair will be holding the angle back from Chansey, and he'll walk right into his demise. Yoshi will be able to find one in mid, but he's going to have to find quite a few more. Oh, what a shot on the stair. And he actually has an opportunity now. The Blade Storm used the other ones on site.
One
As those
enemy
get
remaining.
aggressive, and no way. Adrenaline has no idea where he's moving. Yoshi's just too fast. It's so scary, Greedy! Keep your gun up, Yoshi. That's a 4K, and I have no idea where that comes from, but I'll never slander you again. I can say that. That was an insane round that he even commits the Blade Storm to, and I mean, he's able to do so many things that should have never have happened.
The 4K constant continues to be a factor in this matchup here as Yoshi takes it away, as well as the Jet different theory that Stokes had at the beginning of this game. Not necessarily for the same Jet we were thinking of at the time, though, as it's Yoshi making up the difference in that last round to put a second overall round on the board for Kawareta. Let's see if it continues. We're running fairly close to the end of our Defender's economy. More than likely, we'll have to save on the upcoming round if I've been tracking correctly here.
Well, luckily enough for them, they're going to start off on the right foot. They'll take out Yoshi, but Mar will be able to come back and take out Adrenaline, and he's going to go for another as well. And
Spike
ZMB,
Wow.
they're falling like flies currently. It's a light sitting out here, but that one happened has a taser on the other end and losing lives now. ZMB be able to find one out towards lobby, but this is still giving Kawareta so much room to breathe, and they're coming back slowly into this game and coming back off the back of this round as well. Aqua still with some space. They're going to recon out towards site, and it's going to be the perfect time for Aqua to get something done, but that recon's going to actually give up his location as well. So Rooney will make a quick play here. He'll take him out, but he has two to worry about in the back of Boathouse. He's been stunned out, but they'll have to call it. It's been too long waiting on this spike, and Greedy will play for the exits here. He knows that they have to dip. He won't be able to find either of them. Mar will get him, and he'll actually get Greedy out alive.
Mar will get taken down here, but Sacred will end up surviving the encounter, and the third round goes up on the board for Kawareta. Really interesting position for Chansey that we had in the middle of that round there, staying all the way back at spawn with the operator, probably watching for more than anything the long A rotates, but also ends up catching, of course, the panels play as a result of that as well. Catches the players moving in from there, and certainly not something that ZMB was expecting to run into, but surely something that they're going to check for themselves every single time from this point forward, that they have to make a similar play to retake the B site. Great stuff from Kawareta. They're bouncing back very strongly at a 3-4 scoreline. However, ZMB is tired of this. They're going to take their own aggressive formula out from B main. Stair will take a lot of heat here, but the op shot will not connect as he falls back.
Yeah, he doesn't miss very often, but Kawareta will be happy that he did. Everyone alive now as they're starting to work towards A. The Trailblazer will go out towards the site. Doesn't find anything, though, as ZMB are playing very far back inside of Garden, currently on the staircase. Stair will be able to hit that second shot. As I said before, it doesn't miss very often. The second one will indeed land. Kawareta, now worse for wear, trying to still go towards this A site. Now, luckily enough for them, there hasn't been much information to give this away, but they'll definitely be the case now as the stars start to go down here from Astra, and the tailwind, the telltale sign of what is to come. Need the spike down now, though, and that's going to be up to the likes of Sky. Rooney get some early information out here, but the shock darts might be a little bit too soon as it's not going to deal any damage. Stair now caught out in mid. Chansey will make an adjustment here with the stars as well, but Chansey, does he know that there's some help here? He doesn't. Greedy will be able to overwhelm him from the top side of rafters, or rather catwalk. Get that kill. Now going into the 5 versus 3.
Moving out here for a quick shutdown of Rooney. Just as quick of a trade from Adrenaline.
One enemy
Fighter
remaining.
who's trying to stay in it here as they bring it down all to one player on the site, and they're going to be detained as well. Nothing that Mar can do to stop this. Oh no, he's going to get spotted by Greedy as he tries to run away into a safe corner to hopefully save the gun, but it's not going to happen. The ultimate wins the round for ZMB, and they go up now 5-3.
Well, I'll be honest, a lot of my concerns that I was originally worried about when it came to Calretta's play on this map have subsided. ZMB are doing really well on their defensive side. Stair's still doing what we thought he was going to do, but Calretta have been able to, so far, at least stem the tide. It's not as bad. It's not like they're just simply bleeding out and ZMB are running away with the game, but it's still something to be concerned about. Granted, the defensive side usually favorable when it comes to, there's going to be a lot of utility coming the defensive way, though, mind you. And Stair, he's simply been overwhelmed. He'll be pushed back towards the site. And what is this? Calretta, they simply try to walk in through all of this utility. You can't just walk through 2 swarm grenades. Too much damage onto Calretta. This round's basically over, but oh, is this the opener? No, Stair with a flick. He'll shut down Yoshi. And oh no, it's all up to Chansey now, and he'll have to clutch up, but he's gonna need some of these stars back.
Honestly, not too sure if we're even going to see much out of him. I think he's just going to sit in this corner. There's still a minute left, so this could be a bit of a timeout for Calretta as well, since things went south so quickly for them. If Chansey doesn't want to play out, you can give time to the IGL on Calretta to make the calls that are necessary. We're going to see that he'll be pushing out. He'll get noticed by the turret. The call will come out, and Stair going to steal the last kill away from the team's killjoy. Either way, the job gets done. ZMB gets a 6th round on the board. They've doubled the round count of Calretta once again and are well in control of the lead.
I mean, I don't really know how it goes so south here for them on this entry. Just an overcommitment.
I mean, the nanoswarms. The nanoswarms give you a clue.
I mean, yeah, obviously, but just like the oversight of not really thinking that the utility is going to be in this place. I mean, to be honest with you, ZMB has done a good job with moving the Killjoy around, but Adrenaline's basically had a constant effect over these rounds, so it's safe to assume that he's more than likely going to be in your face in a certain sense. Just unfortunate that Calretta are not able to see through that, get behind the veil initially. Stair going to get aggressive with the secondary. He's not going to find too much. And what a play to make in the first place, honestly. Only the shorty, as well as an operator to his name. So it would have been quite the expensive bill that he'd have to pay off there. But Rooney's actually able to strike first instead. He'll take down Chansey out towards mid, as they've recognized that this rotate's going to retreat.
Flashes working their way once again into the tree area to stop the momentum of Calretta, but it is not going to work. Only a momentary disruption, if that. Rooney will fend off Yoshi, however, back up towards the heaven window. Taking him down gives a lot of extra control over to ZMB to potentially work this retake with, as well as, of course, the extra player they now have. A bit timid, though, on that retake. We can see ZMB's players are, as they're still holding out, being very cautious of a potential flank or other trickery that Calretta might try to bring into the fold here. Stair gets a nice opener, but he's going to be held back now due to a nanoswarm being in check. The rest of the team trying to re-execute out, and it's going to work as Rooney cleans up shop with a 3rd personal kill on the round, and ZMB will now claim a 7th.
Calretta able to stay within striking distance, but ZMP, they're starting to just drive away with this, simply put. Outside of this, like the further offensive rounds here, more than likely going to be pretty lackluster, especially given the economy. ZMB so far on these retakes have looked so very strong as well, so I don't really know what the next step is for them. You get the plant down, but you're down on bodies and you're not able to really overpower the defenders as they make their entries. So outside of that, really, what can you do? Well, an initial start here now for this next round. We'll see if Calretta have an answer to this. Answer for Stair, get aggressive. He's going to swing out of B main, or rather A main, right now with the op. Going to get blinded very early here, but no real aggression out of the sky, because this isn't really backed up by much. Most of the players out towards mid, actually. Zio should be working his way in towards tree, but the sky in the way yet again here. Jet pushing out towards main currently. It'll actually be Inteka to get the initial one. Doesn't want to pop the Seekers just yet, and Stair, luckily, he'll adopt the angle just in time to catch Yoshi.
Stair still going to be positioned to stop the next swing coming out here. Stair will have to move back. He's going to lose himself a little bit, but Inteka bails him out of a tough spot there. Don't know how he survives it, but Inteka is who he has to thank for it, as Chansey now left alone here with the good opener as he finds those shots. But, I mean, you can tell from this position, he's not really able to go very far with this one, and the Jet just gonna distract him while Inteka gets into position to shut him down for the top of middle there. ZMB gets an 8th as we get ready to head into the last round of the half.
Yeah, and I mean, Calretta on life support right now definitely needs some assistance.
Which
and
is Which is strange, right? Because they had such an encouraging few rounds, but that's been completely shut out ever since we saw them run those rounds. They're not being given any opportunities here. Yoshi is missing most of his opening chances to get into sights. It's just fallen flat, unfortunately.
This is what we were concerned about when it came down to it. I mean, it's not that Yoshi is, you know, a terrible player for Caloretta or anything. It's just the likes of what happens inside of this map. It's just that they're not really able to make good offensive openings a lot of the times. And it's going to happen yet again here. Yoshi simply goes fishing inside of mid, and he's going to lose his life. Stare is here, and he's been here for most of the game.
As you said, the jet difference coming into full effect here now. Yoshi obviously having a great round when we were seeing the members of Caloretta make that 3-round run. But ever since then, he has gone relatively silent, and it's been tough to see what he could contribute past that point. Stare is going to be keeping a very watchful eye on the potential B play, but only the only one doing so. That's the team being very cautious of an A hit now, since that Killjoy is going to go down in a bit of a peculiar spot, closer to middle, to drive a wedge in between the defense that would have normally be positioned towards spawn. Snake Raid is going to be allowed up through middle as a result of this, and the first player trying to stop the execute, the first two, both will end up going down here. Roni will sneak the kill off against Sacred, just as he takes down Adrenaline there. Losing far too much control. Finally, a solid execute coming in from Caloretta, and it seems to be yielding them a 4th round at the end of the half. We'll see, though, as Get Greedy still has the chance to clutch this out. He'll sneak his way in. The Cosmic Divide is going to allow him to do so as well. Start being used, but misses Chansey in the corner, so can't even get that first kill against the Sova. It goes outright to Caloretta, now with a 4-8 scoreline as they jump onto the defense.
Well, unfortunate for him there at the end, but you got to be happy for ZMB right now. They built up quite a lead when it came to their defense, but to be expected at a minimum. You know, it's really what they can do on their offense. It's going to be the biggest thing here going forward, because although they have built this lead, Caloretta have a serious opportunity now that they're on the defensive side. This is going to be a completely different play style for them, and they've looked pretty solid when it has came to their defenses overall on Ascent. So it's up to ZMB and what they can do on this half. But it starts here inside of the pistol. You can see ZMB already as well. This is going to be a full-on rush on the A site. Everyone is saving their money and buying those light shields.
Swamp grenade.
We go from ZMB on the attack for the first time. As we said, big investment coming in here for our team. Sacred sneaking himself forward, and Adrenaline gets the opener. He misses Sacred at the generator corner, however, so he'll exchange it, keep the numbers even, and keep the fight going, but Adrenaline will quickly correct upon that, as the only 2 defenders on this site will fall away now, and the spike will be going down in just a moment or two. Quick rotate coming out from Caloretta, though, to pinch against this from A main, only bringing Aqua on the direct route. Oh, he'll be flashed. That won't matter as he gets a kill against Greedy. Mar can start to push back in with Yoshi now from main as well, but it just brings it down to a 2v2. After all goes quiet for a few moments here as Yoshi moves up. The turret's going to give out some intel. Adrenaline will do the same, but Mar now stops the push here. Adrenaline trades it, brings it all onto Yoshi. This is where the Jet needs to come out on top, but no, it's a quad kill again from Adrenaline to put a 9th on the board for ZMB.
Why is Adrenaline, out of all players, he just finds himself so
Dude,
much space?
it's both the Killjoys.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't know if you've noticed this every time that we've casted ZMB, but Adrenaline, he's never on a roll where he's intended to get this much space. He's always, like, playing Killjoy, he's playing Viper, he's playing these things, but his play style is just so powerful in the way that he commands control every time of these gunfights and constantly is able to win them out. And we're going to see it yet again here. ZMB will now just get the opportunity to overwhelm Caloretta. We'll have some odds and ends to be able to try and fight back, but really, what do you do when you're down on Fire Tower? Well, we're about to find out. Spectres will at least command enough control of this round to back off the defense. Won't find too much with the flood out here. That'll be an easy 2K for Stare and a 2K for Rooney as well, because simply why not? It's all down to the lone member here as well. He's going to get caught off guard here. Same as me, actually, as Stare dash forward and claim his third. It's a flawless here for ZMB.
ZMB wastes no time or space, for that matter, taking quick control of the A site for themselves. They will absolutely steal it away from the members of Caloretta, not leave them with anything to retake from either. So it goes quickly into the hands of ZMB on the first 2 rounds. It's already put them in double-digit territory. A 6-round divide now open between these 2 teams as well. So ZMB need to shut this one down here. Caloretta Gonna look, of course, to resist that as they finally get the guns going into their favor. Let's see, as they're gonna get hyper-aggressive behind this. Mar and Yoshi ushering up for a push. The flash is going to connect from the guiding light. However, they won't be able to push up behind it. Adrenaline will, in fact, take down Mar in the process. Chansey was trying to move out here as well, but he's now had to peel that back quite heavily, as we're not only going to see them lose a player, but they'll be faced with a Killjoy ultimate they now have to get out of range of also.
Be able to do that, but obviously that's going to give up the A site, and Snare and the rest of the gang already set up for this. The spike will go down as Adrenaline will confirm that, but the angle's already here. And Adrenaline, he set up his turret as well. Don't need to really guarantee flank when you have somebody else to guarantee that for you. We're going to be playing pretty far back. This will be manning the angle from rafters deep here inside of main, as well as being attentive to the alarm bot outside inside of lobby. Greedy, though, he'll be playing pretty importantly in a spot inside of this box, but he gets taken down. Rudy will get 2, Chansey to fight back, and Adrenaline. Oh no, not again in the clutch. Not like this. The pistol's out, and Chansey will finally shut him down. Oh, I was so scared there for a moment, especially as Chansey ran out of bullets, but luckily enough for Kawareta, he's solid in this moment, gets that classic out, and is able to confirm the round.
Both of them, I think, ran out of ammo on their primaries there, too, which is why we see them kind of awkwardly back away from each other for the weapons switch, and finally things end up going the way of Kawareta here. Yoshi, also a big contribution of the round, as we're seeing here on the replay, picking up those 2 very important kills in the trade on site, bringing us down to the 1v1 that eventually Chansey, of course, clutches out to put this team back on the right foot. Push the scoreline up to 5-10. Still a lot of work to be done here, but it is at least a start on that opening gun round. And now it's going to be flipped the other way. Now it's Kawareta's bonus and ZMB's gun round, as we'll try to see if ZMB can quickly correct and look to get an 11th round on the board.
We need to see everything from Kawareta right now. 3 members of ZMB with more kills than the entire squad of Kawareta right now. That's soon to change here. This 3 will quickly come the way of Kawareta. Yoshi with 2 here inside of B main. Greedy, though, he'll finally fire back. Mar to fall. Yoshi, more assistance, though. A Sacred stepped up, and that's some name that you do not want to hear me say. Greedy, he'll lose out full. And ZMB, how they allowed too much here from Kawareta. I won't be able to even stop the ult point from being picked up, but instead, I believe he'll stop it with his own death, as that will go away. Either way, though, Kawareta will get the round, and now ZMB forced to rebuy, although quite a few people lacking the money.
Once again, that great play from Yoshi, stepping it up here in a big way in this, what I'm going to call the building phase of the second half for our defenders here. Still building up the appropriate amount of money where they aren't going to have to worry about going for these strange gun buys anymore, but they're not out of it just yet. Yoshi's still alive after all, so he's going to carry that judge into the next round, and will actually probably work out quite all right when you look at the gun lineups from ZMB there. They're going to be stuck with Guardian at best, and Stingers and a couple other pistols aside from that. They try to leverage some control over this round on the attack, and they're going to have to essentially brute force their way forward here with the guns that they do have. But utility is going to be brought to the table behind that, going to be my question. They burst out here. Stare has the Blade Storm, but it is instantly denied. Chansey even sprays into a second one despite the Nebulas blocking the path. Adrenaline will go down, and once more, Kawareta get 2 free kills at the start that'll go untraded, setting us up for a 5v3.
Well, now for ZMB, there's really not much that they can do. They're stuck in this spot, and also their exit starting to get closed off as well, but that's all up to Kawareta to decide here. The Killjoy hasn't exactly pushed any far forward. ZMB, they're playing patiently at the moment. Don't want to try and give up too much here, as if they do, then it's more than likely the round, and they're trying to build this lead, not give Kawareta a way back into it. Greedy, he'll add some stars into mid, and he'll be able to smoke that off, but still, no one truly moving forward. Everyone very statue right now for ZMB.
30 seconds
They
left.
don't know which way to possibly push forward. They think they've waited the amount of time allotted, but no. Aqua says the timing's inevitable. It doesn't even matter. The entire team's here, and Kawareta's here for blood. They're looking for the last member. They know where he is. Rooney will deny the flawless, but it's not going to last too much longer. Yoshi's got the Blade Storm ready. It'll be a simple right click in the 7th round.
Not really much else that ZMB could have done in that scenario, considering the 3v5 against them, but just sitting back there waiting and hoping your opponents are going to rotate away, unfortunately will not pan out too well, because they have no additional pressure on the other side. They have no one making sound cues to at least make our defenders here for Kawareta think that they have some threat on the other side. Just sitting there waiting it out is not going to force it here, especially inside of a 5v3 when they can afford to keep other players waiting on the other site anyway in the event that it goes awry and they need to rotate over in that direction. So Caloretta here now in control, at least so far as this half is concerned here, but still 3 more rounds needed for them to tie it up now at what would be 10-10.
Gonna be a guiding light out initially, but won't find too much off of that. They'll allow immediate entry for ZMB here, straight up and into mid. Aqua immediately popping the Hunter's Fury. We would have tagged some members of ZMB, but now with this control, they're flooding immediately out of main as well. And so far, the strat's looking clean. Nothing really going too wrong here, all except for Aqua, who's been allowed space. Can he get more done?
Oh, it's a collab!
Not like this, ZMB! They're falling to pieces! Oh no! There's 3 members that exist for Caloretta and a lone soul for ZMB. After, I mean, Aqua, what was that? He just walks straight into mid and deals way more damage than I think anyone thought was capable.
He's got an achievement for that one right there, probably, as he takes down, I'm pretty sure, 2 players with the same Vandal bullet, as it was a collat kill sitting behind it. I don't think there was any terrain for him to shoot through there. We'll probably get a nice view of it once again here, and yeah, there it is. Yep, it was. It was 2 kills with 1 bullet, as Aqua sets up a beautiful play here, once again, for the defense, as they continue to close the gap. Remember, ZMB still in the lead, all things considered, up until this point, but yeah, 2 more rounds is what's going to separate it, potentially 1 more round in a moment here, as unfortunately ZMB are on an eco, so the odds are not looking great based on what we've seen so far in this half.
This might be the most important eco of the tournament right now, and the funny thing is I'm saying that and ZMB is in the lead. That's the funny thing. Mar immediately start looking out towards lobby, at least on the B side. We're gonna have a stack here from the Killjoy as well as the Sky. As for Aqua though, he'll be out towards mid here. That's not alarm bot in tow to be able to assist him, but he's going to go back towards A instead, where Yoshi is currently playing out towards main. Could possibly get a big pick here as Killjoy's on the other side, but doesn't want to try and push too deep here. That spike hasn't made him a commitment yet either here for ZMB, as they're going to play this out very patiently. Remember, this round is extremely important. They got to deal some serious damage to Caloretta here, and this could be the, metaphorically speaking, lighting of the fuse as ZMB's looking to push out Caloretta on the A site.
Yoshi quickly shuts down the potential play from Adrenaline. He's going to be surprised, though, as he dashes directly into the execute coming in from Cat. Rooney as well taking down Sacred. The numbers now in the favor of ZMB, but Aqua going to turn it back around, as he's been doing throughout this entire game. 3 quick pickups from him, converts the lead into the favor of the defense, and Rooney, he'll take him out, so the round's not done just yet. He's got the 1v2. Rooney also now armed with a Vandal to play this out as well. Shock dart in, but unfortunately his opponent is backed away from it, so the damage will not connect. Recon goes in. This will give him the intel he needs as he finds the first shot, but it's too much of a draw-in animation for the second. Mar trades it, and it's now 9-10. Caloretta 1 more round away from tying it up.
Now ZMB, they'll make it close, but Caloretta, they're coming back in such convincing fashion. Remember, this game was at 10-5 at one point. 10-5. But the defensive side seems to be so very favorable in between these two right now. ZMB, I mean, I bet they wish that they could have possibly have guaranteed overtime at some point here, but they could possibly change it all now. The future lies in their hands, but the only issue is you get 1 shot, kid, and it's right now. They have to win this round. If they can't do it, it's all over. Believe that this is going to be multiple ults going up. Yes, the Cosmic Divide in, but Aqua with the first shots to land, and it's going to be the laser beam all the way through the wall to take down Adrenaline.
Could be out of aggression on the A site, though the Killjoy ultimate is ultimately whiffed. We are going to see the Hunter's Fury come out to put pressure against the Heaven play. This is also potentially going to allow Stare forward, but they do it even one better. Rooney gets the outright kill against Mar from the Hunter's Fury. Sacred trying to lurk, but he'll be shut down. ZMB might have finally found the winning formula inside of this round, but I'll hold my breath for just a moment as we see them rotating into Heaven. This could be the kills that seal the deal, for at least for this round here. We're going to see Aqua try to work his way back out. Finds one with a shock dart, and another one from Aqua as well. Chansey picking up a kill, but it's brought to a 1v1 as Chansey will clutch it and push Caloretta back into a 10-10 scoreline here. Close on the defuse, but plenty of excess time ultimately for Chansey to get this done. You can see it there in front of you. And the scoreline has been brought back all the way from 4-10, back up now to an even scoreline.
Could you imagine losing a round simply off of timing and the way that Greedy checks angles? Could you imagine that? Because that's what just happened. That round was simply lost because Greedy looked up. That's the only thing that went wrong there. That's it. That's the entire round.
Stokes, the good news is I don't have to imagine it because I just saw it.
Oh my god.
That should wet.
I mean, Stair does so much inside of Rafters as well, Blue. I don't know what more to ask from this guy, but they've done it. Caloretta brought it all the way back, and not only that, they're almost guaranteed this next round as well, as ZMB simply don't have the funds. They can't buy in, baby. You got to have capital to play the game, and they simply don't. ZMB, worse for wear, as they're more than likely giving up the lead here, but
now look at this
as
bit
John had
pressure,
said
though.
previously, yeah, I'm going to hold my breath on this one. Gotten
Spike
up towards
down
mid,
mid.
but they still have Spike here as well. The initial shots will be a traded blow back and forth. One of them losing their Sky, but the other one, ZMB, more importantly, they'll lose their Astra.
Caloretta quickly fall back with the 2 remaining B defenders onto the site. There's a lot of presence in mid right now. Stair has a cutoff for anybody that tries to rotate through heaven. Caloretta's 2 A players were about to go for the long flank back to the top of middle, but end up backing away from that, which means they could very well walk into the setup from Stair. However, Stair probably going to have a rougher time now that the door has been popped. The call-out's going to go that they've lost market control, so the players crossing here should expect someone. No, but Stair can't make the aim work for him here. Sacred's given a second chance, although he's not going to be able to take it very far. Stair still gets the kill. More importantly,
30
wastes
seconds
time as
left.
Anteka gets another entry on the site. Yoshi still armed with this judge from a couple rounds back, though, making it work. Finally trading it for a Vandal and shutting out the rest of the play as Caloretta go up to 11 and take the lead all the way down from 4 rounds, now up to 11.
Do you believe Caloretta? They've come back from the depths. They've pulled themselves practically out of hell at this point. It was way, way far gone. And they have been able to run up this scoreboard on the defensive side. They've not allowed a single ZMB round. This has been unprecedented so far. ZMB, they'll have to give up this round as well, John. And this is the problem. Caloretta, that's their match point. ZMB have practically got to be perfect unless they're able to do something magical inside of this eco.
We are going to see a lot of utility coming out very quickly onto the site once more here, including Nanoswarms to fend off the assault. That's actually going to do a bit of damage to Sacred. Lucian will make the call that the Jet's gone past over to Generator here, but now he needs to get inside. Nicely done. Takes out Rooney before he can make impact with the darts he was trying to deploy. Chansey shutting this down as well, and Yoshi once again with the judge, making sure it happens as Mar gets the final kill there. It's 12-10. Caloretta have no problem at all with the anti-eco, and ZMB is pinning it all on this round right here and the following one. They want to run the gauntlet for 2 additional rounds, a feat that they only accomplished so far on this side at the beginning of the half purely because they won pistol. And now they're going to have to do it on 2 consecutive gun rounds to try and trigger overtime to keep themselves in the tournament.
I mean, I simply cannot believe that we're at this point right now. Caloretta's 1 round away from winning this entire damn tournament. We've been watching them all day long. They have not looked more put together up until this moment. This is incredible. Yoshi, oh man, what a misplay. He'll be able to get across on the other side. I have no idea how that even happens. CMV, you gotta hit the shots. Oh god, no! Aqua with a big play, but it's not gonna fire back. But they've taken away the biggest option that CMV have in the likes of Stare. Yoshi's still alive as well, and he's got Blade Storm out and prepared, but remember, he's on very low HP. Sacred's gonna get lit up here from the Shock Dart as well, but this is a full audible coming in from the likes of ZMB. They're gonna use this Cosmic Divide to start throwing this spike towards mid and more than likely be in the process.
No heals coming out at the moment, but there we go. We're going to see the move onto Sacred specifically as he works his way. And obviously would have liked to see the Jet get boosted up past 2 HP, but the Jet is still going to be watching for Ray in the event that the attackers end up going that way. Well, obviously not happening. We've got a 3-player speedway push. They don't even realize that Anteka has inserted himself from the staircase as well. Massive issue now, but Chansey doesn't care. He's allowed to go out from dark, picking up all these frags. Two at the end of it. Mara seals the deal yet again, and Caloretta does it, running the gauntlet from the lower bracket up into the grand finals. They take it 2-0 against Zero Marksman Black and are going to be your MSI Valorant Invitational champions as they close out the final map 13-10 with some impressive performances coming in from Rooney, Stare, and the rest of the roster.
I mean, if you wanted a Cinderella run, what more could you ask for? They get knocked down to the lower bracket from Third Impact. They come all the way back to not only beat Third Impact, but they also take out ZMB rather. But either way, a 2-0 victory up against these guys. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
And once again, the stats, I actually threw myself off there when I was saying. I only caught myself after I finished the sentence. Rooney and Stare topping out the charts on the scoreboard. Once again, on the losing team, it's Yoshi as well as Aqua that make up the difference in that second half and bring an amazing comeback to the table to allow them to take it on the attacking side of Ascent there. 13-10, and obviously, as you see on our bracket, Caloretta tops out the tournament. No advantage coming into this grand finals as well, except maybe a veto advantage. And still, despite that, despite having to run 2 separate best-of-3s prior to this that went the full distance of all 3 maps, Caloretta are still your champions.
I mean, we've basically said it all at this point. Caloretta, this team, I mean, throughout the day, we've had so much turmoil with them. We've had moments where we thought it was their time and their number was called. They were going to be the ones headed to the morgue, but that never came. Even when they were down on maps, they were able to battle back in a convincing way to be able to take this entire tournament, this series, more importantly, a 2-0 win up against ZMB, and without Sacred being on a duelist as well. I mean, what else could you ask for? Yoshi had an incredible series there, but the team overall, especially Aqua, stepping up in such a huge way.
We saw Aqua step up at the final map that this team played yesterday as well. So once again, coming in to be the hero that team needed on the second half here to make sure that they push their way forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for your MSI Valorant Invitational. Once again, a big congratulations to Caloretta, who are going to take your championship title here this weekend. That'll do it for myself and Stokes. I hope you guys have had an excellent time tuning in, and we'll see you next time here on the Battlefied channel.